We'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
My dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it...
Kalea!
A clearing of downed trees. Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it... Kalea!
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the great serpent's name.
Though the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
But a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also heal allies.
Hello, everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground, dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has 2 parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap into the air. The skill can then be cast again to dive at the target location, dealing physical damage and knocking enemies airborne. Ultimate, Tsunami Slam. Kalea grabs an enemy hero with her tail and jumps into the air before slamming down in the chosen direction, dealing physical damage to the target and nearby enemies upon impact. While ganking with Kalea, use her second skill to close in and CC the target. Then use her first skill to activate her enhanced basic attacks and unleash them on the target. In teamfights, Kalea should prioritize enemy mages or marksmen. Use her second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to launch her into the air. Then dive down to CC them. Follow up with her ultimate to slam them into your team, and use her first skill to trigger her passive before finishing them off with her enhanced basic attacks. Kalea excels at single target CC, making her a highly effective ganker when coordinating with teammates. However, Kalea's short attack range and lack of poke means she needs to end fights quickly, or she'll end up being kited by ranged enemies. At level 1, upgrade Kalea's first skill to help allies clear creeps and minion waves, but prioritize upgrading her second skill afterward to reduce its cooldown for more CC during teamfights so your teammates can focus on dealing damage. If a target is too far away, use Kalea's second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to trigger the second part of the skill. Then dive into the target to inflict damage and CC. Kalea's first skill can be used right after another skill, or her third enhanced basic attacks to trigger her passive and boost her sustain in combat. We recommend the Tank emblem with Vitality, Pull Yourself Together, and Concussive Blast talents for Kalea. The Tank emblem and Vitality increases HP, which also boosts Kalea's healing and first skill's damage. Pull Yourself Together reduces battle spell cooldown, and Concussive Blast helps Kalea's early game by increasing her damage output. As a roamer, we recommend this build for Kalea, focused on survivability and more self-healing. Thunderbelt and Oracle are Kalea's core equipment, providing hybrid defense, cooldown reduction, and boosting healing received, all of which fit well with Kalea's playstyle. Dominance Ice and Radiant Armor grant physical and magic defense while reducing the enemy's healing. Lastly, pick up Guardian Helmet to further enhance Kalea's sustained combat since her first skill and healing scale with max HP. We recommend the Flicker battle spell for Kalea to use with her second skill and ultimate to CC enemies by surprise. We also recommend Vengeance to reduce incoming damage while Kalea is fighting on the front lines. Kalea is good at dealing with heroes who lack mobility, like Layla and Chang'e. However, Kalea cannot grab enemies with control immunity, so heroes like Diggy and Minotaur can effectively counter her. Kalea's strong single-target CC makes her work well with heroes who have high single-target burst, such as Eudora, Harley, and Clint. In the early game, use Kalea's excellent support capabilities to assist the side lanes lock down targets for kills while using her passive to heal allies. In mid to late game teamfights, Kalea and her team should avoid poking with the enemy team, especially against supports like Florin and Rafaela. Kalea can initiate by diving into the enemy team and using her ultimate to slam key enemy damage dealers into your team for a quick kill and numbers advantage. Kalea, the Surging Wave, will be arriving on March 19th. Participate in the limited time event to get Kalea for as low as 0 diamonds. Pick up her Shimmering Wave skin for just 51 diamonds in the first 14 days. Come, break some waves with Kalea. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
When energy, youth, strength, fighting spirit, a great serpent, and the cultures of Southeast Asia come together, what kind of splash will it make? A girl born with the power of the great serpent and an indomitable fighting spirit. How will we bring to life this vibrant, strong island girl who's still discovering the world?
Kalea's personal story is very much based on Southeast Asian cultures and myths, where nature plays an important role. The ocean is an inseparable part of life and an important element in local beliefs. And among them, sea serpents or dragons stand as a symbol of the ocean's might. With Kalea's story, we aim to incorporate more local folklore. As an islander, Kalea loves everything about her island home, especially fresh coconuts.
To emphasize Kalea's connection to the Great Serpent, we used S-shaped designs in her overall appearance. In terms of Kalea's color palette, after exploring various options, instead of deep ocean blues, we went with aquamarine to capture Southeast Asia's vibrant coastal waters. For the overall music arrangement, we used a percussion ensemble called a gamelan to capture the island atmosphere with bone-in gongs to simulate the sound of water. Other instruments like the angklung, bass drums, slit drums, and woodblocks set the rhythm, creating vibrant beats that bring out Kalea's lively and playful spirit.
Kalea hails from the Vonatus Sea, where functionality meets nature. Weapons crafted from fish bones, clothing woven from cotton, and patterns of ocean waves and serpentine curves are prominent. For the village on Solari Isle, we aimed to recreate Southeast Asia's floating markets, while the sea creatures were made to reflect the vibrant colors of the Vonatus Sea.
How do you give a 16-year-old girl a sense of strength in her splash art? That question stumped me for a long time. Then I realized Kalea's power comes from her great serpent ancestry, not from external forces or weapons, so it should be reflected on her body. I settled on metal accents on her arms and water patterns to highlight her hand-to-hand combat style and water abilities. Her main scream pose also conveys her strength and readiness to fight.
She may only be 159 centimeters tall, but she holds power far beyond her stature. Kalea excels in close combat and can heal just by attacking, but this mechanic proved challenging to implement. Her kit had to be designed to flow seamlessly. Her passive works by creating and absorbing water zones to enhance her attacks with the power of the Great Serpent, allowing her to heal herself or ally with the lowest HP for self-sustain and team support.
Kalea is a straightforward girl, and that trait is evident in her fighting style. She uses her fists and tail head-on without tricks or deceit. Her animations and effects emphasize the power of the Great Serpent, such as her healing appearing as little serpents. Her first skill's Water Zone has elements of both rock and water, to highlight her bond with Padang and Kadita.
Since Kalea's ultimate has her body-slamming enemies like a high-flying wrestler, we explored various ways to make the move more impactful and dramatic. In designing Kalea's in-match animations, we used big water splash effects to enhance the impact of her tail strikes and highlight the dynamic motion of her tail and the power of her punches. The scenery in her main interface background visualizes the iconic ocean waves, like giant ocean waves repeatedly crashing into the cliff, carving it over time, as another symbol of Kalea's strength.
We wanted Kalea's healing and power to feel rooted in her island home and her mentors, Badang and Kadita. Though blessed with a lineage of the Great Serpent, Kalea is also a teenager trying to find herself. Her journey includes a rebellious phase, rejecting her human form, followed by a powerful awakening through self-acceptance. In her animated trailer, we highlight her journey of self-discovery with 3 key moments when she looks at her hands, from rejection to acceptance to fully embracing herself to unlock her true power. Throughout the trailer, we used many first-person shots to give players a better sense of immersion. The final scene with the sea monster has multiple layers of significance. Through Kalea's perspective, stylized visuals show that she's not just defeating the sea monster, but also overcoming her nightmare of never becoming the Great Serpent.
For Kalea's theme song, it had to capture her personality. The music arrangement portrays her growth, starting with flowing melodies that depict her carefreeness in the Vonidus Sea. The orchestral section symbolizes her inner development and the harmony she achieves as she masters her power. And that is Kalea's unique charm.
We hope to explore more fascinating cultures in MLBB's future hero designs. We hope you enjoy Kalea, the descendant of the Great Serpent, and use her power to protect your allies just as she does. After all, with the power to smash into enemy lines and peel attackers off your carry, what can't she do?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another patch preview. Today we're thrilled to showcase a ton of new content coming in the new update, so let's jump right in. New hero, Kalea! This descendant of the Great Serpent from the Vonidus Sea is here to make a splash. As a roaming support fighter hybrid, Kalea's core gameplay involves healing her team by attacking enemies and body slamming opponents around to create a unique close combat experience for the support role. We can't wait to see the amazing plays you'll make with her. This patch also includes a number of balance changes, many of which came directly from your feedback. We are committed to listening to our community and will keep fine-tuning game balance in future updates. Also, starting from Season 35, the seasonal settlement will align with Patch Day. During the patch's new event, bases will have a chance to turn golden during matches, and destroying these golden bases will reward extra event currency. Keep an eye out for more hidden Easter eggs. And of course, we have lots of new skins and events lined up for everyone to experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades.
trick.
Care to dance?
Alpha, my dear doomed king. The time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it
Kalea!
a clearing of downed trees? Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it Kalea?
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the great serpent's name.
Though the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
But a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also heal allies.
Welcome to MPL LATAM Season 3 with me, Faye, and also Gabriel reporting for duty for week number 1 and day number 2.
Hey folks, what's up? I'm Gabriel, I'm here with Faye, and we have today the second day of matches of MPL LATAM Season 3.
Oh, quite exciting after we get to experience all 4 matches throughout the day for day number 1, and we are going to see all of those 8 teams again today to see who will get the points to rack up their rankings later on in this 2-stage round for MPL LATAM Season 3.
Yes, and if you folks just missed yesterday games, we are here to tell you what happened yesterday because we have the 90 Blue Band leading the regular season with a victory of 2-0 against the Infinity, the Influence Rage on the second place, and it froze it. No, I'm here. Okay, I'm back. And Influence Rage in the second place after winning the after winning from 2-0 against Movinas Gaming. DreamX Esports in the third place after winning 2-1 against the Alpha 7. Entity 7 in the fourth place after winning 2-1 Corinthians. And the lower side of the table is Corinthians after the lose, Alpha 7, Infinity, and Malvinas Gaming.
So, because of these rankings, we now know on the second day, we for the schedules for match number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and so on. So, we will see Corinthians duke it out with Malvinas Gaming's, if I'm not mistaken, for match number 1. So, it would be an interesting to see from what happened in day number 1. Will they learn more things today? Will they evaluate more things, and will they come back stronger for after what happens in day number 1?
Yes, actually, I'm looking forward to see today's matches because you will have two matches that can say really a lot about what is going to happen because Corinthians and Malvinas Gaming they know really well each other. The base team of the Corinthians used to be players of the, for example, Akashi, who used to play for BTR, Zizio, who was in Imperial, Frost, that was in Malvinas Gaming, but the mixed Malvinas Gaming, that's still on Argentina, Upatzi, that was from BTR, and Luis, that is a former RQ Akira player. So they played a lot of matches against each other. So I think it would be the match of the day that the other team knows a lot of the team they're up against.
I've talked about it before in day number 1. So from what I can see and from what I've managed to dig out, it's like if Alpha 7 is mostly RQ Akira plus Bigatron Suns players, Corinthians is mostly from Bigatron Suns players plus RQ Akira's players. So like they have a bit more from one side of the team. So I think it would be fun to see again from what happened in day number 1 to see for day number 2 today. So like for their mix and matches things and how they adapt in season 3.
Yes, and hey, we already had our predicts on the off live, but I'm here to ask you again. What are you expecting for this first match of the day?
So first match of the day, my prediction is probably a 2-0, but it's for the side of Corinthians. So I would really like to see how the draft will be going on later during the games because it's a bit of a mix and match again from what we've seen before. It kind of goes throughout the meta. It also goes quite well, but mostly when we see the bands that we've encountered in day number 1, it's quite niche. So it's either on meta or very, very niche to know what their strategy is.
Yes, and actually, well, I think we can say to the public because our guesses was pretty similar. I think we only diverge on the influence rage game. We all have the same opinion, but we know that in Mobile Legends, the draft can change everything. If one composition gets better than the other, our predictions, without seeing any of the heroes, can go can wise up really quickly. So that's the fun of the Mobile Legends game.
Yeah, so of course we will be judging more or probably seeing more information later on during the drafts. But so far, it's just a prediction, guys. So we have our own opinions, and we also want to hear your opinions too. So, guys, for the first match, Corinthians versus Malvinas. What do you think about it? Will it be a 2-0 or will it be a 2-1? And so far, we can see our Swiss stage bracket. So, a little bit of updates from what we've said before that already been recapped by Gabriel. It's from the first day that we can see it's a best of three series, all of which Entity 7 got to win. DreamHack Esports got to win for the second match. And Influence Rage, they got to win the third match. And Infinity lost to 9Z Globant from the first day.
Yes, and just remembering, today we have 9Z against DMX, the DreamHack Esports, and Hage against Entity 7. The teams that win of these matches are going to the kind of the upper bracket and have the semifinals, and it's going to be really good because one of the favorite teams during the beginning of the season, that is Alpha 7. Alpha 7, again, as Faye perfectly said, was the base team of RRQ Akira. They were winning every championship in the past 3 years, and now they are really in a tough situation because they are up against Infinity that presented us yesterday a really beautiful match. And as you can see now, we are going to have the first match Corinthians against Malvina Gaming, Infinity against Alpha 7, 9Z Globant against DreamHack Esports, and Influence Rage against Entity 7. Wow, I'm really happy to see this changing of scenario because okay, in the past 2 years, the Alpha 7 players, remembering again, they were the base of the RQ Akira, and now completely late because now we have the squad of Corinthians with Akashi Buzizio. Oh wait, Akashi Buzizio. We also have the Frost, Luis, and Upatsi. So you saw the players on the gaming house. It's a really good squad. Okay.
And they were trying to. It's a good thing that they can gather around in their gaming house, but let's not forget their opponents for today, Malvinus Gaming. We have Phil, Als, Definite, Eve, and Niyashino. Okay, we're seeing the same solid lineup for what their upbringing, and they get to have a very, very good game. A solid lineup, of course, from day number one. So far, no changes, no substitute players yet. So I would like to see maybe they are still trying to adapt for what happened in the shifting of the meta for now, and it is the start of the season. So whatever you see in the first day would probably change in the second day. We never know.
Yes, and I want to warn you something, Vei. Be careful with Upatsi. Yes, Upatsi, the gold
Okay.
laner of the Corinthians. He told me before the match, Gabriel, today you can expect Corinthians going really strong in a really huge environment, and we won this win. So it was a strong statement of the gold laner of Corinthians. So I'm passing you the message.
Ho, 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 ho. So we get a little bit of take just from the player himself. So that's from what we can see and also hear from that statement. He is going strong for today. I am ready. I'm ready to carry and be the damage dealer of my team. So let's see how it goes later on in the first match.
Yes, and also we are on the Swiss stage, so the teams that continue winning, they are up against the teams that are winning. And on the other hand, teams that start losing, they are going to match up against. So it's a little adaptation on the bracket stage that you had the upper and lower bracket, but now it's not yet a knockout stage. If you lose on the upside, you just go to the downside, and that's the system.
I think for the Swiss stage, it's more to introduce the new system based from a few tournaments that we can see from M6. It was brought up probably from the other tournaments like SBS, and because of the Swiss stage, to me, it will be more fun because it actually gives teams an opportunity to, okay, probably we have a down day, it's okay, but we can still climb up. So no one is going home yet in the early stages of the Swiss stage. And they got to rack up points, they got chance to build it up. But if you manage to just stay on the lower side of the bracket, get ready for relegation. Because that is the place where some teams have to go home.
Yes. And that's the Mobile Legends Professional League MPL LATAM Season 3. Uh, and today we have a lot of presents for you guys that are here with us. We have a redeem code that we're
Ooh.
only going to show to you in the last of the in the end of the last match. So please keep here with us because you can also receive a skin redeeming this code. So
Ooh, so it is a lucky grab, I might say. It's not a lucky draw, because we're not drawing any names, guys. But still be active in the comments. Probably from one of our admins, they will see, and you'll get a gift. Just from yesterday, we can see. And from the English stream itself, there will be other redeeming codes too for probably discounts. I hear from Bonox. It's just very generous, and we can see you can recharge your diamonds here. 5% discount just for you guys, just for the Latin American server and also around the area. You can use the code BNXMPL3 on bonox.com.
yes, and really, I really want this 5% discount because, well, I have a lot of wish list skins that I really want to, though. So go to the bonox.com and recharge your diamonds for a really good price.
Of course. And one of the places for you to top up and you can play up with your friends. But what happens if you get to play with your friends, but I feel like we need a more harder challenge instead of just rank? Where can I find tournaments like that, Gabriel?
Yes, it's just frozen to me everything, but as V said, it's really good and we cannot go.
Where, of course, I think Gabriel gets to look out for some tournaments for you can see. So, you guys, don't forget community gaming is the only way to be on the platform for offering esports competitions and also professional automated payment solutions for the community. Host tournaments at all types of games, especially Mobile Legends. So, guys, what are you waiting for? Let's just go visit the website for communitygaming.io, and Gabriel's back. After searching from the website, he is now ready for the draft.
Yes, we already have Fulvios and Zexin banned. They are really following the meta. Nothing new so far.
For a few things, it's still template bans from we can see from day one. You want to close up the Phobias, you want to close up the Juicin, and probably the occasional Granger, you want to close it out. Usually, we see from day number one, we encounter most Harith bans. But I think learning from what happened in day number one, there will be a track record. So I think let's just close off the Granger first, or probably in a few other matches we will see a few occasional Loyis will be closed out. I want to see if this will happen in the first match.
Well, we saw now Harith getting blocked. We also know the both gold laners of both teams are really strong using the smartsman like Ranger. Actually, fun fact for you, Upatsi is a really good player using Melissa. I know you like Melissa a lot, so yes, it's an important information.
Yee, I'm very fun. Upatsi, let's go for match 1. But I think for what we talked before also, Gabriel, it's kind of hard to play the Melissa in this type of meta. So if suddenly Upatsi feels like I think I'm in the mood for playing Melissa, I would be very happy with that.
Yes, I probably won't work. Probably we won't see Melissa and this MPL LATAM, but we can only hope.
It's hard.
The expectation is the last one to go away. And we have now the last ban of Malvina's gaming squad. They already, Corinthians just blocked Padang. And okay, they're just following the meta, nothing to respect so far. They are only going against the meta.
I think for the first game, they usually try to test the waters out and see, okay, let's just follow the meta first. And then on the second game, they try to adapt on what happened in the first game. Probably some respect bans will be brought up. And we know that it's a best of 3 series, so they really need to take their own time quite well. So utilize it. And so far, last ban for Malvina's Gaming, you can see it's the Matilda. Will be a madness to help around, but Corinthians, they managed to just snag up the joy because we don't see Granger, we don't see the Harith, but for Malvina's Gaming, I think it would be good if they want to try and get the Selena probably in this game.
It would be good. And Frost Lanev, he is a really great player with Selena. Here in Brazil in season 9, I guess, or 10. We had an amazing matchup with the Selena because BL from Coda Solid, who was the best Selena on the Brazilian. We had the Prime, who used it to play for Vivo Cage Arcade Stars. That was one of the best Selenas of the world. And we have, okay, so Selena goes to ours. Hilda, it's a really good pick. It will really going to be a rock for Corinthians to try to escape. And just finishing the sentence, in Brazil we have Frost, Prime, BL, and Gimap, who used to play for Malvina's Gaming, but the Brazilian team. Were the best for Selenas at the scenario. It was really amazing. And we have the Moskov with Upatsi, whom I really like it, Vey.
Oh, okay. We've seen from what happened in the first day, mostly for the players who actually picked up the Moskov, they will try to divert it. And for the teams that they've got to execute those type of gameplays, the gold laner, for some reason, they don't really want to be a menace yet in the early game, so just let them farm, let them be chill in the lane, and then just suddenly you can see like Moskov or probably Granger, they can deal a lot of damage later on. So I think it would be a very good pick. For right now, you can see the compositions for the early game from Joy. You can carry out the team, and for the first match of the day, Corinthians, they rocked Joy in day number 1. So I would like to see that. I would like to see how they rise up to the situation. So early you get the Joy, late game you get the Moskov. It's basically a done deal.
Yes, and you have Lucas to do the front line in every stage. In every stage, early game. Okay, Lucas is strong. Mid game, Lucas is still strong. Late game, how to kill Lucas. So it's a really good composition, and the Suyu from Movinas Gaming was a really good pick. But they are already blocking, they are not waiting to get the ban. They are really quickly banning. So we already have the ban on Chip, Hylos, and the Corinthians just blocked Khaled.
I do agree from what you said though, Gabriel. Like, you know that the Lucas will be strong from the early game, mid game, till the late game. So, Malvinas Gaming, they gotta divert the plan. I don't need any more heavy bodies here. So let's just close off the high loss, let's just close off the chip. And they really need the potential, how do you call it? Heavy burst type of heroes, since you know that Selena and Hilda can be an enabler to stun a lot of the moments here. So probably Malvinas Gaming can pick up a carry. You want to go head to head against Opatsi later in the lane, but it will be a very very good investment though, or else any other burst type of marksman should help.
Yes, we know that Bruno is a really strong marksman. With the first skill, he can really critical damage. It's really strong. In the late game, it's really hard to counter. If he pokes free, it's really hard to stop. So Movinas Gaming just brought the show. We saw this show yesterday. It was a really, really good using. It was a really good roamer. And got Tokacha with Luis. I really like this pick. And now we got the mid lane of Corinthians. Let's see what Frost Lanev wants to bring us.
From what happened in day number one, Frost got to strive in the Selena for once. But turns out he will still want to give the Vexana another choice. It's not the Sicilian this time. For Malvinas Gaming though, another pick, it's a very very good choice that they try to divert and you get the Cho first. So later on, you can see what type of marksman that you can lock in the last place. But knowing that Corinthians, they brought up like Gatacha and Lucas, you really need someone to be able to melt them down.
And now Irifel for Malvinas Gaming. The combination between Selena and Cho, it's a really strong combination because when Selena connects the stem, Cho can just get his Jet Condor and start the engaging. So I really like the combination. I think Malvinas Gaming just nailed the draft, and I'm really anxious to see what's going to happen, Vay.
For both of the teams, you can see the type of strategies that they want to try to bring up. Like from Corinthians, we can see that they really want to bring up those heavy game fight rotations solely around the Moskov or the Joy later on. But for Malvinas Gaming, they get the early potential to see how these players try to pick anyone off and try to suppress anyone from Corinthians. So let's see how this will go. MPL LATAM Season 3, day number 2, week number 1, of course, match day for Corinthians versus Malvinas Gaming. So let's see how it goes for the first game.
And wow, we already have a lot of damage going up against Show and Froslanev. Oh my god, Show, you need to be careful, my buddy.
Oh, it's quite fairly early stages so far. I think they will try to help down in the goat lane, then probably rotate up to the EXP, which is something new. We can see a fresh start for day number 2, a bit of the old meta instead of just straight up rushing to the EXP. I think for both of these marksmen, since they're the late game type of scaling marksmen, you just really gotta be patient about it. And would be very very hard if they try to duke it up with 1v1. So playing it safe, I think, is the only solution here.
Yes, they need to play safe, and I really want to see this first turtle with both teams, because I guess now so far they are respecting each other. They are really playing safe. But in the first turtle, I think we might have the first. Oh my god! And look, Vey.
Okay, finding a position here. He almost getting that target, but remember, most of the heroes here, they haven't unlocked their ultimate potential yet. No level 4, and they've started on the turtle. So far, Luis searching out for anything. Zone out quite well with the Abyssal Arrow from Definite. And Malvinus Gaming handling onto that core, but hey, Eternal Guard right on point, but he got the turtle. First objective secured, and even a bit of a stun here. Akashi, first one to be down, and a Gujisho getting that kill, helping, suppressing the gold laner. And this will be a very smart move for the early game for Corinthians. But on the other hand, Way of the Dragon kick Luis style still sustaining. And wow!
Oh!
Spear of Destruction teleporting right on time. 4-1, and both roamers are down now.
It was a good strategy because Posicio saw that he won't be able to help on the turtle. And actually, who kills the turtle was Show. Aus didn't get the smite right, and Show guarantees the turtle. And Posicio go on the bottom lane to get the kill on the Irefel. And Buziz and Upatsi gets a beautiful kill using his ultimate and transporting on the exactly perfect time. And look at the top lane, nothing happened. Back to you, Vey.
So far that again, those heavy team fight compositions that they know that Corinthians can pull off, they got to execute it quite well, because you know, you got the Vexana, you got Luis on the Gatot Kacha. It's just both enablers for the Joy and the Moskov. And since they are rotating down to the bottom lane, Malvinus Gaming, they really gotta watch out, because Niyashino didn't get the lead in the early game because he was turned down by a kill. So since the rotation later on from the turtle will be in the bottom lane, it would be a very big problem if after getting the objective they just decide to invade down bottom.
Yes, the both teams are really taking care of their teammates. They are not trying to push unnecessarily team fights. And now we got the turtle, and it's already started by the Malvinas Gaming.
Okay, Malvinus Gaming heading on strong. Let's not forget Luis popped up now. Field trying to get a big of unleash the beast, zoning out quite well, but Akashi too much in the front. Let's not forget it all. Got the turtle, and they have to disperse back to the game with just turning down Akashi during that fight. Okay, let's not forget that on the top lane, Hupatsi! Wow, we caught in that collateral damage between all and also Feel, which means it's a very good chance that Corinthians get to just push in. AOG cancelled out. Feel was able to zone Luis so well, and it will be a first target here. Unleash the beast out. AOG jumping into the back, just hitting one. Feel trying to find 1v2. Okay, Frost coming in, also supporting, but so far no one is down yet. Half HP from Corinthians, 1v2, but Malvinas got to turn down Akashi. But on the other hand, on the bottom lane, Buzisha is still able to survive and even run away from Team People. Wow-wee.
Wow, indeed, because Malvinas Gaming won the team fight on the top lane, won the team fight on the bottom lane, and now is just getting the grabs on the Corinthians jungle. What an amazing start for the Argentinian team, Vey.
Amazing start, I do agree. And so far, Malvinus Gaming, since they got the area, since they got the early game done well, even though that the Iritha was kind of suppressed down, they're somehow controlling the area more and more. And so far for Corinthians, they got the chance to go aggro with the early aggro potential. But if they keep on holding on and losing a lot of the team fights, I don't think it's wise for them to just going headstrong, going fights after fights after fights.
And now we got another fight on the turtle. Wow, a really good Abyssal Flash for Selena. Luis is already really damaged. And oh, Moskov's coming. Let's see what happened. Another beautiful, good ultimate for Moskov. A really good kill for Corinthians that is winning the team fight. But now another kill up against Akashi. Frostlanev can get one double kill on Yazinho. Killing spree on Suyu's hand. Oh, what a beautiful Selena play! And now Bozizio is getting up on the turtle. But oh my god, 2 kills from both sides, and the bottom turret is now down, Vey. What a beautiful team fight.
W for the minion, of course, and Buzisho right on the last second point. Malvinus Gaming wasn't able to get that turtle, even with the retribution out so far because the cooldown time on owls. And a mirroring gameplay that's in C, that's why I said W minion. Everybody was just so focused on the turtle, even the minion get the turret.
A really big and fat W because they got the team fight, they got the turtle, and they got the bottom turret. So Niazino is now going to the top lane, the XP lane, to get his turret to protect him. They just swap sides, and Luis is really taking. Oh, Luis went to the stone.
Quite early, but still able to disengage. What you can't really feel and try here, feel just taken down like that with the electrifying beats, taking too much damage here on. And even though, when what I said before, Niyashino, he got to be targeted by the Corinthians in the early game. I thought really Upatsi got the chance to be winning in the lane. But since Niyashino was just supported so well by Malvinus Gaming, he was able to gain a little bit of the item. And so far, even though Upatsi still gets more gold, but I think the item-wise for Upatsi, it's more expensive because you got to build up that Holy Trinity first for the Moskov. But on the other hand, Irithel, you get the House Claw, you get the Berserker's Fury, that's just enough. And because of that, I think Malvinus Gaming, they actually have a potential if they really want to start on the turtle. I mean, the Lord now.
Yes, and the gold gap that used to be 3K for Malvinas Gaming now almost doesn't exist. It's like 50 gold more, 15 or 500 more, and Corinthians could really, really, really not get killed right now. Luis, watch out! Luis, watch out! You are in a really dangerous position.
And seeing that position like that, it's actually good for scouting, good for finding info, but the question is, what can you do with that info later on? Because if one is just picked up like this, it would be very hard to gut out. But Luis, again and again, I just said before, even the Spirit of Destruction got to teleport it quite well. But for you, it's just melted down like that. Even a double for Buzisho, getting that electrifying beats quite well. But Akashi is not leaving us out.
Akashi, oh my god.
Almost. Good thing that last aggro turret didn't really hit him. So he's still able to survive with a little bit of HP. With the Sliver of Hope, still good. He's still good.
Oh my god, what a good play for Corinthians that now is trying to get advantage on this Lord. Bozizio escaped really well. Akashi escaped with almost nothing on his life. So, okay. Yeah, what a beautiful play for Show. The Envard Jet Condor of Kiev was a really beautiful upping against Luis. And what a really amazing counter call of Akashi, who just saved the entire play. And oh my god, look at Froslaneve.
Okay, Definite is still able to go back, but I think Upatsi has his eye on him. Bit of a risky gameplay, almost missed the Abyssal Arrow, didn't hit with the Spear of Destruction, but Akashi is on the job desk with the Unleash the Beast. Finally gets to take Definite down, but on the other hand, in the middle lane, Louis tanking a lot of damage, but even the Electrified Beast didn't shut down on Nulls, and Buzicia is really unstoppable in this first game. And so far, since there's no more Retribution power, 2 people down, it's a very good chance Corinthians would actually start and win the Lord fight. And so far, Keith, bit of a stun there. Upatsi almost gets to take the hit, but zoning Malvinus Gaming out is just the way to go.
Yes, and now the Lord is started by Corinthians, probably won't be contested by Malvinas Gaming, and the Lord is coming on black and white, or in this case, blue.
The Blue Lord is ready for the blue side of the team from Corinthians, marching down on the bottom lane because you got that tier 2 turret, I think, down. And so far, leave it behind. Let's just go play on the far lane. A 3-lane push they're trying to set up, but Malvinus Gaming spot that out. Let's just clear the mid lane first. Let's just let it go. So at least we can just take care of 2 lanes for now.
Yes, and okay, bottom lane tier 2 destroyed, and they are going up. Oh my god, what a beautiful stun! Akashi, be careful, because Selena is on fire.
With on fire indeed, hitting a lot of the abyssal arrows and supporting Malvinus Gaming. But in this situation, the pressure is on for them this time. Corinthians has managed to take back around 3k gold lead, around that, because we're talking about in-game equipment. Finally, we can see that 4 people are in favor getting a bigger gold lead instead of the players from the Malvinus Gaming. And since you're into the mid to late game, I might say most of the core items that you really need to survive later on during the fight, it is already been purchased. I think from Malvinus Gaming, they really need to think about how they try to initiate the team fight. What do you think about that, Gabriel?
I actually agree with you. Oh my god. Oh, look at the team fight. Show is going to bad focus. Buzizo going up against Phil. Monster kill, but shut down for Selena. Okay, they need to be careful. Oh my god, look at Keith. He's playing really nice. Another kill for Corinthians. They won't stop. They are going. Look at Upatsi, another perfect kill. And Corinthians saved the play. Oh my god, what was looking really bad for Corinthians just turned it on a really great team fight.
Upatsi, he even got the teleportation. Oh, well, you think he can run away from the spear of the Moskov? No, Upatsi landed hit quite well. And because of that, Malvinus Gaming, they tried to sniff out Upatsi, tried to push him back, but I think there must be a bit of a communication wise for Corinthians. They just decided to, okay, it's okay, let's just let Definite and Alls go so we can have a longer game that we can pull off, because the Lord Cam presented by Bonox is here right now.
Yes, the Lord just was spawned, and Corinthians are really trying to start it. Luis is getting information of the Malvinas Gaming players. So let's see what's going to happen, because I don't think Malvinas will get this too easy for Corinthians.
Malvinus Gaming surely is securing more of the area on the Lord side, but Corinthians, they also know that, okay, let's just take care from the bottom. It's a Lord dance, let's just let it dance, probably do a little bit of tango there. But Malvinus Gaming is just for a team fight. On the other hand, Corinthians, they're just trying to see, will Malvinus Gaming try to start this first? Because if they try to start it, I think it would be a very, very big problem here. But since Upatsi is on the Moskov, it's just very, very easy for them to just play on the far lane and to divert all out away from the Lord. Ujo,
Yes,
almost getting
and
hit.
almost getting hit. And oh my god, look at Malvinas.
Okay, Malvinus is really taking over that area. They managed to push down a lot of the players from Corinthians. Luis and Nakashi doing their job, opening vision. But I don't think that it is quite wise. But looking from the position wise from Malvinus Gaming, they're stuck in the dilemma. You need the Irithel present for the game fight. So the only person that who can play out for the far lane, I think they need to divert someone else other than Alls. Because if Alls is busy from the far lane, Malvinus Gaming, they don't really have a choice to start the Lord because the retribution power is just all on him. Instead of all that, Corinthians, I think a bit of a fight is happening down in the middle lane. Okay, Spirit Destruction, AOG jumping into the hit anyone, yet feel being in the front and keep even taken down. Unleash the Beast is really on fire now. Double kill for Musijo, going for another one. Alls almost melted down. But our friends from Corinthians, they managed to take and secure that area.
What another beautiful team fight for Corinthians. They now are doing Lord. I don't think Malvinas Gaming has the power to contest, but Buzizio is going up against Malvinas. Buzizio is trying to get their enemies really away, really far from the Lord. That is now done by Upatsi. This Moskov is dealing a lot of damage.
I might say from Upatsi, it's just a 1 goal difference there. Wow. And slowly catching up though. And okay, this is unique. This is my first time ever seeing a goal difference. It's just one piece of gold there.
Yes, same as I. Literally 1 goal difference. And Upa is getting a really good strategy because he can push the side lanes and with the Spear of Destruction just get back on the team fight. So it's a really good strategy. Now the Meteorite is down. Super minions on the middle road of the game.
I think as long as Malvinus Gaming has Nia Shino, they are able to survive defending their high ground. But as long as Corinthians don't manage to pick someone off or probably initiate a bigger team fight, I think Malvinus Gaming is still able to maneuver over it.
Yes, and another turret getting focused here. Oh, what a beautiful shot conduct! But Upatsi just get another really beautiful kill. And oh my god, look at that, look at that. It could be the end.
Okay, double kill, securing quite well. Triple even for Buzizio. Base is wide open. Then thank God there's a winter and a victory for Corinthians on the first game for the first match today in MPL LATAM Season 3. And wow, we secured so well. And you can see from the highlights. Wow.
Yes, the Corinthians Ribbon in Portuguese just say save the Corinthians. And Corinthians now has a beautiful victory in their hands, a really good start. We can see the highlight, all the highlights that is playing on your screen now is getting started with the Spear of Destruction, a really good presence of Moskov that just got slammed now. This team fight was really beautiful because Malvinas Gaming won the team fight on the top side and the bottom side of the match. And that's the point where Corinthians start to respond and getting beautiful and important plays.
A lot of plays really was just executed quite well, but I think for me, it's just momentum wise on who gets to hit what first. Because most of the time, they really know what to do. Like from the early, you can see Melvinus Gaming holding on to that gameplay. Even Corinthians both put up a good fight, but at the end, the one with the bigger power, the one with the more members during a fight present, they get the chance to win that more. Even though there are some cheeky plays that you can see from there, like almost getting away, almost still surviving. But because of those cheeky plays, I think it finally goes on for the long run to be able to just survive all of that during endgame.
Yes, and on this display, specifically on display that's rolling up on a screen, I really thought Malvinas was going to get the advantage, but it just didn't happen because Moskov did a really good repositional playing and got really two important kills. And for real, I think it was a really perfect game for the Buzizio Joy because 11 kills, only one death, and 3 assists. It's amazing. The Joy is that's why Joy is on the meta.
And it kind of shows also for the track record from day number 1, most of the players or the junglers that played in the Joy, they really get to succeed that over the Suyo. Because I think because from that track record and so far, a lot of the picks weren't able to actually catch the Joy. So I think if you really want to go up against the Joy, you just gotta catch him first. But for now, catch on the emblems. Quite interesting though for this game. What do you think about it, Gabriel?
Yeah, I really like it because again the carries of the both teams are using no actually the Upati and Froslanev wasn't the same emblems. I really like the lethal ignition that Selena was using, and the impure rage of Vexana matches better than the others because you give the extra skill damage and restore the mana on the hit, and we both know that it's really important for a mage to have a really good control of the mana. And Uzizio shows the temporal rain that a non-ultimate skill countdown reduction, so it helps a lot during the team fights that Joy was participating.
And during all of those participating during end the game with the game duration of like 20 minutes, you can actually look at the scaling part, and throughout all of these, so you can see the damage deal highest from anybody else so far. It's still in Niyashino apparently, and I thought it was in Upatsi. I think most of the part that we can see Niyashino joined in the team fight way earlier than Upatsi, but at the end I think the marksman who gets to get the job done, it's just really standing by his statement as before you told me, Gabriel, and all the viewers right now watching MPL LATAM. Upatsi is really in the hot area right now. I want to burst down. I'm able to do that quite well. I'm on a Moscow, so hear me roar.
Yes, and on the MPL Brazil Season 2, Upatsi gave three different games. He just provided us a backdoor with the Moskov. He was pushing the lanes, and okay, Buzizio, the MVP of the match. I don't think it's a discussion here. 25% damage dealt of the team, more than 70% participation on the kills. So you can see the highlights. Buzizio was really on fire.
And looking at how no one is able to cast their joy back to what the point that I said before, It's a really well-deserved MVP, of course, during game number one. But let's just see how it happens and goes for later in game number two, because I don't know if they still opt for the first advantage on the blue side, or they want to spice it up, try to counter in the grid for the second pick ones. So let's see, and on which side they want to try to pick up later in the drafts.
Yes, and actually, following what you just said, I really miss it on Malvinas Gaming more group control to stop Joy, to stop, for example, the Moskov. Vexana was really hard to catch because have a really good distance skill. You don't need to get the melee style to provide damage, but I'm not sure what could fit better, but if you decided to bring a little more group control, it will be probably easier to stop those engages, those initiations of Joy, of Lucas. Most of don't initiate, they don't go all out on the front lane to start hitting, but it will be at least help for Movina's gaming team.
I think for the sole idea so far, I kind of get it why they want to try and go for the pickoff method. They were just hoping probably you can target the Moskov better, probably you can target the Vexana better, or probably there might be a bigger chance those heavy chain CC moments that you can actually play. Hopefully, getting the joy. But so far, because of the area from Corinthians, they are able to handle through all of that. Malvinus Gaming was just like, I think I can catch that one, but never mind, it's too far. There is already a frontliner in front. I can't go to the back. How do I catch it? So I think they really need to divert. Probably the pickup method can work, but they need the area to do so. I agree with what you said, Gabriel.
And actually, the pickup method with Selena and Show, it worked yesterday. We have on the Rage game the Selena MVP of the match, the rookie MVP of the match. So it was a really good match. It worked really well. And here on our YouTube chat, the HS officials ask Selena mid, no power to clean wave. That's why it's called the double mid. It's not just Selena mid. It's Selena and Cho. They are rotating together to gank, to provide assist for the jungle. They are all the time together because the Selena dropped the first skill and Cho with the Jet Condor had a really good and fast clean wave. But in this match, it didn't work because the pickups didn't work. The Moskov was really good. Vexana with the stun was helping not to get engaged by Cho, and that's why I think didn't work. But the idea, it's not that bad. It's really good actually because you have a fast clean wave, you have a fast gank, and you have a really good pickup potential. But it needs to get used properly, and it didn't happen on this match.
I think it's for the fact that both of these combinations, they are enablers, but the question is who can be the finisher? Because if you bring out the Suyo during that team fight so far, the only hits that I've seen who really made an impact is how you try to come in and take the objective. But since after that, most of the team fights executed, I don't really see much of the soul effort being used, or probably it's just charged up, ready to help, and hoping that Niyashino can rise up to the occasion and be the finisher later on. But again, uh, the people they try to catch is just way too far behind on the back. So the question is, okay, I have the burst potential, but burst who?
Yes. Who? You didn't have the
Who?
person, the hero to burst.
And since everybody was in the front, all you can do is just burst everything down in the front. And For now, we're entering the drafting phase for game number 2. They switch sides here. And because they switch sides, they respect even bringing down and even banning their own Joy from Corinthians because they know the potential. They know how to play it well. So instead of, I think I'm not going to face that today. Never mind. Let's just ban it.
Yes, the first pick changed. Now Malvinas Gaming has the first pick, so Corinthians won't play against Joy. We just saw what Joy can do if played properly. And Zuxing, okay, Matilda, same. I want to see Fovios today, so let's hope that he don't get blocked in every single match. And Harriet and Louis are the bands from Malvinas Gaming. I'm not sure how to go with the first pick. You get Suyu again, you get Ranger. A lot of things still open. I'm not sure what strategy Malvinas Gaming want to play with.
Okay, and the
Suyu,
first lock
okay.
is on the Suyo. Yeah. I think next would be good. Probably referring back in the first day, Granger Gatot Gacha, Ranger Hylas, or they won the Granger Selena combination. That would be very broken.
Yeah, we both agree that the best pick in this scenario could be the Granger. But let's see if Corinthians has another strategy. But in this stage, we don't know because no, that's perfect. We are really good, Faye. Granger for Corinthians team.
We have to be on a streak, Gabriel. Let's go.
Come on. Badang!
Oh yeah,
my god, I
Badang,
forgot
it's not
it.
bad.
Wow.
Oh wow, okay. This would be a very great combination. But since Corinthians got the Badang, Malvinas has a chance to get the Gatot Kacha if they want. I think Gatot Kacha and a mage would help. Or probably since you know that it's already a Granger, you can just opt to the Irithel for Niyashino. Because we've seen that he's very comfortable with that. But instead of getting the Gatot Kacha, it's a Khalid.
I'm not sure. I like it, the Khalid now. If I were Malvinas Gaming head coach, I would wait a little more because I don't think Khalid will be banned by Corinthians and could be as an element of surprise. But you just showed Khalid, you probably will get a group control. You can receive a counter pick with Katakacha or Hilda. So I think it was too early for this pick.
I think it's just for the fact that you want to provide vision. So I feel that Malvinas Gaming would really want to handle onto the situation here. That that's out. Vision is in. It's quite single targeted, but if the Selena Badang combo can be executed well, long range heroes like Ranger and Selena would be very good. The question now, who will reach to the back again from Malvinas Gaming? Sure, the Raging Sandstorm will hit, but if it's the Granger and Selena, it's just way too far. And right on point, Gabriel, as you said, Corinthians just ban out the Hilda. You can't have anyone who is already tanky or just bringing out a big axe and just chasing everyone at the back. The formation will be just...
What a beautiful block by Malvinas Gaming. Luis is really famous by his show. He used to be the top one LATAM show. And by LATAM, I mean all the regions, because he was in the global scenario, but I'm not sure if he was like top 50 down. But he is the best show on LATAM scenario nowadays, and they are really trying to avoid frontline. Hilda it's a really good tank, has a really good sustain. Hylos has a really good sustain, and but you choose to ban Hilda and Hylos, you are literally letting all the mages stay. So you can get Forza, you can get Valentina, you can get what else? Vexana. I'm not sure if it was the best strategy.
Opting to ban out the alpha, it's quite risky to be honest. Sure, they don't have the jungler yet, but remember that enablers that we've talked before, Corinthians, if they manage to get a Gatot Kacha now with the Badang, Malvinus Gaming will be in big trouble if they try to secure that first.
Yes, I'm not sure if I understand this alpha ban because they already Chichi was a really good pick, but they already banned Hylos and Hilda, and we both know that true damage of Alpha is really good against those two heroes. I'm not sure if I understood the ban of Malvinas Gaming.
I think for me, it's just rather than out of strategies, they just purely just want to ban a jungler because seeing that Corinthians they don't have a jungler yet. But I've seen from my point of view, to be honest, they really need to narrow down the EXP because if Corinthians got like for right now it's locked into Chi. I was afraid that they would actually lock on the Gatot Gacha, but now when they got the Chi, any hero at all, you want to play the Lucas, you want to play the Khalid, it's just easily caught on by the Chi. And Novaria, good pick. Take away the area situation for now, so even though there's a Granger and Selena, there's still someone to have a longer range to go head to head. But the last pick for Corinthians jungle, what do you think is best, Gabriel?
Oh my god, I'm not sure if I'm really not sure. You cannot try an assassin here, and oh my god, okay,
Wow,
Alice
really?
jungle. Wow, Corinthians
Alice
is
jungle
really
for
innovating
Brazil.
here. I wasn't expecting that.
Wow.
I would never say Alice in my entire life. And okay, surprising. Let's see how it works.
I think for so far those type of drafts, it will be quite experimental wise because if you really want to drag into the data details, we see Alice pick was just recently brought up in MPLPH from this week, so would be quite interesting to see for Corinthians on how they try to execute it quite well. So let's see for match number 1 and 2. Let's just dive into the Corinthians in us. Will this be the ending game for 0? Be equalized so that Malvina still gets to prolong this first match.
Let's go, let's go. Vey, I have a controversial opinion. I don't like Novaria.
What's that? What's that? Oh, what's wrong with that?
I don't think it's a good pick for championships because, okay, you can get a good vision. You can. Oh, look at the invade! Look at the invade. Okay, Luis is getting vision with the Badang. It's helping a lot. Okay, now Novaria just stolen the grass rabbit, and everything I was saying doesn't matter anymore. Thanks to Novaria.
I mean, like, I understand your take from there. It doesn't dismiss it at all. I would like to try and elaborate it, but for now, I think Novaria is just solely used to like spot out any heroes that you can probably see because you're on the Khalid. You're not as thick of a tank. If you keep on getting stunned by Frost, and a combination with Louise would be a very very a hard take on here. And since you know Buzicho is just playing on the Alice, you really need to get out of the range. So I think Novaria, in a sense, is just for that. But I do know now from what you said, I rather pick up the Farsha if they get the chance. You still get the range, but there's more of a burst potential there.
Yes, and really more damage. Because, okay, if Novaria could hit the Astral Meteor, it's a good damage. The good vision with the Astral Echo that they just use it now. But I think I need more. And oh my god, look at Selena!
Right on the pathway, first blood just secured like that. And so far, since you hit that abyssal arrow so well, plus the badang here, this is what we've talked before in the draft. Nation, you get the scaling, you get the range. It was so good. Even without Upatsi on the Granger joining in that team fight, they were able to execute it so well. On top, since you go head to head between the Granger and also the Irthel, it won't be a very good matchup in the early game if you try to rush it from Yasuno. And look, even with both range heroes, Frost on the Selena, it was proven in day one, he was able to control that quite well too. So even with the Novaria, I'm not scared. Let's just go. Both range. I can do that too.
Yes, and Frost is connecting really well those Absol's arrows. He's not missing. What's up, man? He's playing really good. And we have the turtle open. The turtle still not visioned by the teams. They aren't able to start. And look at this. Nyazinho just went down to help his teammates.
Helping his teammate is just sure, but the presence though for both marksmen, it was kind of hard there. Ufatsi still gets the lead, but Unleash the Beast is just out. But because of the Alice, it was just enabling through all of that retribution power still on fire for Malvinus Gaming. But it's just not enough to disperse through all of that. The team fight potential from Corinthians is just way too strong.
Okay, you got a turtle. Congratulations, Malvinas. But you gave 4 kills to Corinthians. You gave a kill to Buzizio, a kill for Frost, a kill for Upa, a kill for Akashi. Now you got all the turret gold to Buzizio, to Akashi. I'm not sure if it was the best strategy. And oh my god, look at this. Buzizio is coming on the purple buff of the Malvinas Gaming. And Corinthians has a really good early gaming.
With the early control from Corinthians right now, like this, fist crack opened. Good thing Keith wasn't picked off. The support from Upatsi, they just tried to zone out so you get the turret first. It's not solely just for the kill. And even Akashi gets the chance to just try to cut the lane. He didn't even mention that Fuel is just there hovering around. And since because of that, I think it's just way easier for the Chi-Chi to just like take the turret down bottom lane.
And look at the bottom lane, look at Chi-Chi. It's going up against Phil. Almost get a kill, but look at that. Oz is going and no. He decided not to chase Akashi. Chi-Chi is now regenerating almost half of his life. Yeah, really, really, really hard to continue this team fight. And Corinthians is all win almost.
With all of those things that they are trying to pull out, like right now, Akashi too deep into the problem, and even with the curtain call, is still able to survive through all since he's enemy territory. Just be a distraction right now for Buzizio getting that turtle, even definite in middle of everything, hitting well with the heavy crossbow. It just doesn't sustain that much. Buzizio tanking a lot of damage and even sucking a lot of HPs now. just way too good of a play executed by Corinthians during the fight.
And now another advantage for Corinthians. Malvinas Gaming trying to respond on the game, but it's not working. Alice is doing the purple buff now. Another advantage of map by Corinthians. Let's see how it works, because Malvinas Gaming, if they want to continue on the game, need a lot to get a respondent. Look at that team fight. Another amazing start by Buzicio. And okay, that's Alice. I'm here, I'm not here anymore. Bye-bye.
Okay, teleporting in and out, of course, but a mega kill secured again by Upatsi, and even a mega kill for the Alice. Buzicio is just not on fire with jumpers using this Alice. Indians gameplay, and even down, not 8th minute mark yet, they are able to tone down even 2 tier 2 turrets down to the 3. This team is just really on fire with around 8k in the 8th-minute mark. Not good for Melvin Gaming.
Yes, not good. And the gap between the goal of both teams is now almost 10k, 8k to be more exactly. Lord is started by Buzicio. It's a really tough decision for Malvinas Gaming. What they're going to do? We can see Suyu on the bottom lane trying to get a turret, but the pressure that Corinthians is making, it's really hard. It's really harsh. You can see Aus now doing the jungle of Corinthians because he don't have his jungle anymore. Froslanev getting vision. Oh, almost connect the Abyssal Arrow. Let's see what Malvinas can do to try to survive.
Okay, Fish Crack just bend quite easily there. Also, good pressuring from Corinthians. Lord even more playing. And I think they're still right, because like freezing on the lane are really setting up for the 3-lane push.
Yes, and not surprising, the Malvinas jungle now completely belongs to Corinthians.
Open up right now, Corinthians alone. And so Malvin has the high ground advantage here when they're in, and even Corinthians, they cannot enter too early or even too rush, knowing that if they enter between aggro to Kiev, that's not smart.
And another team fight that just started. Upatsi providing a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage. Upatsi is just now unstoppable. Zishu cleaning, and look at the Kiev. Kiev is now getting a lot of damage. Buzicio started another team fight for Corinthians. Oh well, Buzicio, be careful. You're not on your spot anymore. Now, oh, look at that, Luis, with a beautiful play. Double kill for Upatsi, and the turret is destroyed. Corinthians is going for all-in. Let's see.
Okay, all-in gameplay, of course, by Corinthians. During that fight, Luis almost taken down. Kiev but melted down just like that. Even Frost getting the hit so well. Luis with the aggro turret tanking too much. Finally gets to be turned down. Corinthians, since no more frontliner for them, I think it's just better to step back first.
Yes, and Chi-Chi is playing really, really nice doing the front lane, engaging, getting out. Luis just provided us a really beautiful initiation, a really beautiful engage, and the combo with his flash spell. Malvinas Gaming is trying to respond, but it's really hard. Look at Akashi. Look at Akashi. Alone against 4. Almost kill field. So it's a really, really difficult situation for Malvinas Gaming now.
For Malvinas Gaming, what they can do is just okay. Good thing they still try to take the initiative to let's just play the far lane. If ever we can try and take one turret, it's still a gain from there. But I think it's more important where Malvinas Gaming needs to be ready whenever Corinthians try to hit hard. And even if right now they are bringing the evolved with the potential to just like strike into the base. So I think from Corinthians, they really need to divert the Lord out instead of just forcing it in. So Malvinas Gaming still has a chance if they try to divert the Lord, but from Corinthians, they are just forcing it out. Lord even concealed play is triggered right now. Abyssal arrow taken in, but even the fist crack and also the fist break almost triggered out. Missed the hit, but thank God Unleash the Beast is still a very, very heavy tank rotation there with a winter quite well by Buzicio, but tanking too much damage right now. It is unstoppable for Corinthians to just seal the deal 2-0 for match number 1.
And match number 1 is now finished. Corinthians, it's the great winner, 2-0. Okay, we can start seeing the highlights. Really good started by Akashi getting the first kill. Wupatsi, we know the matchup, the Irritel against the Granger. It's not even comparable because Granger is a lot stronger in the mid game and the early game. In the late game, you need to get to see your composition. But Akashi, it's a little over on display, but played really well. And by the minute number 7, it was already a snowball for the Brazilian team.
They try games and for Corinthians, they finish up. No matter how hard they try, they just through even from that great combination. The Selena, plus you combine it with the bang, it's just wowie too much.
Yes, and actually, the Corinthians composition now had Selena, but it wasn't a properly pick-off composition per se, because okay, you have Badang that could follow the Absol arrow of Selena, but you already have Chichi that helped on team fight. You had the Granger that it's an amazing marksman, a really explosive damage. And you have Alice that could give you a really good sustain. In the last, if I'm not wrong, but in the GG play, I think Musizio was like 10, 11 seconds dealt damage on the Nexus, on the Crystal. So look at that, it's a really sustainable. And yeah, the Musizio came on this match with the emblem of the Imperator. So again, extra skill damage, restore mana on hit. If you deal damage with skills, deals 4% of target's max HP, and adaptive damage, restoring 2% on each hit. So it's the perfect match emblem for Alice.
And with all far finally executed Corinthians and the idea of trying it out, it's a different league. You don't know if it works in your region or not. This so just nations bring up with the draft between Corinthians and Malvinas Gaming.
Yes, and you can see 9 terrorists against 1, 2 lords, each turtle for each side, but in the Malvinas Gaming turtle, when they could steal the turtle. They lost 4 players. It wasn't a really good trade because you got a kill for Upati, Frost, Uziju, and Akashi. Uh, for the purple and orange buffs has in the 12th minute, Malvina's jungle belonged completely to Corinthians. So it was a classic example of the snowball.
Mhm. Since I think it's just mainly snowball. Other than Buzicio, other than the perks of your going up against those, it's basically already a natural counter. And then you got Upatsi, who was just really unstoppable. It was a very great investment in the early game to get the Sky Piercer. And then again and again turning down Miyashino. And well, Granger is a Granger. You got the stacks. You got the Sky Piercer. It's a really done deal. And we can even see from the damage dealt wise, of course, it's on the side of Corinthians. And turret damage wise, and also even the total heal for everything. So far, during by the stats, it's very, very high to see from overall of the team right here. But since, you get the Alice. So the total heal, we're just standing right in the middle of the whole fight. It would be very immense.
Yes, and that's only the first game of the day. We already have the Corinthians on the next phase, let's say that, because you have now more games. And I'm really looking forward to see the next games because this Corinthians games just started really on fire. They are showing what they are here for.
And Upatsi, the MVP of the game here with the 805 KDA on the Granger. It is truly well deserved. You can see from the highlights on how in the early game you get the shoot in. Miyashino was just barely surviving in a lot of situations. And if you're on the Irithel, you just really gotta scale up. But on the other hand, you're going up against Upatsi. You already made a statement. It's going to be a very spicy game, and he was really well executed overall. And we're talking a lot of the times when you get the gain on the Granger, you can just join in on the team fight. And since everybody is just fronting for you, it will be just a very, very good time to open up the Rhapsody, to just aim at the Death Sonata, and be the finisher of the team.
Yes. And Faye, let me ask you something. Do you see the Moontoons sponsor right now down here, down our names? But you know what I'm going to say about the Bonox. If you want to recharge your diamonds with 5% discount, head over to bonox.com and use the code BNXMPL3. The purchase is fast, secure, and super easy. And if you got this code, it's for a limited time. So don't miss out. 1,000 of players already trust Bonox.com to recharge their diamonds. I want a little recharge. I need some skills. I need those the Selena skin. So I'm going ahead to Bonox after the break. So
Okay, amazing skin from like the Zenith skin, if I'm not mistaken. So guys, what are you waiting for? Go recharge now. You get a discount. So 100%. So let's go.
yes. And we also have the community game. You know what community game is. The community gaming is the ultimate platform offering esports competition, professional and automated payment solutions for the community. Host tournaments for all types of games, especially Mobile Legends. We provide the tools and full support to organize your esport events. Whether you want to compete or host your own tournament, just visit communitygaming.io right now and started your own championship or participate, host, celebrate. Do what you want because community game
Ooh.
helps you.
Okay, of course, you can just go to the website and check it out by yourselves. But between match number 1 and match number 2, every one of us needs to prep before it to start. So, well, guys, see you after the short break.
Hello, everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground, dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has 2 parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap.
Welcome back to MPL LATAM Season 3 with me still, Faye, and also Gabriel reporting for duty.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you all, folks. My name is Gabriel, and if you want to know more about who I am, what I do for my life, just follow me on Instagram, Gabriel, and Faye also has a really good Instagram.
Okay, so guys, you can just check it out. Both of our tags are down from our caster name, so you're very, very welcome. Let's just link up on IG or even TikTok.
Yes, and now we have the Alpha 7 and Infinity game. And I'm really looking forward to those matches because if you, as we spoke before, the Alpha 7 is basically the junction of RRQ Akira and BTR, because you have Tekashi King and Gusta Lagusta from RRQ Akira, and Syndra and Vagin for the BTR team. They just mescled it together, and now you have the Alpha 7 Esports. And on the other hand, you have Infinity Sport, that is a Costa Rican esports organization, and you have the Brucey, Explainer, ZZ Jungle, Lionel on the middle, Doom at the gold lane, and Funboy, miss my bro, Funboy as a roamer.
And so far, those players, they played very well since day one that we can see. So I think for day 2, the type of matches that you guys can expect is just going to get way harder and harder. It will be more exciting after each match. So of course, stay tuned, because let's not forget, there will be a little giveaway, I hear. You get earn diamonds later on watching in the live stream. Let's not forget, there will be a lot of discount codes for if you guys miss it. You can just rewind a bit before the break, so you can guys also top up at bonox.com.
Yes, and okay, the 2 teams. The Infinity yesterday just lost to the 9Z Globant, the Argentinian team. It was 2-0. The first match, it was a really good match where Infinity controlled the early and the mid game. On the late game, they was a little too focused on getting turrets that they just couldn't achieve the team fight and lost the Lord. And in that way, 9Z Globant just won the game. And the Alpha 7 just lost to DreamMax Esports on a completely BO3 series. It was a really beautiful matches. So I'm hoping that in this match we have a completely best of 3 too.
So let's see. Well, I think for now, between Infinity and also Alpha 7, both games were, I might say, quite fast in the first day. So I think they both, of course, know what they're going to do, what will happen, except for the game from Alpha 7, if I'm not mistaken. It went into game 3 even. And it was a very good fight, and you can see how hard that Alpha 7 has the resilience to just like, okay, it's okay, let's just pull it back and forth, even from the early game, even at the late game, we can still win, we can still control the power. But as long as they don't slip up, both of these teams, I am quite sure that it will be a very fun match to watch.
it well. And we have a lot of players that are used to go on the top stages of the scenario. Just remembering the players of Alpha 7, they went to the EWC, the Esports World Championship on Saudi Arabia last year. They went to the M4, M5. I'm not sure if all of them went to M6 though, but it's a players that are really used to this competition. Same as the players of Infinity, because Funboy is a name of the LATAM scenario that is used to play a lot of championships. Almost won the last Snapdragon championship. MPL LATAM Season 2, they lost to Bigatron Sons and get the fourth place. So both teams are really used to this, and we can only hope the best of this match.
And so far, I think I might say the more experience they have, I think there will be more advantage to that. And for a global scene, I think from a lot of players from Alpha 7 would have advantage from that, because you actually go against the teams that were top teams from their own country and also each regions. But I'm pretty sure it will be also an adaptive thing for Team Infinity to go up against Alpha 7 later on in match number 2. So let's see how it goes and how well the drafts will be executed later on, because I'm quite interested to see how they will play it, because like from day number 1, I am surprised to see the Baksha is used as a roamer. After the patch buff, of course, it is viable and you're able to do that too, but I'm just really quite excited to see those type of heroes show up in day number 1.
Yes, and are you ready for a fun fact?
Ooh, what's that?
We just saw the Corinthians match now, and did you know that Akashi, Upatsi, and Pusigio in the last season played for the Alpha 7?
Oh yeah, there was a team transfer, if I'm not mistaken, and a trio transfer. I think it should be a very strong pillar for the team.
Yes, they got the trio went to Corinthians, and the RQ trio came to Alpha 7. So it was a really good change, a really good transfer. And now we have a really good picks and bans. So let's start the draft, because you won't have Ranger, Louis, and Joy, neither Suyu and Zuxan. Let's see what their
Okay.
strategy. And Ophios is open so far. So far.
So let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. Okay.
I won't.
But
I won't. I
I would
swear.
like to say, I hope it's not a jinx, because I really want to see the Fulvius too. Because like, even if you trap this TC, it will just still be a menace in laning phase and the match later on or during team fights overall. And because I think for me, from Infinity and Alpha 7, and a lot of players actually go way back, and it's more of a targeted ban here, well, while still going cross-checking into the meta. But the last ban secured. However,
Harry.
to that, ooh, Phobius is open.
I like it. Let's see. But you have actually a lot of things open. So
Yeah.
yeah, I would say Phobius is a really good first pick.
Even if the is given to Infinity, Alpha 7 still can take the Fanny, or either Infinity wants to deny it, but the first pick they prioritize is the Hilda for Rusi. Okay, so for Alpha 7, Fanny's very open. Kingzilla killed it playing it. But turns out
Wow.
they opted out for the Alpha and also the Matilda. It's just
Matilda!
both open. Yeah, I thought about the Matilda Phobius combination, but turns out let's just secure the Matilda Alpha first, so we can actually see will this Hilda be an EXP lane or a Hilda rogue later on.
Yes, and can I bring you another information?
Ooh, what's that? What's that?
Gusta Lagusta on the MPL Season 1 was the player with the most kills in history, with 74 kills in that season. And in the
Ooh,
MPL Season
okay.
2, the jungle Kingzilla was with Aurora, the players with the most kills in MPL, 103 kills.
Both killing machines in one team now. Alpha 7 should be a very hard stop on that. Infinity picked up the CC. I think they are ready for a Fulvius. They certainly want to, but turns out they opted out the Vexana for Alpha 7. So might be a chance it can be banned out for the second banning phase for Fulvius.
Yes, because it's not that you use it, but you can have Julian on the mid lane as a mage.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, they're blocking the roamers. You can also have Angela on the mid lane, but let's see what they're up to, because Carrie and Angela won't be appearing in this match.
Oh, okay. Smart ban for Infinity, to be honest. It will be a very solid lineup if Alpha 7 gets to secure the Fulvius and gets the carry. That would solid be unstoppable, but yeah, let's see about the execution later on. For Alpha 7 last ban, since we won't be seeing the carry, we can probably narrow down a bit on the marksman first, or down on the mid laner, since that Infinity they just secured on the Julian, even though it can be a cheese pick and divert into the mid lane. But Sicilian is the choice for Alpha 7 to close down.
Okay, I won't be mad at that, but I'm not sure if it was a great block, because you have a lot of mages that could do a lot more damage than Sicilian. Infinity is going against the marksman, so no Moskov, no carry. Not sure what Gusta Gusta will do in this match, but yeah, still
Mm,
missing one XP laner on the Alpha 17. Let's see what they're bringing now.
uh-huh. Alpha 7, if they want to opt out for Gusa's choice, you can have the Cloud, you still have the 1-1 that we've seen before. Probably a occasional Matrix can come
Bruno.
out, but Bruno is their choice. So whatever range Infinity's marksman will be, they're ready to counter on that. Oh, healer
Okay.
Florin.
That I
Global
wasn't
press
expecting.
ready. Go for the mid lane. The jungle. Irithel, okay. Still good pick, still good matchup against the Bruno. So I think this will be
Yes.
a confirmed Julian jungle, Florin mid. Romer Hilda?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Julian
so.
Jungle.
And for Alpha 7,
Flooring
last
mid.
pick.
Let's they need an XP laner.
This is a clear go. Get the Phobius. It's open.
I'm not sure they're going with Phobius.
How about the Cho? we've seen Vagun be a
Lucas,
on that.
okay.
Or Lucas. Okay. So okay, Vaguin opted out on the Matilda, then Takashi gets the Lucas. Still a good lineup, still a good pick. I think it's more bodily heavy for Alpha 7 if you have the Lucas to sustain. But you gotta watch out for the CC. Again, natural counter, but through all of these drafts from both teams, Gabriel, which one do you like most?
Mm, actually, for if I'm being honest, I prefer the Alpha 7. I'm not a huge fan of teams that don't have a mage carrying. For example, Vexana has a really good spot, a really good damage, and in the other hand, you won't see the mid laners, the Lion. Oh my god! It's CT me. It's Chi on the mid lane.
CC me. Okay. Wow, bit of a flashback though.
Wow.
But it's okay, still can be executed. Quite a cheese pick though. So that will go. But so should be okay. So the Florin will be okay. Florin will be on the roamer side, full on healer mode. CC in the mid lane. If I'm not mistaken, is it product from the Philippines or product from Indonesia? Oh, for the mid lane. Because it's a very niche thing to play on. But, I mean, it's all about experimental wise. You can see from the top tier MPL leagues still kind of plays that. So, I think it's still be viable for Team Infinity to do so. What do you think about it, Gregory?
Okay, I'm not sure if I like it. They clearly lost a little during the drafting phase. But let's see how it works. Julian on the jungle, it's really good, it's really strong, it can go really well. But I'm still missing more damage from the mages. Now Vagin is going to try to get a little damage on Doom. And First Blood, we didn't even saw it! First Blood on Takashi!
Ooh. Okay, so that's a very good trick, and since you got that gain in the top lane, it's just full gold funneling down to ZC, which is a very good thing to help on to the jungler. And since you already got mostly like 200 gold, you can secure your boots now from that. And getting that turtle quite well, it's even a free thing because knowing that Rusi finding information that Alpha 7 will be full blown down in the bottom lane. Even Lionel on the CC quite going aggressively. Rusi taken down by Gusta coming in right on time, but Lionel too deep in the invade. Alpha 7 still gets the chance to even find a way to defend their purple buff.
They defend the purple buff. Bruno and Vexana gets an important kill and an early kill. Kingzilla is responding the invade. It's getting the jungle of the Infinity. Okay, really good changes. This match started looking like Infinity will control the initiations, but with a wrong team fight, Alpha 7 could not only get two important kills, but it also have now the control of the gold difference.
Mm-hmm. I think I do really agree. Infinity, they have the upper hand on the initiations, but at the same time, you gotta rely on just a Julian for now. If you're talking about the late but on the other hand, Alpha 7, they are ready for a response. The response is going over the Alpha since they want to go into team fight like this. Gusta still gets to survive and just Bagwin taken down, but it's a bit hard there. Heavy crossbow is not triggered yet, but with a combination between probably the enhanced chains and also the blades from ZZ, it would be a very big problem to try to suppress that Gusta.
Okay, and Gusta didn't want to go to his base. And look at Lionel, a lot of damage suffering, and Chi-Chi just got his ultimate. Okay, it's not a good strategy to go against and spend resources on Chi-Chi.
Okay, Chi-Chi is up. No more curtain call. No more zoning out Rusi from the back trying to hit anyone at all. Eternal Guard forced out just quite well. And since two vision openers are just quite there, zoning so well by Rusi and also Lionel. Turtle slain just like that for ZZ.
Okay, another turtle for the Infinity team. A really good play. They just... Oh my god, ultimate and a beautiful flash for Funboy. Unnecessarily flash for Vaguinho. And okay, I'm really enjoying the swapping strategies that both teams are doing. Look at Kingzilla on the mid lane, Lionel hurting. Oh, wow. It just went really wrong. You didn't, King.
Uh-huh. The curtain call from Lionel actually restrained down the Spear of Alpha not reaching their own range potential, but Vaguin almost initiated too well by Rusi, spotting him out. Since you're a Matilda, you still can fly away, so still no problem from that. But on the other hand, Alpha 7, they just keep on focus on farming and everything. I think the only way they can try to get is like, let's just try and suppress Gusta. But since you have the Matilda on board, it's pretty hard to catch her, let's say.
Yes, and you just saw the Oracle done it by the Hilda. You know, the unique passive is that receive shield and HP regeneration effects, increase it by 30%. So really, really good item for Matilda.
And since you get the early stages like that, and so far this is the third turtle. If Infinity gets it, I think it would be a clean one for them. But let's see how Alpha 7 is going to take back what's there. Because like they at this point they are able to put on a good team fight.
Yes, and oh my god, look at Kingzilla, a lot of damage dealt by the Rusi, and it almost get a kill! Lionel almost really messed it, and another turtle slain by the Infinity team. Now it's 3 turtles against none.
Against none is of course a very well executed gameplay by both teams for what happened during at the turtle fight. And since you get that early potential, I think rotation wise should be starting right now. Everybody has their spikes, I guess. And so far, as long as you can see where Lionel is, or probably trying to invade, you can just bait it out here and there because Alpha 7 has the higher potential to prolong another team fight. The question is, can they pull back in and out for the team fight long enough for them to still able to survive all of that? For right now, dive into it by Infinity quite wisely took out Kingzilla, almost getting a kill, but one objective is just their key for Infinity.
Yes, Infinity got 2 turrets down. The top and the bottom lane turrets is just down. So Alpha 17 now it's a little more united to try to get a good team fight. And let's see what happens because Kingzilla is getting a really hard time to get his jungle back. The Infinity team has the control and the advantage of the map, and that looks a bait.
And so far, like Kingzilla, since that he didn't get the chance to like get all of the objectives like Infinity does, so I really need to write points. But since Gusta wasn't suppressed too much, he still be able to survive through that.
Yes, and Lord is now started by the Infinity team. And look at Tekashi, Lionel. Oh my god, Kingzilla, a lot of damage dealt to Vagin. Okay, a great team fight for Alpha 7. Gusta destroyed the mid lane turret. Vagin is now, slain it by Tizi. And oh my god, look at that. Which one you get? And the Lord was slain by Alpha 7. What a beautiful smite for the jungle, the Kingzilla. And that's how Alpha 7 just get back on the game. A beautiful team play, a beautiful strategy for Alpha 7, the Brazilian team. And Gusta get the mid-though turret. Kingzilla gets the turtle, the Lord. And wow, what a really good reset of the Alpha 7 mentality. You get now Russi trying to split the top lane. And V, what a beautiful play.
Okay, so far Alpha 7 is just marching in with the Lord, so able to survive current call triggered, but hits Vaguin and also Takashi too much in the front. But Alpha 7 so far, without much gold lead, they're still able to control more of the area of Infinity. Zoned out quite well and even getting that tier 2 turret. Gusta so far is still on fire. Spear of Alpha pulled out defensively. I think they really need to disperse this game fight here. Try to drag it out and try to take the Lord first.
Yes, a really good engage and initiation for Alpha 7. And look at that Takashi focused by Lionel. I don't think he could handle. And oh my god, what a beautiful play!
Okay, still executed quite well. Russi finding an eye, finding Takashi. He got information that he's low, but still one is recalling from Alpha 7. Got chewed out from the area of the Lord, but since it's not there yet, they got a chance.
Yes, I really like it. The Infinity aggression trying to control back the game. And just like that, we have a game. Because no more advantage for any of the teams. The gold is really, really similar between both teams. And let's see what the strategy, let's see what they're going to do. Which won the team fight, because we have Lord in 20 seconds.
Okay, 20 seconds is on the countdown as Gabriel. I think so far, since Russi is hovering over there, it will be a greater information from Infinity. But Alpha 7 has the firepower now if they really want to try to fight. Again, the potential in their draft should be able to help them quite well, because most of their resources they can actually just gain back quite well because of the cooldown time. So I think Alpha 7 could have the upper hand if they try to force out a team fight. But as long as ZZ and Doom gets a good position and gets to burst everyone down and still sustain, after that a lot of team fight, picking one out, Kingzilla. Almost spotted out, but since Guiding Wind is still there, again, this type of gameplays, it's going to be very prolonged by Alpha 7.
Yes, and meanwhile the bottom lane is pushed by the Alpha 7 team. Takashi is trying to get the front lane, and Kingzilla is already full HP. So let's see what they're going to do in this next team fight.
I mean, gaining back the HP on the Alpha, it's going to be pretty easy. But the thing is that Alpha 7, I think they are trying to find someone first other than Russi or probably Lionel to burst down. Half HP, Lord Dance is just pulled in here and there. Alpha 7, they're just waiting for a good moment here. So far, out there, Vagwin! Taken down just like that by the Eternal Guard, and also the Spirit of Alpha fully committed. Kingzilla down to double kill for Infinity. Wow, Russi! They spotted out that moment quite well and even pushed Alpha 7 back. No more retribution power here in Infinity. They spot and sniffed out a good moment.
and the double Q goes to the Hilda, the Lord goes to Infinity, and we have a really good initiation for the Costa Rican team.
But from Alpha 7, I think they should be okay. They still have Gusa, they still have Syndra. On the Vexana, we know that the high ground defense potential there is it's quite high for the Vexana, I might say. Infinity marching in with the Lord. No 3 lane push, just pressuring from the mid and entering from the top. So I think they will opt out a 1 lane thing. So try to keep on going. No conceal plate out yet. King's Wings purchased in. Eternal forced out open defensively. Good thing you can still clear that up. But the thing is, I think it should be down. Enhanced chains almost getting a kill, but Gusa is able to bounce back.
Yes, and now Infinity got super minions on the top and the mid lanes. It just got a little more harder for Alpha 7 to control the game. But one good team fight could change everything. Let's see what they are going to do. Takashi should split the top lane because the pressure the super minions now are going to made on Alpha 7 squad is really hush.
Okay, just one more tier 3 turret. Alpha 7 is hanging so far because the early game, I really didn't know like what could be broken down by Alpha 7 because like a lot of the chances that they are able to take, they took it. The aggressiveness I see Kingzilla in day number 1, I don't think that it can be enabled down using the Alpha. So like I would like to see that aggressive style from Gusa and also Kingzilla.
Yes, and now is 23 seconds until the Lord. Can Alpha 7 contest it successfully?
So let's see, of course. I think at this point, Infinity's draft should be more solid entering on the late game. Alpha is just, if you're on the late game, it's just purely for sustain. But Rusi, caught in the moment, a lot of things popped up. The Eternal Guard was out. I think Worldy wasn't triggered, so it's still good. But the Guiding Wind, even quite early on. The Lord Infinity, a very good chance Alpha 7 still can put out a good team fight. Again, late game, it's going to be hard for Alpha 7 because like, most Infinity is still going to stay quite well. You just gotta handle out the Gusa for pure damage wise. So I think would be quite a bit hard here, but still a chance for them to take the Lord.
And Takashi is unable to do the front lane because when he tries to, he already really damaged. So Alpha 7 it's getting a hard time now. Lord Volvet, we have the last Lord, and Lionel is going up against Takashi and Vagin.
Okay, Rusi spotting out again. Takashi quite aggressively early there. Okay, pulled in quite early. Too much in front of ZZ. Actually, Lionel zoning out quite, even pushing but Gusta got that kill. Kingzilla pulling in with the Spear of Alpha. But so far, it's just 1v1 for now. But Alpha 7, they really need to go back. Minion Waves wasn't managed down on top. 3-person fight here. I don't think it would be a good favor here in Alpha 7. But as long as they still have Gusta, I think still can sustain a bit a while. Kingzilla too deep for the Alpha, pulling in that Spear of Alpha. So Alpha 7, they really need to pull back because they don't have the firepower to fight this.
Yes, they don't. And what a beautiful ultimate by Florian with the global healing. The Bloom uh, just restored a lot of health of their teammates. Alpha 7 is in a really difficult situation. I'm not sure if they can defend this Lord. Kingzilla is warning now. Yeah, it's a really difficult situation because
Mhm.
Infinity 7 is coming for the all-in.
Okay, all in, but oh, okay, enhanced change even pulled in. Spear of Alpha fully committed, zoned out quite well. A killing spree from ZZ, even a shutdown for Gusa Gusa. Even after all of that team fight, a victory for Team Infinity in game number 1 for match number 2 of the day.
Wow, it was a surprising match because in the early game we saw Infinity getting a turtle, giving two important kills, but they didn't give up. They started playing together, started to do a beautiful team fights using the perfect timing of Fanboy ultimate with the Florian. And just like that, we saw a strong and powerful Infinity.
And throughout, I th- for mostly in number 1, drafts are actually good. But the thing is, there are conditions fit to make it happen, to be able to be enabled by it. Because if we're talking about Alpha 7, you have the early game, you have the late game insurance on the Bruno and also the Alpha. But team fight composition wise, for it, Alpha 7 don't really have the advantage later on in the late game, unlike Infinity, where you can rank up the damage from the Hilda, you have a very thick HP, you have Florian who can actually give global presence and also the healing from all of that. And with the combination of getting Doom, which is a late scaling hero, of course, and the heavy crossbow hits everyone, with the Julian combination, it's just way too much of a menace to handle in the late game.
And I want to say a little about this fluorine emblem, the focusing mark. If you dealt damage to an enemy, it increases damage of your allies by 6% for 3 seconds. So this focusing mark, it really helped Irifel, helped Julian to get perfectly damage on their enemies.
And that is what they did. And so far, because of that, it really helped them out later during the team fight. And we're talking about the all over things, the overall things. So, Team Infinity, they managed to pull somehow, some way, dragging on a lot of game. They try to avoid fighting Alpha 7 in the early game so they don't have the disadvantage of prolonging another later than a late game. And because they managed to avoid it and even pulled it out until almost 20 minutes, Team Infinity managed to get the conditions they need for them to win.
Yes, and Julian was already really strong with the Feeder of Heaven and the concentrated energy. So when he finished the Holy Crystal with plus 185 magic power, he was unstoppable. I won't be surprised if Julian Zizi is our MVP.
Mhm. And overall, I might say that it's about timing this time for this draft. So, it would be a very well executed match if for Alpha 7 if ever they got the early game. But that's it for game number 1. We're still waiting on the MVP later on. And can't wait to see in game number 2 because like where's the aggressiveness style that we've known for like from Gusta Lagusta and also from Kingzilla and the MVP is ZZ.
Yes, 90% kill participation, 27% damage dealt of his team. So it was a really perfect using of the Julian. I'm looking forward to see what Alpha 7 can do for the second game, for the second match, because I'm really not sure if Lucas was the right pick to do against a Gigi, because you had Fovius open. Uh, okay, you also, it's not that usual, but for group control you can use Ruby, Lapu Lapu still usable in certain matchups, and Takashi is a really a player has can play with a lot of heroes. He's really good at maximizing the power of all of heroes, all of soldiers. So I wasn't expecting uh, something different than Lucas. I guess it could be the key to not repeat the same mistakes.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like curious. Why did he didn't opt out the Phovius? Because like Phovius and Matilda plus the Alpha is just a really good solid lineup that I sadly we didn't get to see. Even though it is wide open, it wasn't picked up on play. If they try and get the Phovius, I think Alpha 7 will have a more earlier advantage comparing to Team Infinity, which they can actually force a lot of the team fights and so far still able to survive because between the Phovius and also the Chi, Phovius will so far still win in lane or even by the matchup later on during team fights. But let's see, in game number 2, will it still be out? Will it still be banned? Or it will also not be touched like game number 1?
I'm looking forward to see, because I'm hoping that Alpha 7 give started with a different draft. Yesterday we saw King playing really well using the Fanny. Today he went to the Alpha. It didn't work really great. And Alpha was the first pick of Alpha 7. And as we said during the draft, I wasn't sure if it was the best. I wasn't sure was the best pick on this early stage draft.
Okay, but let's see how it goes later on. Probably they would still want to try the same lineup, or probably they want to opt out. I think since the meta it's more to the assassin jungles, probably Kingzilla would want to utilize it quite well later on. He played quite well on the Suyo, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was the one who made the Suyo work in day number 1. Let me check. Yeah, he was the one who made the Suyo work in day number 1. I remembered the game quite well. So even though if it's not banned out or anything, should be able to be used. Gusta Gusta even he closed the Granger. And even the Chusin pick closed down by Infinity.
Yes, even if Alpha 7 had the first pick, I'm not sure why they blocked the Ranger, neither Matilda. Because it's usual the bans of the second pick, not the first pick. That, that's not
Mm-hmm.
usual.
I think they are I think they're going for a strategy, sorry, for a jungle assassin. Because if you opt out the Matilda, you're less likely to pull up a fighter for the jungle. And since there's no more Loyi, there's no more Chusen on the side, I think teleportation wise, it's just closing down the possibility of a very fast rotation gameplay. So from Alpha 7, I think you can close down maybe another marksman because we know that Gusta Lagusta's hero pool is quite wide. So or probably close respect a jungler. I was just about to say
Wow.
since the Julian was a very menace in game number 1.
Okay, respect ban for Alpha 7. They really respect the MVP Zizi. Oh, enjoy. now is blocked. First pick for Alpha 7, Kingzilla chooses Sukyu. Let's see what the counter pick is going to be.
Even though the Fanny was just wide open and even the Harith is just picked up, because banning out the Granger is one thing, Harith is still wide open. But since you're on the Harith, that means Alpha 7, they have the chance to like probably pick up the Bruno again, or probably you can take up the Irithel. Because if you're dragging onto the late game, it's kind of hard not winning against the Harith. Or take Gusta Lagustas Moskov. Still open.
Yes, Gusta Moskov is really good against Harry, to be honest. And I wouldn't be surprised if Syndra bring us Lunox. I know it's not on the meta, I know it's not that usable, but the matchup against Harith Lunox, it's a really good call, to be honest.
I think it could actually work if Infinity decides to draft like game number 1, where a lot of heals, a lot of shields, and a lot of thick HPs that you can actually melt down with the Lunox. But let's not close up the possibility that probably Gusta can pick up the carry if they really want true damage on that side. But a Vexana and a Cloud, you try to close down the goat laner first, so it's okay, let's just pick it up. You got good crowd control, you got a good pickoff, but a Hylas is taken up by Team Infinity. It's a very good chance. Just ban off the carry.
Yeah, sure. It was the Primor ban. Carry with the truth damage is just melted Hylas, so an important ban. And we know that Harith can go to the jungle, but it's not usual. It's not that usual. So it probably goes to Dune in the gold lane. If I were Alpha 7, I would try to avoid the ZZ jungles, not going by Lucas or Phovius or those bands. And yet, Infinity is avoiding marksmen.
Of course, close down the potential fights or like potential damage wise by Gusta. But again, I'm not worried. His hero pool is quite big, and I'm actually curious on why banning out the Lucas. Because of course, the CC mid lane meta work, but seeing both like Hilda and also Hylas is just a dead giveaway. I think there's a less likely chance to do so. But even if they try to pick it up and then Alpha on Team Infinity, wow, wait, this would be a very good lineup. Bringing up 4 heroes of this Alpha 7, you really need someone to melt Hilda or even Hylas down. And since Vexana is already picked up, I don't think that Syndra is playing the Lunox. They really need a good marksman here. Yeah.
They need a DPS. I
Bruno
think
would be a good
Cloud
choice.
would be.
Oh, Cloud
Yeah,
too.
Bruno
But I think it will
also.
take more
Bruno
time
also.
though. I think it'll take more time. Take the Bruno, take the... Oh, nice. CC, I thought about that. And Cloud was the solution for Gusta Lagusta. Last pick for Team Infinity. What do you think about it, Gabriel?
Okay, it still need to get a middle lane. Probably Novaria. I won't gonna lie. Novaria or Forza. Phovius would be great. Phovius, no, sorry. Faramis would be really good pick for this team. A really good composition for the team fights. Oh, okay, that's on me.
Yes.
That's on me.
That's good. That's good. Good guess and a good take for Team Infinity and also Gabriel. Nice one. And wow, I think I have to give it to Team Infinity on this one. There will be a good chance to stay they can take the 2-0 though.
Perfect draft. A perfect draft. Uh, uh, they were right on the bans of the first phase. The bans of Marksman, Carry, and Moskov to avoid hard time for Hylos and Harif. The last pick with Faramis just help the front line because you have Alpha, you have Hilda, you have Hylas. Okay, you let Harif poke free because you have a lot of sustaining protection to this hero. Okay, I'm really happy to saw the Infinity draft.
And it is indeed a for game number 2 and of the second match of the day. LATAM season 3 is still going on strong, guys. So let's just dive in to the land of dawn. And so far, you can see that Team Infinity's upbringing during this draft. We've already talked that it is a solid lineup. We already talked about how well they can execute it, but again, very much so in conditions that we haven't really talked about it on the second game. I think for me, Alpha 7, they really need to try to ace it as long as Kingzilla can strive and also Gusa gets a good moment. I think it should be okay, but again, Team
Oh my
Infinity,
god!
they cannot go out too well. Ooh, first blood by Syndra, but this is the aggressiveness that I would like to see from Kingzilla. And as long as they can keep that up, Alpha 7 is quite okay and good for early to mid.
Yes, and Vagin has the flash spell, and he chooses not to use it. He could use his jet conduit to get out, and that's what he did. A really good defensive play. Okay, strong start for Alpha 7.
Good start actually for Alpha 7. I do really agree on that. And so far, I think Infinity, they're just finding a good moment. Like right now, Fanboy almost bursted down. A bit of a terrified effect from the Vexana as long as no one has their ultimates yet. Team Infinity, it would be pretty hard if they wanted to force team fights after team fights against Alpha 7.
Yes, and Cyrodiil now slinged by Kingzilla. A really good start for the Alpha 7 team, but to be honest, I think they should play more to the gold lane because the matchup of Harith against the Claude is really strong for Harith.
The
And look
dragon?
at that! Fanboy another time slaying it! What a really good combination of Cho, Sandra, and Kingzilla.
And Team Infinity, they are just watching out from the bushes, even though they were the ones hiding, and so far 2 times they were spotted out by Alpha 7. And again, as long as they can keep it up, all good. Gusta opening up Blazing Duet just to clear out, so faster rotation wise should be initiated by Alpha 7, which is good. See, most of the time the conditions are met for the second game, and so far Alpha 7 is just doing a very great job at it.
Yes, and the Blazing Duet could be an interest strategy for Cloud to farm because he can use his ultimate to farm to clear the wave on the gold lane and just come to the mid to try to improve his growing. Because again, the matchup is really hard and Kingzilla going against Rusi. Tekashi is helping, but okay, it's a Hilda. Hilda used the revitalize, so nothing happened. It's really bold for you to engage on a Hilda.
I think as long as Rusi is able to play around the bushes, Takashi would still able to do so, but it'll just be a hard hit instead of like melting down on the Hilda because we know the CC potential is there. Knowing that the turtle is up right now, Alpha 7 is just getting ready and hovering over the area. Infinity trying to enter in. Rusi eyeing out on that since Takashi is the one holding on back. And Kingzilla with the Soul Sever not triggered yet. And Infinity is just pulling back here and there because we know that ZZ would want that again. We want that turtle so bad, but Kingzilla getting that kill first, then initiating. No more frontliners for Team Infinity. Quite hard
Whoa.
on just relying on the Hylas, but okay, another round popped in again. Good thing Lionel still gets to survive through all of that. Kingzilla gets the turtle, but he is not spared from that team fight.
Wow, Lionel finally got killed. And look, the Russi with Hilda was focused. Funboy with Hylas was focused. Alpha 7 is seeking the high HP heroes. They are not going on Harif, they are not focus on Zizi, on Lionel. But look at that, Fanboy, Harif.
Even with the Zaman Force forced out from Team Infinity, they are just unstoppable for this one. Pushed back again and again by Alpha 7. And since they got the early upper hand, there might be a chance that Alpha 7 can push it out to a game 3. But again, let's see. As long as they won't be tracking it for too long, Team Infinity still has the time to just buy the chances of dragging this into the late game.
And we just saw the tower swap where Alpha 7 takes the gold and Infinity takes the XP tower. Okay. I'm enjoying so far the strategies, the startings, initiations of both teams. And let's see where it takes them because Kingzilla is now on fire and let's go.
Okay, Blazing Duet onto the back. Zaman Force even forced out, but another realm. Good room to open up, but no more expensive things out. Jit Kundo finding a way to kick, but still not triggered out. Takashi is down for V5 for the turtle starting in Team Infinity. They still get the chance to do so, but there's no initiation yet so far because Vagrant is eyeing on probably ZZ or probably eyeing on Doom. While on the other hand, Kingzilla forced out the Zaman Force quite early, but since then, it's not a good chance for them to fight Team Infinity head on in that turtle pit.
And let's be completely honest, what a beautiful nether realm for Faramis, the ultimate that didn't let the teammates to get killed. And now, oh my god, it's a kill for Claude! Gusta the Gusta got a kill, Russi gets focused. Oh, Vaginho, why did you get this kill from your marksman?
Okay, and even Gusta is just forcing this head on 1v4. I don't think that is quite wise. But at the same time, Fanboy was just trapped in there. What can you do? And on the other hand, we can see like Team Infinity, they're just trying to clear it out over the top. If you know that all the information Team Alpha 7 is just on the bottom lane, just try to clear it up. But I don't think they can try and push this up.
Yeah, actually, Funboy trapped himself. He tried to clear the wave to protect the tower 2, but it was a bad call. It was a free kill for Alpha 7 that now is 7 kills against 2 and 3k of gold gap now. It's a good gap for 8, almost 9-minute game.
I mean, I've talked about it also before. You have to meet the early conditions. So right now, you're just trying to storm in. The Nether Realm popped up. Even the Zaman Force is there. A lot of resources out, but no collateral damage so far from both sides of the team. And if we're talking about like the early conditions, Alpha 7 really needs to get their grip back. Because if they missed it out and dragged it way too far, Infinity, they are going to rise up to the occasion. Lord Cam by Bonox is up right now. And getting the chance to just try to burst everything down. But Team Infinity knows that they have the potential in doing so. Lionel almost taken down. Gusa main target right here. Even CC away down. Rusi getting that kill. Even Takashi turning it to ZZ. No more retribution power. One down. But it is more expensive to take Infinity's choice here. But Kingzilla getting that retribution power. Zaman force out. But even Doom gets the Lord. Wow, wait, the steal though. Without the retribution power, Team Infinity still stands strong against Alpha 7.
What a beautiful play for Harif, and now crystal clear. He got the crystal, and look at this Harif right now. The damage it's going to deal is really amazing. And Kingzilla, oh my god, where is Kingzilla going? Be careful, my buddy.
Okay. Team Infinity trying to take back the moment, rocking Alpha 7 back and forth, and so far they are able to dictate the tempo now in this 10th minute mark of the game. Infinity zoning out quite well. Even Takashi couldn't handle if tanking too much damage from Rusi. Just purely just opening vision from it. And even wanting to play the far lane, I don't think that it's in Alpha 7's favor of their minion waves are still going in. Even though the Cho is there, trying to clear the minions out so they are able to push the middle lane, but sadly, that wasn't executed quite well. And wow, Alpha 7 still gets to survive from that hit.
Yes, and actually Sho was trying to delay the minions' arrival so the tower won't fall, and it really worked pretty well. We here in Brazil we use it to say that the mid lane is the heart of the game, because once your mid lane is open, you lost control of your bushes, you lost control of your jungle, and Takashi is almost losing control of his life.
Actually, a lot of things that were popped out with Team Infinity. It's a clear goal for them to just dive in, but let's not forget that the Nether Realm was still there to be able to survive through all of that. 4 people was just able to do so, and so far it is a gain for Team Infinity. A lot of the utilities were out, but Gusta was the one being taken down. Even Takashi wasn't able to move back through all of that.
Yes, I'm pretty sure so far Harif already had the boots, the Starlium Skittle, the Feather of Heaven, and the Holy Crystal. So it's unstoppable. Harif, really good farming, and 12 minutes going to the 30th minute of the game. If you don't stop the growing of this Harif, you'll probably lose the game. And how to stop? You got Hylos, you got Rusi with Hilda, you got Lionel with Aramis, you got a really good front line to protect and let Doom poke free.
And since you're able to just roam freely like that, it would actually be a very good chance for Team Infinity and just dive in. Kingzilla spotted out by Rusi. But through all of that, I think Team Infinity, they still get the chance to just pull it in, but Glorious Pathway triggered in quite early. Zaman Force even supporting on the back and killing spree, taking Takashi down, and even the Nether Realm is popped up quite well. Okay, a clear go, no more resources, but both damage dealers of Alpha 7 is just on a low down. It's not a good chance for them to fight Team Infinity head on.
Yeah, and A7 don't have any further front line. Lionel just guaranteed the Lord. Ziggy's lane Vegin. Takashi is the front lane of Alpha 7. Vagin with his show, it's a pick off. He cannot do the front lane because show don't have a lot of sustain.
And since you don't really have a lot of sustain during that team fight, I think it would just be a big problem if ever Doom just rises to the occasion. Just like now, you can see that the Zaman Force is pulled out, and I think even up to this time, should be in a cool cooldown items acquired by Doom. So looking at him popping up the Zaman for so much and so many times right now, I think it'll just be an infinity type of skill that they can open up. But even the Lord marching in should be a big problem from Alpha 7 because this Lord is able to just burst and march in like that glorious pathway, open up Fanboy too much in the front, but no one hits it off. Alpha 7 is still able to survive and clear out with just one tier turret down.
And Infinity is playing a really good game. They are not rushing anything. They are only hitting when it needed. Oh, not try to getting an overextended during the fights. It's a really calm game. It's a really strategic game, and I'm really enjoying to see this team doing that. And oh my God, look at the possible team fight we have here.
Okay, Vakwin coming in strong. Retribution power didn't really hit anybody, but hey, Spirit Alpha and even the Blazing Duet follow up quite well with the Nether Realm present there. One down. It's just Vakwin for the takes. But Lionel is very, very low. Infinity cannot hope to force a team fight near the base of Alpha 7.
Wow, what a beautiful team play again for Infinity. And okay, Lord swaps in 30 seconds. Go just split the other lane. But wow, look at Alpha 7 minions on the bottom side. The Kingzilla is in a really bold position in the map.
And since, I mean, only Kingzilla, I think, that we just like out. No, Gus didn't do that too. I don't think that Alpha 7 where they can give up that damage from Alpha 7 if they want to try force up. But if you want to play in far lane, as long as it would be a problem for team if we would try a bit of a split push here. Okay, but popped in, even Netherrealm tried to survive it all. Zaman Force help Vag.
Whoa!
Even Kingzilla gets the Lord. Didn't really get to turn so much. Alpha 7 gets the push. Infinity, quite a problem here. And wait, Alpha equalized by a cheeky, sneaky big face.
What a genius play for Kingzilla! Alpha 7 was losing the team fight on the Lord, was losing the Lord, but Kingzilla had a dream. I had a dream, and my dream is to win this match. And oh my God, really good play by Alpha 7.
And since we're able to execute it just like that, and looking from the highlights, even a lot of the times that Team Infinity, they were able to match up that. But since everybody was just too focused in the Lord Pit, and what can you do? Looking from the minions, it was a clear goal that it was cleared out well way before for Kingzilla. So it's just a clear goal when they can actually just push in and just walk through because there's no vision there. There's no vision provided. And I think also for the fact that Alpha 7 worked it quite well to just distract everybody in Team Infinity, even though they got the Lord, but the timing wise is just not timed too well for it to respond. And since everybody was busy in that Lord Pit, Alpha 7's Kingzilla is just able to just push it all through the way.
Yes, and I told you before, it was a bold position that Kingzilla was on the map, and he was thinking, oh, why won't we do a backdoor during a fight? And he was getting the hit of the turret of the crystal on the first to avoid getting the minions killed, and beautiful play for Alpha 7, a beautiful backdoor for Kingzilla.
A cheeky play, I might say, but overall, it was quite satisfying. And I might, even though Team Infinity lost the second game, and this is even a best of three series, to be honest, a lot of the times that during the team fights and everything, they were able to just pulled out a lot of the stuff and even prolonged a good team fight. But since they didn't get the vision opener, it's game 2 for Alpha 7.
Yes, and I'm actually really happy that it happened because in the beginning of the series, I told you I want the best of three completely with all those matches, and now everything is wide open. We saw the Infinity better on the second game. We saw Infinity pressuring. We saw Infinity going up against Alpha 17, and they forgot the map. They didn't look at the map, and when they find out Kingzilla was at the crystal.
I think there is also for number one that I see Alpha 7 players, especially just managing waves so well, in waves. Like overall, was timed well, it was given out well. So even in a losing side of the team, the a lot of the times where the minions were just pulling in, pushing in, and we can see like if Kingzilla doesn't really get a good early, he knows what to do. Like after that, okay, let's just go for a split push moment. Okay, let's just try to clear up the far lane. Even though I'm the retribution power there during the team fight, I am sure that my friends are able to handle that. So even though we don't get the objective wise, well, you can actually try and steal some of the tourists if you want, even too. And finally, we can see that through all of that hard work, Kingzilla is able to even take the base for game number 2.
And we can see the stats. Okay, damage dealt. The Alpha 7 was superior, and tier damage, for my surprise, Alpha 7 still won because in turret, the content of turrets, the Infinity team destroyed every turret that have it on the game, but the crystal. So Kingzilla with an amazing backdoor play. I'm really happy to see this kind of competition in LATAM. Okay, Kingzilla was the MVP of the match, but like if we talk about the LATAM scenario of the past 3 years, the RRQ Akira was the best team of LATAM. If I'm not wrong, the first the two first Liga Latam, the RQ Akira won. It was the Latam representative on the M5, M4, M3 with Kate Stars and M6. So you have a team that used to be the best playing with a new team and having a great match, having a match that you really don't know who is going to win. Because first match we saw Infinity superior. Second match, the Infinity was superior, but Kingzilla and Alpha 7 had an amazing backdoor play. What to expect for this third and last match between the series? I don't know.
I think, I mean, they should be learning from what just happened. So even though they have a good draft, even though it's more solid, even though they know how to execute it quite well, I think their eyes need to be opened up wider to spot out where Kingzilla is. Because like a lot of the times, like A lot of times that Kingzilla was just able to just push very, very freely. And it's not like yesterday where Kingzilla was just tailed down by the EXP lane or probably by the marksman accompanied by the roamer. So far there's no gameplay like that yet from this match to see. So probably it would be diverted into that later on during game number 3. So eyes on not just Gusta La Gusta, I might say.
Yes, as I told you before, Gusta Legusta was the top one killers on the Series 1, on the MPL LATAM Season 1. King was the top killer on the MPL LATAM Season 2. And
Mhm.
I'm, I'm really looking forward to see what they're bringing us because you don't have Joy anymore, you don't have Louis, you don't have Zixen. Uh, they will respect again the Julian
Yeah.
or no.
Mm. Or the Harith.
You need to
I
remember
think the
what
Harith
happened.
is more of a problem. But we're talking about overall between these two teams. Uh, as I said before, in the first game, probably it didn't work because Kingzilla wasn't as aggressive on the alpha, like how he plays the Suyo or at like how he plays with other assassins. So even though now he opted out to ban the Suyo, so will it be another fighter? Or
Oh,
he wants to play the Fanny. Of course, Team Infinity would like to respect the Granger, but there's a big chance that Alpha 7 would play the Fanny. If that happens, a bigger, way bigger, it's not just bigger, a way bigger chance for Kingzilla to just come in and out, split pushing way faster.
wow, it was a good read of this draft. I think they are maybe heading to the Fanny or Hayabusa. I don't know what. Kingzilla is a major assassin player, so he also have Hayabusa. He has the Fanny. Link is not that usable anymore, but Kingzilla also has. Okay, Harith. Julian is open.
I think as long as Kingzilla has his assassin, he meets up with the uh, conditions where he needs to be go on early aggressive modes, so should be able to handle it down. Julian just locked like that for Team Infinity. ZZ played it so well, so let's see how Alpha 7 will try to counter on that.
Okay. Please, Takashi, Fovios or Chichi right now. Uh, I guess Chichi would be better to fight against the Julian,
Mm-hmm.
but if they don't get the Fanny on this first stage, I think that's a really good chance that Infinity ban it on the next stage, on the next ban phase.
Mm-hmm, but
Ooh.
they opted out the Matilda and the carry. Ooh, this would be spicy though. Because if you don't get the Matilda for the Julian, the in and out potential won't be as far as you can see. Because, like, even dragging into, like, game number 1, Alpha 7, they got the Matilda to be the enabler to come in and out during the team fights. It helped very much. The Team Infinity next one, so whatever tanky hero you got, you're not afraid. You're going up against with the carry, helping it out. Angela and Hylas. Quite well, if I might say.
Great mobility for the Infinity team. You have the Hylos ultimate to get move speed. You got Angela protect, healing, move speed, increasing attack with the emblem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Hylos is the best pick to play against Carry once you know Carry is in the other side. But okay.
Sometimes, even though it's that, Infinity still needs an answer. They still need a frontliner that is tanky. Other than the fact that it could be Meltdown, yes. But if they opted out with like a less HP heroes, less tanky heroes, the Julian would be probably in a bigger problem later on. And Alpha 7, they still want to try to play with the Alpha. Again, it's a good combination between Matilda and
Very good.
Alpha, but as long as Kingzilla is able to utilize it quite well and go on that early aggressive killing spree, should be all good for Alpha 7. Same conditions like the game number 1. Next ban, 1-1. Okay, so probably they want to have a strategy next one. An EXP could go for a stun, probably like a Gatot Kacha or probably a Khalid. That they just ban off the 1-1 or let Vaguin have the show later on.
Yes, and if I was Alpha 7, I would go to the marksman because I'm not sure if they are going to pick Harif again because it's too ability power, it's a lot of mages, you don't have the attack damage. So perfect bannings. We saw what Irifel of Doom done on the first game, the first match. Okay, I like the road so far. Chichi and Lucas
Mm-hmm.
was good bannings. Chichi was a good fit for Alpha 17 right now. Alpha and carry with the
Mm-hmm.
trip damage is great against Hylos. So if Hylos in the last match gets a gotcha, perfect read, mate. If Hylos on the last
Mm-mm.
match was focused on the early stage, on the first minutes of the game, now he needs to be more careful, even. And I'm enjoying the both drafts so far.
I'm still thinking what fits best with Team Infinity. They can probably get the Bruno if they want. So at least you still have the range going up against the carry. Both are scaling into the late game. So I should be still okay. But the Moskov is still very open for Doom. Good choice too. So in case if you really want to teleport, in case this is probably the answer for Kingzilla's sneaky beaky gameplays. So for the 4 lane potential, since it's going up against the Alpha, it should be better on Team Infinity's side. And taking up the Hilda for an aggressive play or like finding vision, knowing them the Matilda and Gatokacha is just very good on that. Last pick, Evixana should be good if they want to try to opt for that because you're going up against the Angela. Either way, have a high burst potential for a mid laner. You can just easily clear that up and faster rotation to support Alpha 7's draft. But Eve is a choice.
Eve is the choice that Alpha 7 choose. Okay, a good choice. You have the slow, a really good slow, a really good, and Rusi of Infinity chose Hilda all the 3 matches of the series. So, and he's playing really good with this Hilda. The rotation is really good. He got level 4 and starts to run through the bushes of Alpha 7 like maniac and get vision, get kills. It's a really good draft. But I would say that I prefer the Alpha 7 draft this time.
Same here, cause like it for me it's more solid wise from the early to late. But again, a lot of conditions need to be met if they really want to try to execute it quite well. So just let's see through these strong heroes and even high burst potentials from Team Infinity and also Alpha 7, a tiebreaker for match number 2 here. Game number 3 to see who will rise and win this match here and rack up another point in the Swiss stage. So let's go to the land of Dawn.
Let's go! It's the last match of the game 2, Alpha 7 1, Infinity 1. Let's see who gets the W to home. Costa Rica or Brazil?
Mm-hmm. And so far, we can see from the rotations, Kingzilla is just doing it quite well. Probably would help out the carry because if carry and a Moskov in the same lane, it's kind of hard for Gusta Lagusta to go per speed down, unlike him on the Granger. So, support wise, should be better from Alpha 7 helping out. And overall, Team Infinity, they're just trying to scour it out, help the Hilda so it can be quicker for level 4. So the dive in situation should be better later on when contesting the the turtle.
Yes, the proxy was done by ZZ and Rusi. Rusi almost level 4 is going to get level 4 in the next wave. Uh, okay, a respectful start for both teams. And no, look at that. Kingzilla now is regeneration live. Everything sounds normal. And the turtle was spawned on the bottom line.
So far, XP lane is the way to go. Alpha 7 still gets the chance better, but from leveling wise, I think both are still the same. But Alpha 7 joined in the team fight better. Since the Matilda potential is just there, flying around, hovering around, probably the guiding wind can help Arusi. Going up aggressively against Takashi. Okay, AOG jumping in, but ZZ gets the turtle before AOG jumping in. Okay, Spirit Destruction missed out a bit. Didn't get to join the team fight, but Kingzilla becomes the first blood taken down by Team Infinity. They managed to get the turtle and also the first blood, which is so well executed for the early game for Team Infinity.
I'm not sure why the Alpha 7 tried to force a team fight. They were in clearly disadvantage because Angela had its ultimates while Vagin didn't. Uh, Not a good strategy for Alpha 7. It's a good advantage, it's a good start of Infinity game. So let's see what they're going to do now.
Mm. Again, if Alpha 7 missed out the early potentials that they could have unlocked, they really have to drag it to the late game sooner or later. So, it chance to start thinking of a plan B. Again, supporting carry is one way. Vagwin taken up with in, but Rusi just jumping in with the wildness power, forcing out Gusta sandwich gameplay, and isn't able to do anything. Be under the turret and even taken down.
Alpha 7 needs to take care of their rotation because you're letting a carry alone on the top side on the gold route. So doesn't have any turret actually because first break in 4 minutes of the game, it's looking like the game is going for a snowball.
Huh? So far, good type of snowball that Team Infinite one in was taken up. AOG didn't hit too, but no manipulation and follow up with the Spirit of Alpha, finally taking a lot of damage and even a killing spree. Doom taking one out. Kingzilla by the Spirit of and even Alpha 7 is pushed back so badly. Takashi being the main target here. Even the turtle was just let out. 1v4 is not in favor for Alpha 7.
Oh, it's not in favor, and now the turtle it's going to the Infinity team. And as we were saying, Alpha is an early game hero. If Alpha 7 don't take the advantage of that, it will be hard to turn things around. So it's already pretty harsh because, okay, you have 5 minutes game, you have 4K gold gap between teams. So I don't know. I think it's coming for a snowball.
They really, the only chance that Alpha 7 can win this is let Gusta La Gusta rack up a lot of gold before Doom, which is hard to be honest. And with a 5k gold lead, it's just way too far at this stage right now for 5 minutes. I really like Alpha 7's draft, but again, it's quite hard executed if you're going up against ZZ's Julian and also Doom's Moskov, which they could fight head on in the early game, but with a 5k gold lead, they have to buy time, I guess, or probably find ways to prolong this into the late game.
Wow, 6 minute game, two turtles and one turret in favor for Infinity. Uh, Now Alpha 7 is trying to all keep together to not get trapped by the Infinity team. It's really difficult to get up on the situation. Alpha 7 needs to grow the carry so it can start to melt Hilda, melt Fanboy with his Hylos. But look at that. Russi is getting all the vision he can of his enemies.
Mhm. And so far from Alpha 7, I think they are kind of cautious in some way because it's kind of spotted out from game number 1 because if you don't get the early, you don't get the aggressiveness, it's not the confidence to knock it out if you're forcing a lot of gameplay. So I think they're just playing it safe. Like even Gusta Lagusta on a carry, it's hard to move around actually. So it would be a very good help if Alpha 7 just goes up in the bundle. But since if you're in the bundle and Infinity forces out a team fight just like this, good thing. You didn't get to bait out a lot. Gusta teleportation out, even the hard guard jumping in, and one down! Just like that, even the glorious pathway popped up. But thank goodness, with the guiding wind, they are still able to get out from that situation.
Okay, 7 kills against none for Infinity. What a strong game. The Moskov is really strong right now. I'm not sure if there is something to Alpha 7 to do. Because Infinity is doing a perfect game, a perfect match, controlling the Alpha 7 jungle, controlling the wave control. So, what a amazing match we're seeing.
I think patience is key at this timing, and Infinity so far was just so patient. Like in game number 1, in game number 2, like they are very disciplined on how they play. But even so, game number 2 you missed it out a bit, but that's a special case scenario, I might say. But throughout all of this, it's just patience is key. Looking at Team Infinity and how they execute their team fights.
A 2k gap, a 2.7k points gap of gold for Muskov on carry, 2.5 on Julian on for the alpha. Uh, you need to control the waves. You need to farm. Oh my God! Look, ooh, I almost catch. You need to
Almost.
control the wave. You need to farm. You need to be safe. You need to stop giving infinity kills. You need to protect yourself because it's the only way you can get back to the game.
Mhm. Other than that, Team Infinity, they're just playing out so well. Minions are marching in both from the middle and top. I don't think that they're playing on the far lane because Doom is right in the middle. On the other hand, Alpha 7, they gotta move in the group because they know their damage power wise is not as big. So the only way to probably win a team fight is just being all together in. But if in the initiation with the wildness power from the Hilda, it's just great to scare someone off, but not great enough to bait any important assets from Alpha 7.
Yes, and Infinity is really respecting Alpha 7 so far. It's not pushing more than should. is playing safe, is being careful, because we saw last game. Infinity was an advantage. Infinity was better on the match, but Alpha 7 for, uh, I won't say lucky, for a really good play with King. The backdoor happened, and they are being safe to don't let it happen again.
Mm-hmm. And I think for right now, they're just waiting on the Lord. I don't know if this Lord would be the answer for a final push, but I think it should happen, even though if somehow Alpha 7 manages to take down the Lord and Infinity still wants to go with discipline gameplay route, I think 15 minutes it's kind of max that this match will end. But let's see. If they get the Lord, it'll be and Alpha 7 didn't get to finish it out, it'll be a quicker game than 15 minutes.
Yeah, I got same opinion as you. Now Infinity is freezing the waves, so stop Alpha 7 farm. It's a really good strategy. It's a necessary strategy. Russi is just there to get the gold, get the experience, but it isn't hitting the minions. And well, there's nothing more for Alpha 7 to do besides try to farm, trying to keep up the match. And I'm not sure if it would be a good strategy to contest this Lord. I don't think so, actually. But I don't know either if they can resist this Lord, if they can defend. So it's
Yeah.
really difficult for Alpha 7 now.
Lord Camp by Bonox helped so well. We can even see they tried to clear the minion wave. They also get the chance to like, it's okay, let's just go in, get the Lord. But the question is, can they defend this Alpha 7 though?
I don't think so, actually. If
Mm.
Infinity tries to go to the all-in, tries to engage and something like that, I can't. I don't see Alpha 7 completely achieving to defend.
Even the Lord marching in is quicker than the side lanes pushed in, but a very good 3 lane push by Team Infinity. Middle and up, it's just way too much for them to handle. Let's just clear it in, let's just clear it slowly down. Reroll manipulation popped up quite early just to slow everything down, but Alpha 7 tries to take the chance. No hard guard yet, and they are still able to defend it so far.
Okay, Infinity decided not to push. So, okay, again, I think Infinity is respecting more than it should. Because when you let Alpha 7 to grow in the game, you are letting a carry goes, and oh my god, let's see.
Okay, Glorious Pathway popped in. AOG didn't hit so much. Alpha, Spirit of Alpha pulling out to the back, but too much. Even with the enhanced chains and spears, they get the cleared out bases wide open. 14:32 under 15 minutes. A victory for Team Infinity. 2-1 for match number 2. And so well executed because of patience. And one by one, they were able to take a lot of turrets down. They were able to zone Alpha 7 out. And even Alpha 7 wasn't able to pull out the late game strategy. It was just way too much and immense that even from Team Infinity didn't let any kills go to Alpha 7. So it's really hard to rack up the points, it's really hard to rack up the gold. Even by leveling, it was so different from Team Infinity. And so far, on how they play, it was just so disciplined.
Yes, it was a really disciplined game. Muskov just focused the crystal and it did a really great job during the game. Angela, it was a really perfect pick because could protect the Julian, could protect Muskov, could give more sustain to Hylas and Hilda. And let's be honest, let's just be real. You shouldn't let Julian goes free again.
Mm-mm. I mean, well, this is some information for other teams. Probably gotta watch out for ZZ's Julian. Probably be a respect ban, or probably they want to test their waters on their own. We don't know later on, for probably next week. And so let's see. But we're talking about the overall things that from here, and I'm very, very sad that Alpha 7 wasn't able to execute that really well draft. But since they missed so much of their conditions, they really just gotta push back the bid and everything. But through all of that, from Team Infinity, they got to execute it quite well. Even 3 people on agility to help, so they know that okay, let's just go on fast rotation, because they're facing up against Alpha 7 bringing the Matilda, so it will be a very fast timing for a lot of the gameplays. But sadly, it wasn't well executed enough for Alpha 7. Like Kingzilla didn't really unlock the potential of the Alpha on the early game as much as I thought that he plays it so well on the Suyo. But because of that, we can see on how Alpha 7 didn't get the chance, or even a chance to do a split push, because the answer was just simply Doom on the Moskov.
Yes, we are seeing the gold difference gap of 30k of gold. All the turrets by Nam, 2 lords by Nam, 3 turtles by Nam. Simply, Alpha 7 didn't show up to this game by contesting the objectives, by trying even to play, because in the early game, First Blood goes to Infinity, Turtle goes to Infinity, and Alpha 7 simply does nothing. Don't help carry to grow, didn't participate in the team fights, and the team fights they did participate, they lost. So yeah, they really need to take care of this for the next matches.
I think in some ways we're learning a lot of new things about Alpha 7 that probably they find out themselves today. Because throughout this match, you can see, not like in the first day where they tried to secure a good spot for them, technically. So taking up the assassins would be good for Kingzilla. Probably the Alpha and the Matilda combo, they can just try to keep it first. Or probably they can try the Matilda Fovius combo, because like so far, even though 3 games, all of them not banned, even it's not picked. So I am just kind of starting to wonder, probably it's not a prioritize for them to get the Fovius, because probably they would want to try to save on that strategy for the next week. But overall, it is a very satisfying game to watch. You can see that even MVP, Doom, is a well-deserved one for him on the Moskov this time. And it is the answer to turn down Kingzilla's split pushing moments.
Yes, and the quantum charge, the emblem that Moskov chooses to do, with that the basic attacks grant HP regeneration and speed up, really fit well with Doom. As we can see now, he was focusing the crystal after almost kill Gusta Ligusta. So congratulations, Doom, for a really beautiful playing with that Moskov. And folks, I'm surprised that Fovius was open on the 3 matches and wasn't picked. It was a really surprise for me.
And I really thought that it's one of the prioritized heroes too, because like it was banned so much in day number 1, and day number 2 it was just let go. Probably just for this match though, but even if it's let go on the next match, I think it would be utilized well from 9Z Globen versus DreamMax later on in match number 3. So I can't wait to see what is in store for us for the next match.
Neither do I, because we have the 9Z Globant Argentinian team against the DreamMax Esports. remembering both teams won yesterday. The 19 team won 2-0 of Infinity that we just saw defeating a really good game Alpha 7, and DreamX Esports defeated Alpha 7. So let's see what they are going to do for these matches. I'm looking forward to see another beautiful game like that, Faye.
Hmm. And I think it shows more color today. I might say for day number two, like there are some drafts tested, there are some factor gameplay. So like each day is just something new for me to learn about the MPL LATAM scene for season three, and like a lot of them were just unique things that they can try to pull, they can try to experiment. So it's just a very open environment. I feel it's here.
Yes, and we're just waiting to see the lineups of both teams. I can say to you that DreamHack has now Aurora. If I said that King was the top killer of MPL 10 Season 2, he was the top killer with 103 kills with Aurora. And Aurora on the MPL Season 2 was playing for the infamous Rage. So actually, it was McCann involved. So the transfer of Argentinian player going to a Brazilian team. And now we got the 9Z Globant. You can see Arctic, Heidenbush, Shin, Erwin, and Ewer. And those Argentinian players give a really good time for us yesterday, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. And like a lot of the things that was well executed by 9Z Globe, and they were on a run for a 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, from yesterday. So
Yes.
it would be a good chance to see how they go head to head against DreamHack, because like DreamHack was able to pull a very typical long 20-minute game, because they are ready, of course, with the lineup today. It's Black, Aurora, Rainbow, Blink, and V2. Still the same guys from day number one. And with the strong lineup, I think they would give out a lot heavier team fights later on in match number three. I feel that. So let's just see. Whoever gets to take the momentum or probably dictate the tempo of the game should be the winner later on.
Yes, and fun fact, another fun fact. Rainbow,
Ooh,
the
what's
mid
that?
laner of DreamHack Esports, used to be a jungler. In MPL Season 1, he was a gold laner, and now he is playing in the middle. He's a multi-role player, and well, he is a really good mid laner. He's even best jungler, so that's really nice to see a player that is quite really complete. He was one of the best Hayabusas in the MPL LATAM Season 1. One of the
Mm.
best carries on the MPL Brazil Season 2. And
Mhm.
that's it. I'm looking forward for this match, Faye.
I really cannot wait for match number three and seeing that strong lineup for both sides of the team. But before that, reaching into game number three, we're going to have a little short break. So, guys, don't leave your seats because game number three, it's going to be hot.
New hero, Kalea! This descendant of the great serpent from the Venetis Sea is here to make a splash. As a roaming support fighter hybrid, Kalea's core gameplay involves healing her team by attacking enemies and body slamming opponents around to create a unique close combat experience for the support role. We can't wait to see the amazing plays you'll make with her. This batch also includes a number of balance changes, many of which came directly from your feedback. We are committed to listening to our community and will keep fine-tuning game balance in future updates. Also, starting from Season 35, the seasonal settlement will align with Patch Day. During the patch's new event, bases will have a chance to turn golden during matches, and destroying these golden bases will reward extra event currency. Keep an eye out for more hidden Easter eggs. And of course, we have lots of new skins and events lined up for everyone to experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
Alpha, my dear doomed king. The time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it Kalea? A clearing of downed trees. Was it a fierce...
Welcome back to MPL LATAM Season 3, Week 1, Day number 2. Still with me, Faye, and also Gabriel.
Hey, and we are ready for 9Z Globant against DreamX Esports. Argentina against Brazil. It's a really regional rivals. And we already have Fanny Gattokacha, Matilda, and Jackson Bennett.
Okay, so far still template bans, but I think it's more specific if you want to go into like Gatot Kacho or probably Matilda. So I think I smell a little bit of Khalid or probably the Hilda would come up unless it's banned. So my bad if it's banned.
Yes, not at all, because they are going to a different lineup strategy from bannings, from blockings, because you don't have Ivy, you don't have Gatakacha, Luia now. Okay, what do you have? Phobias, you have Suyu, Granger. Uh, Actually, almost everything is open.
Mm. I think for secure the joy, if you want to go against probably some typical assassins, but the Granger is also a good pick if you want to prioritize your marksman. So, but Suyo is the first pick for Dream Max. Ooh.
Yeah, a great pick. Actually, I like it a lot. But Ranger and Joy, oh my god. If they pick Joy, okay, it's a really great coming back for the 9C Global.
Or probably they can opt out to a tankier hero like the Hylas and the Granger combination. That's also good. It was also shown before.
Good.
Or Granger Selena, since it's wide open. Hilda.
Hilda is one of the greatest picks for this match, because Hilda can also be jungle, can be on XP lane, and Harif, what a great coming back from DreamX. Wow, I'm enjoying a lot this composition. Everything is open.
Yeah, yeah, a great counter pick against the Granger later on. And I smell a Hilda. Will a Khalid come up too? But a Badang is open too, yeah. Okay, so far it's a great combination for GMAX.
We saw Badang today, but as a roamer. So far, Black, the XP laner of DMX, is choosing this hero. Let's see, because the Badang on hands of Luis from Alpha 7 didn't, from Corinthians, didn't work really nice, really well.
And for 9Z Globant, what's next? I really like if they pick up the Selena now instead of like getting it banned. But a Novaria is same range, same idea for opening up the push. If you're afraid of a sudden fish break and also a fist crack from the Badang, but it would be a little bit tricky, but still could work.
No, good pick. As I said, I'm not a huge fan from Novaria. But okay, I understand the importance of Novaria for this game, the vision, the high damage of Okans 2. Joy finally banned, Vexana for the 9CG. Let's see, if both teams focus, for example, if the DMX focus on the jungles. Okay, Cho is banned now, wow. I wasn't expecting that, because Blink doesn't use Cho a lot.
I think they would want someone to not be picked off. What jungler should be good? But even if DreamX decides to pick up a Cho, a combination between a Cho and a Badang would be quite hard to execute, because like one will just be targeted and the other one will be on the area wise of it. And last ban for DreamX, I think you can opt out to ban another jungler if you want. Ban out the Hayabusa. So the Suyo for Aurora would be quite higher, but the Hylas is banned out for this one. Nicey Globan, next pick. CC would be good here.
And I'm pretty sure does Hyros ban. Okay, Selena roaming.
Wow.
Bold.
I never thought that I can see this in the light of day and in an MPL league. Three of those that I've seen it before in other community tournaments here in Indonesia. It was so well executed by a tier 2 team. And wow, the vision and the range by 9Z Globan. This would be a very hard thing to do if you're playing on the Badang. No one can catch it, but range for range,
I was
there's still
surprised.
Sicilian on the work. But Phoveus tried to change someone. I think the only one that you can lock right now is probably just the Hilda. Or the jungler later on. They want to go with the
Fredrin jungle. Wow. Not usual picks. We have another Badang as a roamer. I'm not sure I like both compositions. Fredring and Hilda is going to do the front line of the 9Z Globant, while Selena and Ovaria will keep distance of it, and Granger will be in the middle trying to poke. I like it, both compositions. I'm not sure if Fredring still work really great on this meta.
I think for right now, Fredrin will just solely be a front liner here. So let's see how it will be executed in the gameplay right now for match number 3, game number 1. DreamHack versus 9Z Globant. MPL LATAM Season 3. Get ready, guys, because we are jumping into the Land of Dawn just right now. And we're talking about both draft compositions. I've seen this in an MDL ID lineup for the Granger, Novaria, and also the Selena pick. Just for that, I've seen it before, but it is performed in the community tournament, so it's not in the MDL league. Also very familiar because it's kind of like the MPL PH team from TNC trying to pull it off. But let's see how 9Z Globant is going to play around this, because it's just literally for Arctic and Hide on Bush to front like crazy, because all the other three will just be a finisher or an assisting part of it. And it will be very, very heavy for Ur if they want to try to even execute it, because it would be a very big problem. And a Purify triggered quite weak. And for now, Blink will have a very hard time, as I've said, in the drafting phase, going up against 9Z Global, or even want to try to catch 3 of them. So from 9Z Globant, they are roaming around quite well, of course, and knowing that is a good chance for now for them to start a fight. For DreamHack, it will be quite hard, but they really need to scale onto the back. But of course, blood secured just like that, and wow, another kill taken down by Shin's Abyssal Arrow, leaving Rainbow all alone and also V2 down in the bottom lane. Globan, this is an insane time for you to shine in the early game. And they are so far managing it so well in the time being right now. In DreamHack, it's kind of hard because you have to Harith and Rainbow on the Sicilian. It's going to be hard. You need to scale to the late game. But if you scale to the late game just a little bit, you will be very powerful, and you have Erwin to back that first magic damage up too. So it wouldn't be as easy as you think. For DreamHack, you don't really see Aurora active or like finding a lot of kills, because before, when you try to get that objective wise from 9Z Global, you were just bursted down all the time right in the middle. And since so far it's just the area, if you just step into the pumpkin trap, since it's a Zenith skin, from Shin, it will be a very big problem if you just try to be close to each other all of the time from Dreamax. And Nicey Globan with the Astral Eco Open V2 trying to bait it out. Zaman Force thinking it's just one. That turns out it is a popping moment for four people down in the bottom lane. You gotta disperse it quite back because I don't think that DreamX is in a position to fight, to go headstrong against Nicey Globan.
What a good start for the Argentinian team. 3 kills, a turtle, and a great offensive play. Let's see how that works because the kills are going to the Hidden Bush, the Fred Ring, and the Sheen. We know that Selena's increases of the game is really important to control, but still a roamer.
And so far, even though Rainbow has the range on to like handling with during team fights, it's even burst down since if you can't even reach people from 9Z Globan, Black and Blink both of them try to stop it. Inferno Pursuit coming in. Aurora from the back didn't get to hit with the retribution power, but still, thank goodness, still a chance to wipe out. Okay, wellness power out from Arctic. Thank goodness Rainbow is there to cover, but everyone is on a down low for the HP. Slowly but surely, Shin, I think they're trying to didn't hit anyone. And since Erwin is out of a astral recall, so it's just better off, let's just let it be first. Let's just farm the turret first, but one getting still. Rainbow turned down apparently by 9Z Globan. A very good early start on the bottom lane though. Erwin was caught in a crossfire between Aurora and also V2.
Let's just farm the turret, let's just farm the minion named Sicilian, and let's just control the game because Erwin might get killed, but the turret of the mid lane is now down. And they are going up against Black. Oh my god, a lot of damage going to him. And I think that's it. He won't be able to exit. You got a free pass to directly to respawn.
That's just dirty, to be honest. When you see it, it's just very nasty. You see, even Hide on Bush has the power to do so, and racking up stacks on the Thunderbelt with 2 kills and also 3 assists, and even continuing it right now. Even Rainbow is forced to pop up the Purify, but for what and not hit yet. Arctic taking a lot of damage. Astral Eco going up. Too much fronting. And sadly, from your end also, Erwin isn't able to take them down. But a turning back moment. 2 frontliners doing their job so well, and yet they are the ones being turned down home by DreamHack.
And good kills by Harif and by Aurora, and by Black too. So now DreamHack got a turtle. It couldn't be in a better moment. They are coming back to the game, but we need to remember yesterday Shin's Selena just nailed the game. So we know that Selena's tune is really good. The Absol arrow, if connected well, could get trouble for the DreamHack.
But so far, 9Z Globan is still on top of their shape for like objective wise. But oh ho ho ho, 1v3, not that smart. Almost got stunned, held back, but even the flicker forced out for an offensive play by Blink. And through all of that, it's a very good trade again and again for 9Z Globan. Even though the gold rises for DreamHack, but getting that turret was just a very good trade for just a Arctic as a roamer here.
Yes, the gold, if you farm better, if you do your jungle, you will recover. But the turret, once it's down, you cannot get it back together. Oh my god, let's see V2, V2, V2. What are you doing, V2?
Okay, too much
Come
in the
on,
front. Someone forced
V2,
even
what a
forced out, but
rookie.
you're stealing the kill now. And no one is getting stunned yet by the Abyssal Arrow or even the Astral Recall. So still good so far. But Aurora jumping into the team fight a bit late. But because NZ Global got the
Come on,
chance to
Irving.
find the area, not yet. But Aurora gets the kill to just like slap it in. Okay, Fist Crack and also Fist Break finally coming in. Arctic being the front lines here, still able to survive. Even a concealed play forced out of GMAX is cancelled out by yours Rhapsody.
Yes, and Erwin and V2 doing a rookie mistake. Oh, killing spree for Selena. Hide on Bush, getting a lot of damage. And again, almost Selena hit the Harif. Aurora needs to get down. The Lord is being focused, but none of the teams. Oh my god! Look at the Abyssal Arrow for Selena, and Black almost go to the respawn earlier.
Okay, there is a little bit of a downside here from what I can see on 9Z Globan's strat. If you front too much, if you tank too much damage without the help of your 3 main damage dealers, it would be a very good like a gold farm for GMAX. But since they are avoiding that and learning from like one of two moments from there, so they are able to like slowly, okay, let's just keep distance out first. Let's just let DreamX play. Let's just give space. Because if you try to fight it head on without the bursty type of stacks or like skills to help down, it's very easy for DreamX to just execute a lot of plays. But since the area range of wide is so big right now, Nizy Globan is able to take up the lure and probably have a moment for it to push it so far because the minions racking up by 90 Globan is just so immense right now. Look at the top lane. They really need to deal on it, but on the other hand, everyone is just too focused in the middle lane. Zaman Force first out, Rhapsody coming in. That's Sonata not triggered out first, but too much in front of Aurora trying to have a kill, but the Appraiser's Wrath from 9Z Globe and Hide on Bush was able to just slam him down back to the death timer.
And as I told you yesterday, Shim, the mid laner, the Selena of 9Z Globant, it's a rookie. It's his first season in a competitive. So look what he is doing. 4-0-6, connecting good Abyssal arrows. Selena is playing really well this match.
This is how you know that the team is raising a very good rookie. Because the synergy, they just got it. They get to learn a lot of new styles from probably the veteran players or probably from their seniors. And so far, Shin is just able to do it and also wrap it up so well for 9Z Globan. So they can pull a lot of like niche drafts like these, or like probably to support well other damage dealer like probably finishers like you, or probably hide on bush with the Appraiser's Wrath. And so far it's just utilized very well even if you want to pull it up by the Selena.
But being honest, if 9Z Globant didn't finish the game until like 15-16 minutes, they will get in trouble, because in the other hand you have a Sicilian and a Harif. So you can see that I'm not sure if Badang if Badang can be compared to Granger, but that's okay.
Again, it will be a very hard game for GMAX because the lineup they set up is for, okay, let's team fight, let's trap someone, let's try to take them or like pick off style, let's just try to get that. But since you're just thinking of that moment there, and then Nizy Globan came up with the idea, let's do a niche draft, let's pull in with the areas, let's make the Badang not get anyone. From this throughout whole match, 30 minutes, you can see the only time that Badang opened up the combination between fist break and a fist crack is just one time. And that one time was just able to take Arctic down. And since looking at that, look at Arctic. It was just so fed with the HP. Even 4 people from DreamHack tried to burst him down. It's just not enough because he's already too chunky.
Yes, and we can see the equipment now. It's really difficult for you to compare Harif to Novaria because different roles, but you see that Harif is growing. Sicilian is almost finishing the watch, so it's a really difficult game for DreamHack, but time is DreamHack's best friend and 90 Globant worst enemy, so they need to be careful.
9Z Globan stepping in and even fronting too much front. Rainbow almost down with the burn effect. Thank God he is just that close to the base. Too much targeted front here. They really know how to aim. They really know when to play it. Lord marching in and even 1/4 of it. Someone forced out and even the Priestess Rat. Too much in the front. Oh, with the fist crack and the fist breakdown. No one is there yet. You're still able to enable all that machine. Taking Aurora down, but not enough. Base too wide open. 90 Global. They are able to finish this with a clean gameplay. No one caught up. No one got hit. At 1-0. A very good executed gameplay with this type of draft. It is very hard to execute it, but they are able to do so.
And they almost got an overextended fight on the GG, but they had completed to focus the crystal, and once of that, simply the GG goes to the 9Z Globant against the DreamHack Esports. And wow, those Argentinian guys are showing what they are here really for.
And since they're here from DreamHack, they just being rendered. Their draft was just being rendered hard, very hard, because like the Badang didn't get to do what he needs to do. It wasn't utilized well, and a lot of times that DreamHack gets to secure a kill or probably a very niche moment is either a very forceful team fight where everybody is just close together, or it's just moments like, for example, the Novaria that you can see before, and they're just waiting for a moment where 9Z Global was just able to be caught on.
Yes, and another beautiful victory for 9Z Globant. We saw yesterday 2-0 against the Infinity team. And do you think they can accomplish 2-0 against the DreamHack?
As long as they try to pull the niche drafts like this, and DreamHack was just don't have the answer yet for it, they can pull the 2-0 for now.
Yeah, I do think so, because we saw this Selena rotation. Selena at rotation and Novaria at the mid lane. Actually, they changed it. It wasn't Novaria at Roamer. But I really love it to see those two mages combining together. We can saw the game duration was 14 minutes, so Sicilian could get his power spike. V2 was really strong, but also couldn't get the power spike. Besides of 10k gold, we saw a gap, 5k gold difference, 9 turrets to 2, 2 lords, none, 2 turtles, 1. The difference between the orange and the purple buff was a minimum, and yeah, the 9Z Globant was literally nailing DreamHack's composition.
And through all of that, it is just so cool to see a different type of lineup and from a different region. Even the adaptation of it was just so well commenced, because even like if we're pulling like a few datas from how Indonesia tries to play it, it's either like very niche as what I've told before, or it'll be a hit or miss. And this was also brought up in like TNCPH that I've told before during the drafts. It's just so well to see. And for right now, we can see our MVP of the game, Shin, again and again. Our rookie here, he's just able to shine so well, even helping out with the Selena. So even though it's a utility hero, you can actually go really high invasive and also help out as a finisher later on. And so far, Shin is just able to do it so well with the help of his teammates also supporting him and also surrounding him, so he's able to do that later on during team fights. And the question is now, if the Selena is banned for the second game, what will happen? Will that type of draft be missed out? Or even a little bit shifting on the banning phase? Will these three heroes be the prior brand against 90 Globin?
I would ban Selena because yesterday Shin got the MVP using Selena. It's his third professional game, the second MVP, almost in a row because yesterday wasn't a first match, not on second. But he is 2 games with Selena, 100% win rate, and 100% MVP playing with this hero. So I would definitely ban Selena. I would consider a primer ban because it really, if you have a Selena well played, it's really hard to play against because this team comes from nowhere. You really need to keep attention because the first skill of Selena is a kind of a ward on the entire map. And I will go to banning Selena. I will continue banning Matilda, and I'll probably let Harif open. Harif wasn't a problem for this first match.
So, I think it's okay to forego the Granger and also the Harith at the same time, because like both marksmen are just strong enough to like handle it on later in the lane. Because like either one is free, and if it both of them tries to like take up against each other, both are actually natural counters of each other too. So you, no matter how strong you are later on, it also deals on the team fight. So I think it's okay to forego that. And we finally see a Phobius getting to play today. Gabriel's happy to see that. And probably
Not
can
in the
be
way
brought
I'm
up
willing
again.
to.
Oh. Not spicy enough for you?
No, not spicy enough for me because this Phobius was the matchup against the Phobius was Hilda, and it was really well played, but not because of Black, because of the composition of the 9Z Globant. Phobius tried to do something, but when he started to grow was too late. Everyone was way far from him by gold mining, and
Mhm.
he wasn't sustaining at all.
Mm-mm. I think for this time, yes, a Selena ban right away from DreamX, respecting on what will happen. A Matilda ban though from 9ZG. If they try to decide to pull again, as long as no right range heroes, they're good. Ranger is closed. It's now a cheese pick that people will look out for. Even a Loi respect ban on Rainbow's hero.
You know, yesterday what Rainbows did with this Louis, whoa, it was something crazy for real. And okay, we still have Suyu open, and it's the first pick of Aurora. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
they can come back with Hilda because 9C is using Hilda a lot. they can come back with Show. I'm not sure if it's the best match for the 9Z Globant without Selena. Let's see.
I think I know you're not a big fan of it, of the Novaria, but if they needed it as a just so you can open up the map, it should be okay. But they opted out on the Harith and the Gatot Kacha. Okay, now it's quite hard for Max, but still manageable if you get like a bursty type of heroes. Irithel is still open. Bruno is still open if they want to use that. And going up against the Harith, Moskov is still open if you want to go ahead too.
Really, really good read. Really good call. And okay, Cho for Blank. Blink already said in MPL Brazil Season 3. He don't like to use Show. He was playing on RRQ Akira, and Luis was the starter roamer. So Luis was always the person who picks Joe, and he didn't like it. And now he's bringing on the MPL LATAM 3. But as you said, Novaria now goes to 9ZG.
Just for the sake of opening vision. During the first game, I think it's because 3 people are on that ranged heroes. I can't even see like whose skill deals that much damage, because like it's after the Granger's Rhapsody, it's just straight up with the Abyssal Arrow and then the Astral Recall. So it's like tung, tung, tung. Which one is which? I just know all of them deals a lot of damage, but now I think it will be more specific for Shin if he wants to use the Novaria. You can actually see the potential for damage scaling up later on. And closing up the Joy was a very good call. Next, probably, if they really want to close it down, take on another assassin pick. Either Julian or Nolan, you can close it down. Or if you're afraid of the fighter composition, you can close down the Alpha.
I would say Alpha is a really good ban. But no, Hayabusa, wow.
Oh, I forgot about him a bit because it wasn't shown yet. I was really hoping to see a Hayabusa played in MPL LATAM though for the first week, but since it's banned now, so Nolan would be a good pick if 9Z Global wants to do that. Or opt out a fighter first. CC is still open, or they can combination it with a Khalid if they want.
CC still open, and CC it's a great pick against Moskov. Khalid is way too offensive comparing to Sissy. I would say Sissy would be the best pick, and Alpha is online.
They picked it out because knowing that the Joy and Hayabusa pick was so niche. Then last 2 picks for DreamMax. You need a stopper. Okay, CC picked up, which is good. And Aurora, good stopper there. Quite for area, so if ever the Gato Kacha comes in, just need to reposition yourself and get it. And for 9Z Global, the last pick, what would it be? I think it should be an XP. So either way, if it's flexed out, it still can. Probably a glue would work. Or yeah, true. Or Uranus if they want to bring it out too.
Esmeralda
just be a menace against the CC. It'll be hard against the CC.
Yeah.
Oh, Badang. Oh yeah, it's not banned.
Okay, so now we're going to get Gatakacha as XP laner and Badang as a roamer. Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure.
Fair enough, and both
I will trade this.
Good.
Yes, but it will be hard for us because now DreamMax has double Aurora.
Okay, let's see how it goes, of course. And so far for this both line of drafts here, should be interesting to see who will rise to the occasion because both are team fight heavy compositions that they can try to adjust later on in the game. So as long as it's not dragged too much to the late game, DreamHack will still have a problem in the early though against 9Z Globen. So let's see how it goes. Will it be a clean game for 9Z Globen? So let's see. MPL LATAM Season 3, Match 3, Game 2. Let's go into the Land of Dawn.
Let's go, because it could be the last match of the series. And oh my god, look at that Shin. Be careful, because DreamHack is not messing around. And we already saw the mid laner of the 9Z Globen needs to going back to his bases.
The question is that will it's technically the same type of hero, but damage wise it will be different. Will Shin, the rookie mid laner, still able to strive later in this second game? Because it would be harder though if you're not used to the damage that you're dealing with, but so far the skills are still on point, shooting hit here and there.
Yeah, so definitely it would be harder, and I'm hoping that 9ZG goes on the same strategy as the last match of rationing everything they can. Ration the jungle, ration the gold laner, pressure the XP lane, pressure everything, because they have this composition for do this. They need to get the best use of the early game on Alpha that is now level 4.
And as long as you can utilize the alpha well, it would be a very good early gameplay. If Hydon Bush want to go and get that early aggressive during the team fights, because you can actually unlock that quite well. But knowing that Arctic and also Erwin, they just Arctic got to level 4, but still a good way to do so. Astral Eco committed in. Aurora getting that kill. Even the Fisher Glacier just gets to froze one person. Erwin caught into deep. 9Z Globen needs to move back. And sadly, thank goodness though, it's that the Spirit of Destruction didn't hit that much, but we're talking about the laning phase down in the bottom lane. 9Z Global on the Harith would be a better pick against V2 on the Moskov for now.
Yes, and now DreamHack has a good start. First skill, first objective with the turtle, and let's see if they can keep up pushing this.
And pushing it would be a good part to do for both sides of the team, but as long as it's not caught too much, Black tanking too much damage, still able to survive though. Astral Eco open up and a bigger hit just gets it, even without the AOG. As long as the Novaria has a vision, you can just hit it freely.
Yes, a really good strike for Chin, showing that this rookie ain't playing. He's here for the championship.
And since you know that it's quite striving right now, the Way of the Dragon kicked back. Arctic is just down. Didn't get the chance to even save Hydon Bush, but since you're caught up in that too much CC, it's just better to just let go for a while. It's okay instead of getting two. Which happens to just prolong another team fight before the turtle starting. But area-wise, it's tried to be scared of right now. Erwin out of his post from guarding it. But since Alpha is back, Hydon Bush, they really need to strive on this one. Turtle Cam by Bonox quite well. Fist crack and also fist break happening right now on top. Still sustaining through all of that. Arctic almost in taken down. Hydon Bush with a good retribution-wise gets the turtle slain.
Yes, a good retribution. 9Z Globen got the turtle slain and tries to come back to the game, because now they're heading to the Harith, to the gold lane, to try to avoid the increasing of this Harith growing. But it's already too strong. The early game of Harif is way more better than the Moskov. Even Moskov has his first item done. Still advantage for Harif.
Astral Recall opened up a bit of a stun and even pulled up against the Spear of Alpha. Cho is just rendered helpless from DreamHack. They really need to start on put on a strategy because you can freeze up. Sure, you can cover the area, but let's not forget your initiation guy is just a single pickoff.
And so like this, we go to the 5 minutes and have up the second match of the third game of the night. 90 Globan against DreamHack Esports. 90 Globan won the first game, first match of this game in a really beautiful way. And Blank is going, he was chasing Erwin, but could just leave without being killed.
That's good actually. You can try to disperse out the team fight. You can avoid it when you can avoid it, because it's not good if you want to take things by force. Because if you don't have the power to do so, it will be kind of hard. So it's just better to avoid it a bit first, then try to fight it headstrong when V2 hits spikes.
For sure, Turtle Can by Bonox. You saw Hidden Bush really messed out, and killing spree for Aurora, but not Aurora, nah. It's Rainbow. Blank is going again, trying to keep up the play. Arctic could not protect his tower, and now it's the first break of the game.
Gets the turtle finally, so it's not a clean turtle for 90, but because of that, air are slowly to rise up because you're already entering into the mid game. A bigger chance. Good stun though, but a bit late on the follow up. It's okay, at least you can just move back. Black try to switch in information all out. Zaban force it out to Black. A bit of a hinge there. Okay, Frigid Glacier opened up sadly. Didn't get the chance to stun anyone yet, but Black tanking much damage. 90 Globan want to go aggro on this. Caught one, flickered out defensively, but because everyone was just too busy down at the bottom lane, Aurora, on the other hand, gets 2 turrets down on the top one.
Yes, 7 minutes of the game. Aurora could get 2 top turrets down, and is now increasing his game. We can see that is almost half eaten up on the Alpha. Hidden Bush had a really good start on this game, but after 2 kills, he just went a little bit off. And we can see that Harif is really increasing going to the crystal.
And since you know you're trying to rack these under, so it would be a problem if you want to try to engage. But I think it would be a good moment for now if they really want to try to force a team fight here. But down in the middle lane, so far it's just poking and the skirmish. V2 is just really slammed out. 1v3. Just gotta go back. Just gotta let go of that turret, man. It's not worth it over your life because you're Moskov. You need that gold. You need those items in order for you to strive later on in the late game.
Yeah, and most of all, you need to stay alive because your team needs you, and Rainbow is really getting a lot of damage to his first skill, going up against Arctic, going up against Shim.
And since then, you'll know that 90 Globan tried to stop in. AOG opened up quite early though, before the Lord starting in. And since you know V2 has the potential to just do a split pushing moment to see. But on the other hand, it's just kind of torn apart. You want to try to get it in, and right now trying to go in, it's not that wise, knowing that 9Z Globan has the potential to actually burst everything down. And I'm actually curious though, because 5 people are all down in the middle lane. You can actually try to split push it. I don't know how the call is between V2 and the other people though in the team. There is a good teleportation there for the Spirit of the Shy. I don't think it's wise yet to be
Wow.
used because everybody's there. Even though with the teleportation, it hits Shin. Wow.
Yes, we know that V2 strategy will be to split push, because if some team fight started, he can teleport himself with the Spear of Destruction, the Moscow ultimate. So it's a good strategy for him to keep farming and keep the splitting for DreamHack on ongoing.
Good thing it's not an evolved or even an enhanced lord yet, so there's no extra push or probably barged in. It's not even march, it's a barge by 9Z Globan's lord, but still good. Hydron Bush gets the burst one down, not enough, pushed back quite well. Aurora is there to finish up the business, but AOG jumping to the back, hits on Rainbow, and even the killing spree with the Summon Force down, and even a shutdown onto 3. Double for 1, triple for now, another one down. Sadly, it's stolen. Unofficial Maniac just leaving Bling all alone, just defend all this.
He's a maniac, Oh no, he's not. He's a triple killer. But you can saw Blink trying
Unofficial.
an unofficial maniac. And you saw Blink trying to protect the turret, but it didn't matter. Turret down. Ure is really on fire on this match.
Bling just trying to find Ure. I think the target selection wise, it's already wise. You already know where to pick, you already know who to pick. But the thing is that if you cannot reach out that far, I think it's just wise to probably just take one. Because be in between Ure and also Shin, like Shin's closer. But since Arctic was just being a menace, opening the fist crack, even without the fist break, I think Blink, on the other hand, is just thinking, I think I better move back a bit.
Yeah, and I probably should actually. Shin is showing why he is one of the greatest mid laners of this competition. Rainbow is getting a lot of damage. Oh my god!
And even getting burst down just like that. One Astro Recall now, I think, hits a lot of damage, and even forcing with the Synchro Fission from the Harith, that's just way too much damage to tank to.
Yes, and now the Lord Cam, sponsored by Bonax, is online. And look at the Lord. Can you see? Now you see me, now you don't, because the Lord is done by Shin. And look at us, they are going to chase Aurora. They spotted Blink, and Blink, they decided not to keep on going. V2 is trying to split push again. He's going to get this turret down, but what a retomate of the game for 9Z Globan. Just remembering DreamHack was on advantage of the 6 minutes in the game.
And in the almost 14-minute mark, 9Z Globan, they're able to get that Lord. And with this one, there is that barge in advantage, I might say, for 9Z Globan. But as long as they have the Moskov, they have V2 to clear things out, it should be okay. Because down at the bottom lane, tanking just a lot more. Arts is able to just frozen out. No more ways to get a kill by V2! Just taking too much triple for Ure, a bit unaggressive. And not force things out, and without the Lord, 9Z Globan, they still have 2 chances to push because down bottom, it's cleared out. On top, it's also cleared out. 2 minion waves are jumping in. AOG onto the back, but they got Aurora with the Soul Sever! Taking it down, but a free hit on the base. 9Z Globan sealed the deal for 2-0 on match number 3.
What a beautiful match for the Argentinian team. 2-0 for them. We can see the highlights in the beginning of the match. DreamHack was on advantage. DreamHack were forcing plays, were playing really, really nice. But from nothing, 90 Golden started to achieve the team fights. They were getting better and better and better. And just like that, Ewer rose with his Harif and became unstoppable.
And since that he really knows how to rise to the occasion, I was actually shocked that V2 didn't get the chance to shine yet because it's not dragged too late to the late game. Because in order Moskov needs to work against a Harith, you really need to rack up those points, and I don't think that it was given enough space for DreamHack V2 to get even a chance of like investing into a lot of items first. So 90 Globen, they're able to secure that much kills way before. So it's a very clean sweep for match number 3, a 2-0. So done well.
Really, really done well. Another 2-0 for the 90 Globant. And I really wasn't expecting after the game we saw yesterday of DreamHack against the Alpha 7. I was expecting a little more, a match a little more tougher for the 90 Globant, but it just showed that they are not here to have fun, they are here to win, and that's what they did.
Okay, and or of course, with a little nice draft pick, it's a very niche one. It's very good. Very happy to see that. And on the second game, even using the normal drafts, they're able to execute it very well. So for Nicey Global, a 6k gold lead, it's just way too far. DreamHack wasn't given the space to even try to thrive because they know where to push, they know where to press, they know where to give pressure. And overall, it was a very satisfying to do.
Yes, and just remember, all of you guys, the 90 Globant is now the lead team of the MPL LATAM. 2 matches, 2 wins, 2 games of 2-0. So I'm really, really happy to see a changing of this scenario. We saw like a minimum difference of gold, 6k for 9Z. Turrets, all of the turrets were down. 3 turrets for the DreamHack, and which 2 was taken by Aurora on a split push on the top lane. 2 lords against them, 2 turtles against 1. That showed that the early game of DreamHack was even stronger than the 90 Globant, but the guys from Argentina just keep pushing, and they got the win as a reward.
Because we're talking about the overall things that just so well for 9Z Globen. And they were on a streak. They were on a run. The engines were already hot, so it's just the execution went well. And talking about the overall, it's just very happy to see that it's a clean game. I wouldn't say a fast game because it actually entered the early phase of the late game. But 90 Globen, it was just so good on how they played. Everything was just wrapped up so well. And even 90% composition, team fight composition between participation of the Gacha and the Harith just makes that it just makes the combination so well.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure that Harith would be the MVP of this match, not only because of the non-official Maniac, but Harith was taking 38% damage of his team, 90% kill participation, 7k gold more, and we saw he was full builded. Well, I don't have anything further to say. You are a monster.
And surely he is, because he unlocked the full potential of the Harith without even uh, knowing that how to team too late in the late game. So it's quite nice to see that it was enabled so far. And because of this, looking at it back and forth, a lot of moments where the Zaman Force just popped up quite well. The Synchrovision just hits everyone. Positions is the type where you can just let's go fight in a close range where everybody is. So like the Harith just has a very uh, nice way to just let's just throw in everything, and everybody gets hit, everybody gets damaged, and even sometimes jungler just comes in with Spear of Alpha and
Yes, and I was going to say that in the next game we have Influence Rage against Entity 7, the two other winners from yesterday. It's one of the best matches we were expecting for this night. And I'm really looking forward to see this because two great teams, two teams that know really well each other, and I cannot expecting anything but the best game of the night.
Okay, can't wait to see, of course, for match number 4. And I think this will be a very hot match. Last one to see. And everybody who is still watching, don't forget to stay tuned, of course, because there will be a prize giveaway. If you guys love diamonds, if you guys love skins, stay tuned because there will be more later in the last game.
Yes. So let's go on a really quick break. Experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoyed the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it
Kalea!
a clearing of downed trees? Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it Kalea?
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the great serpent's name.
Though the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
But a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also
We are back for MPL LATAM Season 3, and we are now in match number 4 with me, Faye, and also Gabriel still reporting for duty and day number 2.
Yes, and we have now the Influence Rage against the Entity 7. We already have the draft down us, so let's see what they're going to do. Selena is banned as much as Zuxin. Influence Rage, it used to be a Brazilian lineup, but now they got the former, let me check the name, the former Fahani Mood and Papa Dog used it to play for DreamX Ice, so it a mix up for two teams, and the Entity 7, they just brought up all the lineup together and representing Entity 7.
If I'm not mistaken, it's a whole team acquisition. So let's see. Of course, then so far from both of these teams, Influence Rage played so well yesterday, and it was a typical fast game. So I don't know if there will be another style like that. Is it their style to just let's just get it done, or it's just an early game, let's go headstrong for it? Because looking at the drafts, they opted out to take out the Joy because they're not in the first picking phase later on, but banning out the Phoveus, Selena, Jusin, so far it's still template bans, it's still well. And next, probably you can close down one of the marksmen, either Granger or probably Harith, because it's still a very high potential pick for now. Or you want to go for the typical roamer, you want to close down the Matilda, you want to close down the Gatot Gacha, or probably the Badang should be good.
Yes, I would say that they're going to Matilda right now because we saw what a good Matilda can do. And if they don't, probably Matilda first pick. It's that probably the call here to follow. And Entity 7 really likes to use Ranger and Sohyu, so let's see what Influence Rage is going to do.
I think going up against like Jotun on his heroes, he can also use this Suyo and also the Alpha, so probably you can see a more aggressive Alpha compared to the second match or even the third match later on. And Suyo, it turns out to be banned, respected of course, against Entity 7's jungler. So I think let's see what's next in store, but Ranger is very wide open. Or unless you want to pick up the Hayabusa or deny pick Jotun's Alpha.
Matilda still open. I am. It's still Matilda, Gatakacha, Harith, Granger, you have a lot of things open. So just wait for see what Entity 7 is bringing us. But I know Marquinho has a really good. You can play with a lot of heroes, and Civ just got the Harif.
Oh, okay. Prio on the Harris. Alpha locked in for Jotun. Ranger. Will they lock it in? Because it's a dead giveaway though. But a Matilda combination that Gabriel mentioned before, they prefer that first. It's no rush on picking the Granger. Entity 7, next one. Gato Kacha, if you want. It's a good pair with the Harith. And
Chi-Chi.
what else? Oh yeah, Chi-Chi can too. Or Gato Kacha and a mid laner.
Yes, Gatukacha and Vexana would be great. A really good composition.
Oh, it's a Khalid? Ooh. What's next though? A Fanny!
Wow!
Wow! Okay.
Okay,
Moskov locked in.
a really
Granger.
good pick.
No Granger. Wow. Close out the box, yeah, of course. Respect. It brought Entity 7 to win yesterday too. What's next? What's good? Close down the Chi-Chi. Close down the Fulfius if you even want.
Yeah, they really need to the soldiers get off, because Quito is a really good player. Hylos is Hylos. I'm not sure I understand this ban, because Hylos can go on the XP lane. Not that good.
I think
Well,
part of it
was
is just like, oh yeah, true. I think it's just a big part of it is we need to ban an XP. We need to ban a tanky dude. So they opted out for the centaur. Apparently, it's not a dude. I'm sorry. So turn down the Hylas. What's next? Again, I think it's a smart move if they want to turn down the Chi-Chi.
It is. It is a smart move. But let's see the last ban from Entity 7. Yeah, both teams still need the mid laner. Gatukacha and Hylos was the front laners, the prime front laners to ban. Now it's going to be a chess game in the mid lane.
True. Both are not revealed yet. Unless you want to go play it safety, you can opt for Hilda or CC, because you need the tanky, you need the meltdown later on. So regardless, the heal from Khalid should not be a stopper from them. Still wide open too, and since if you pick up the XP, you will see Entity 7's full roster. Then you can go out that probably either Vexana or even an Aurora should be good. So yes.
As expected, Chi-Chi, really good pick for Rage. I'm not sure if Entity 7 is coming with Lucas, because for what is open, Lucas, it's a normal answer for Chi-Chi or Glue.
I prefer the glue, because if you go head to head with the Lucas and Chi-Chi, it will be a very, very hard time for the Lucas, because poor Lucas, you gotta hit close range, but on the other hand, Chi-Chi can just play with the yo-yo later on, so yeah, it'll be hard. For Entity 7, a Valentina,
Edith,
and an Edith. Ooh, okay. What's the a good
Matilda
counter
mid.
setup. So either way, or CC mid.
Or Cho mid.
But there's a big chance it's a
Matilda
Matilda
roaming,
mid.
Cho mid.
Or that's so cute. It's either one of it because most of them are fighters anyway. And wow, we it's a great counter setup. Just for what I wanted to say, Entity 7 picking up the Valentina. So, in case if you opted out for an Aurora, it'll be a great copy. If you want to opt out with a Vexana, it will also be a great copy. But turns out the last pick is on the show. So how this will go, both sides of the team. And I must say, match number 4 will be quite interesting so far. Which draft do you like?
The draft that please me at most is the. I would stick with the Influence Rage. I guess it fits better. I can see more synergy between those heroes. Let's go because it's the game 1 of the last match of the night. Entity 7 against Influence Rage.
Okay, jumping into the line of dawn, quite okay. Rotation wise, it would be faster for Influence Rage, but then the Fanny, it'll be fast to just Garu playing it on day number 1. Also, how he's able to utilize the jungle assassins quite well, entering in and out. So it would be very hard for Influence Rage to just catch on, even though Paquito is on the show. So let's see how it goes, because suppressing either one wise, it would be a very unique pick on how they opted out later during the team fights.
Yes, it would. And just remembering, Cho is wearing the concussive blast that you give a little, literally a blast on a certain range of after Cho gives the basic key attack, and it's a tank. The cooldown is 50 seconds. Is a really good emblem for Cho to help Matilda do the clear wave.
And so far it's stopped by Garu. So I think I understand now why they opted on the show. It's just to be a stopper for the Fanny. But as long as it's still okay. But close range, it would work better. It's the random cables that you can see. If you get the random cable hits, it would be better. But so far, Influence Rage, they still hold and opt out to the turtle. That's it. Thing I would initiation so far, but a finisher almost to a bit late under knocked by the Cho, but it's still going on. Wow, we taken down just like that, sandwiched between 3 players. Not a good early for Influence Reach.
Yes, they got a turtle, but they got 2 kills for Entity 7, and they almost lose the purple buff. So it wasn't a good trade. If I were an Influence Rage player, I would be really sad right now because they forced the team fight. They tried to use Matilda's ultimate to get a kill, but they wasn't expecting the Fanny, and actually Fanny and Valentina, both kills for the mid laner and the jungle of Entity 17.
I think the weakest part of Influence Rage is if they try to fight out in like close range with a lot of like walls here and there that you can see. So it wouldn't be that wise if they want to try to opt out again going up against Garu on the Fanny. So far it's 100% win rate for Entity for Influence Rage. So don't want that to be taken down. Like now, full commitment. Even the Raging Sandstorm is not enough to stun anyone out. Great kick from the Way of the Dragon and a good invade also. Marquino didn't get the chance, so will almost hit everyone. Not even enough stacks for Primal Wrath to be on the Prime. And Influence Rage, they managed to do so. Even down bottom lane, Fury will have a hard time. But knowing that the team fight potential from Influence Rage will be greater than Entity 7, it's a good start from them. Another turtle parking in the Khalid. Joel will be looking out for more. Flickered in quite aggressively. A bit late. Garu entered in also. Influence Rage. They need to move back. And so far, area-wise, it's been taken care of by Entity 7.
Yes, a really good respawn from Influence Rage. They are now trying to get a turtle. Marquinho is chasing Chino. Chino was spawned. And oh my god, the ultimate from Kale. The turtle has a sling by Garu. Garu is going it up against. And double kill for Fanny. Double kill for the jungle. Oh my god, Jotun got his kill. Triple kill for the jungle of Entity 7.
Oh no! Wow, we and it okay. At first, when you want to really like skim back a bit during that turtle team fight, it's a very great idea to delay it a bit because Jordan went back on getting the purple buff. So in order to Fanny not strive, let's just take that first, and then you start on the turtle. But because that everyone is just close in range and the way that the raging sandstorm opened by Joel was just so well and hit up Jotun, uh NC7 got to down two people, and when they did, Jordan was just so focused on getting Shiv but forgot that Shiv's teammates are just there to protect him too. So wow, on the influence rage side, they really gotta hold their stuff together because in team fights, if they keep on losing like that, it's already a good start for the Fanny. If you don't get to unlock it, play it to the late game because it will be harder for Garu even right now.
What an amazing play for the marksman from Influence Rage. He just stunned Fanny under the turret and it was an important shutdown. So now Fanny doesn't have the purple buff and the turtle is going to spawn in 15 seconds.
Mm-mm. And looking at the 15 seconds again, Influence Rage, they have a bigger range to go on a lot of team fights, but because of the good early for Entity 7, Garu is just really pushing the power ready. It's okay too, but jumping in the fight too early. Zawan first popped up. She, damage it even to Chang so much. Jordan getting that kill on Marquinhos and Garu, eyes on the back of the line. Almost picked off, but a finishing touch to just close off Chino.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how to play with Funny. He chased it until almost at the bases and just get it an important kill on Chino. So that's another kill for Fanny, 5-0. A great start for NTT7 Jungler. And let's see, because Influence Rage now is getting on the turtle. Marquinhos is ready to give the protect with the Edith.
Great zone by Influence Rage. And from Influence Rage, they try to opt out too.
Yes, and as we can see, Garu is destroying another turret. Split push, the Fanny is using to control the waves. It's really good. Meanwhile, we don't have talk about the Harif so far. Just finished the boots. We didn't say anything about this Harif, which means he is farming a lot.
Since it's a lot of a sneaky beaky side, so it would strive quite well. Garu, on the other hand, is just so freely opening up the cables here and there. Influence Rage, they really have to probably look out more, but at the same time, who can keep up with the Fanny though? Because if you really want to focus on stopping the Fanny, even with the Cho Paquito helping out and also the Chi getting a good stun, if ever you can hit it, it's quite hard for now for Influence Rage.
Yes, but as we are saying, the Entity 7 is really good. The kills. Influence Rage is getting the other objectives, is getting the turtle. The difference of gold is really, really close. It's like not even 1k gold per difference. So it's a really good match because both teams are respecting each other. And oh my god, look at that! Nothing happens.
It's just an invade to see actually trying to get the purple buff, but it was actually a really range on. But Jordan, okay, too much fronting back, and thank goodness, quite well jumping in with the guiding wind, just not enough. Zaman forced out, and a lot more team fights. They are trying to find a way. Shift with the synchro vision, take Chan down finally. Okay, but Marquinhos finding a great moment, but turns out tanking damage is not that well. On the other hand, Influence Rage, they're still finding a good moment here. Jumping in, Jordan from the back, Spear of Alpha to the front, and even fronting too much front! Zars taken everybody down, a double kill. The secured even triple for this game. Clearly clean for Entity 7, getting that Lord. And for that last push, this is a clean fight for them.
I told you we wasn't talking about Harif. And why? Because he was farming, he was getting strong, and now he showed what he came from. Holy Crystal for Harif. Civ is playing really well, really good game because he was farming safe. He wasn't getting on team fights while Garu was getting the kills for Entity 17. Influence Rage had a little controlling of the game, but now with Lord marching on the bottom lane of the map, it will be really, really good moment in the game for Entity 7.
And since, of course, I think they would play on freezing it, but Influence Rage smelled it out, knowing that the middle lane, it's the easiest lane to be pushed down. So let's just actually try to control that first, and then we'll wait. Lord Cam by Bonox
Yes.
down at the bottom. Our Lord is just marching in first.
Yes, and for you that is questioning yourself, what is Bonox? It's a really good platform for you to recharge your diamonds with a 5% discount. So head over to bonox.com and use the code BNXMPL3 to purchase your diamonds cheaper.
But after getting a lot of diamonds cheaper, of course, cheap with that Lord. Just let it march in. We it's still okay. We cannot give Influence Reach any kills yet. So let's just play it disciplinedly. Let's just play it finding a good moment before we can try to initiate once we get that momentum. We already on to that. So let's just keep we're still hovering on that first.
Yes, and Influence Rage could just vanish the Lord. The difference of gold increased to 3k. And let's see what happens now because Influence Rage is really trying to protect the buffs. The purple buff now it's getting done by Jutun. And they really need to try to split with Moskov. But Moskov needs to really take care because he can teletransport with his ultimate, but he can also be picked up, so it's a tough call.
I don't think the choice for now that Influence Rage wants to up split push, what you can do is a concealed play cancelled out. Summon everybody in the middle in the next play, putting everybody to the back. Winter right on time, but Garu spots him out. Chan winning onto that battle, but no damage yet. Chino tanking too much. Garu finding a way, almost with right people. It's the most melted down that immortality. Chino on the back, bit rush there, but Fury even 2 kills. Help that low HP. Oh, a very, very hungry Fanny.
That was really something because Influence Rage got 4 kills. It's really important to control the game again. Now Moskov is going to split on the top lane of the map, while Funny goes to the bottom lane to try to split push. It's a good strategy because it's the opposite lane of the Lord, and Funny was on the map. Rage automatically started the Lord.
Garu entering in, Raging Sandstorm in, hit the 2, but Joden gets the objective. Joel is just melted down like that. Concealed gameplay, more of a team fight. Onward Earth Shatter even hits the 2, but Garu on the other hand, split pushing. Everybody needs to be hands on deck, but sadly Entity 7 didn't manage to keep them around for too long. But Influence Rage, because of that, they still have the upper hand because the Lord is in their lane marching from the top one.
Yes, Lord marching on the top lane. Influence Rage trying to get control back of the game. Really good. It's a really beautiful match, as I told you before. It's a match I was most expecting for today because both teams know really well each other. Players used to play together. Moskov is destroying every turret breaker, and let's see what can Entity 7 do to respond that, to control the game.
Okay, Influence Rage marching in from the mid, pulling back here and there, but oh, wow, hitting into 4, even jumping onto the backline, but Influence Rage, they cannot miss this moment. A double kill from Shiv, a good turnaround from Entity 7. 2 rushed entering in. Garu eyeing out for Fury, even almost taken down, but hey, it shuts out with the cutthroat quite well. Joden jumping into 4, that is not wise, with the Summon Force out. Everybody, it's clear. Entity 7 finishes out with a good cutthroat aim for number 4. Number 1 for them.
What an amazing match. Fanny was the name of the match. And the recall dances, Garu was playing really well. Sif was in the early game a little bit farming, a little away of the team fights, but when he showed up at the Lord, he was really strong. It was a really good match because Influence Rage could control back the game during a team fight that they killed 4 players of Entity 7, but Entity 7 showed they are here for the trophy. So another huge win for the Peru team.
And since we see, I mean, for this fight, that's why I say you can't really wait. See, because both of them, they know they're equally strong. They know when to pop it off, everything. And since everybody has their power spike, and also like Shiv, knowing when to just hit around, play around during that fight, it's just a great moment for them to seal the deal. When they don't, like in moments like this, the Zaman Force cooldown was just so fast. Civ was just able to just melt everybody down during in that vicinity. So that's why it was just a very clear game on what they do. But Garu though, he played a very, very big role during those team fight moments, because it was those little things that not only happened during the team fight, just really split pushing all the way. Those little investments that he did later on finally paid off when everybody was just too busy. He even tried sneaky beakily on the middle lane, but turns out it was just a seal deal after Shiv getting that triple kill.
Yes, but and even Garu's team losing the Lord, losing the team fight, Garu was on the mid lane destroying turrets, super minions on the mid lane. It was really, really amazing. We can see the emblem, the spells of each player. Nothing new for you guys. We're already talking about it. I guess the only thing new on the emblem would be uh, the Edith emblem that is named Warcry and increase the
Mm-hmm.
sustained damage because after every three separate basic attacks or skills hits an enemy, all damage dealt increases by 8% for 6 seconds. So we know that Edith is really good at dealing damage, explosive damage, and talking about the match, that's what we just saw. 18 kills against 10 kills
Mm-hmm.
for Entity 7. Minimum difference of gold, 16-minute match. 2k difference is not a big deal. And I really love it to see how well was this Fanny played because we saw Fanny's not getting good participation, not playing really well during the championship, and now Garu show us that Fanny is still a high meta.
And through all of that, the damage daily wise, the highest one here with 77,000 over 77,000 damage was just given out. This Harith was just a menace during the team fights, and Gabriel was the one who spotted out. Like, I don't think that anyone touched the Harith. I don't think that anyone went to even poke the mask off, and then just suddenly comes in and getting a triple, an unofficial maniac even, almost from that. So clearing it out so well during this game, I think you gotta opt out. It's not even a Granger prio. I think we just need to respect Shiv's Harith. He even deserves the MVP of the game in a match for with a 718 KDA. It was quite well. Even during the highlights moment, I do agree with Gabriel. Didn't come in so much during the early game, but when the team need him, came in storming in and deal damage. And with Gar with those cables, it's very and a free way to hit in that area.
Yes, and so we saw the highlights of the MVP of the match. But you know what we need to see too? We need to see and talk about Bonox. Because if you want to recharge your diamonds with 5% discount, head over to bonox.com and use the code BNXMPL3. The purchase is fast, secure, and super easy. And the code is only available for a limited time, so don't miss it out. Please go to recharge your diamonds to be beautiful in your game with new skins.
They say sometimes with comes an extra skill. And you know what's the best play? Best place for them to test it out is actually community gaming. Because it is, of course, the ultimate platform offering esports competitions, professionalized and automated payment solutions for the community. So, if you guys wanting to test your new skins after topping up, you can, of course, test out your skills at Community Gaming. Just visit their website at communitygaming.io right now.
And also that we are saying for you to do things, you can redeem your code because now we are giving you a skin code for you to redeem in whole global. So please go to the game, redeem your skin right now. HAXGSEQ1V. So let's go, folks. We're waiting.
Ooh. Oh my. And I see from the global channel right now, everybody was just hyped on that. More than 100 people are actually currently watching right now. And like, guys, come on. If you're online, if you stayed until this long in match number 4, or you just probably just woke up, if you're anywhere from the Southeast Asia, come on, redeem your skin now, because this is your only chance to get it. If not, you guys have to wait for another week, because MPL LATAM week number 2 is just way back later in the week. So guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Let's go. And remembering, If you got a beautiful skin or if you got any skin, please tag us on Instagram. Mine is Gabriel. Hers is It's V here. So don't forget to show us what you got from this redeem code. We are really willing to see. And V, finally, we got the picks and bans again on our screen.
Okay, let's see. For game number 2, will there be any unique heroes or will there be a respect ban on Shift's Harith? But so far, it's still a template. Probably a Chusin, probably Fovia's already closed out, or probably a Matilda. Later, we'll see. We can close it off too. Because even though the Granger was just wide open in the first game, it wasn't picked up anyways. So I think it would be a good chance if it's closed down to Harris, it would be a very good pick up the Granger.
It's funny how teams are training to fight specifically other teams, because in our first game of the day, in our first match, Fulvius was wide open the entire series and wasn't picked. In the last game of the series, the Rage against Entity 7, Granger was open and wasn't picked. So teams are really studying, they're really playing the mental chess during the draft. And it's really beautiful to see how increasing the MPL LATAM is on this championship.
And so far, Loyi, of course, it is banned out. You want to respect that. You don't want a sudden pop up or somewhere to see. But in this game, I think because of the typical type of heroes they try to opt out and close down, I think it'd be a good time to respect the Fanny. Or if you still want to go up against it, oh, what's the solution here, Gabriel, if they want to pick up the Fanny?
Yeah, I guess still banning the front lines. Wait for Rage to pick. I'm sorry, you ask if Rage or Entity 7 wants to pick Fanny.
For example, if Entity 7 still picks up the Fanny, what can Influence Rage do?
Okay, you need group control and pick off heroes, but pick off heroes that can reach Fanny, because it's really hard for a Selena to could achieve the Absol Arrow on a Fanny. So, and not only that, you really need to control Fanny's buff, because Fanny it's a hero that really relies on the energy that it's Fanny's kind of mana. So if you control the purple buff of Fanny, it will be really difficult for this hero to get the sustaining of the energy. So if never mind. Or you can also ban Fanny. That's okay.
Respect, of course, respect. But for that, we were just talking about the possibilities that could actually happen. And Entity 7, remember, Garu is the type who goes like flashy types of assassins that you can play. And since Joy is still open, you could probably opt out to close out the Suyo. So even if Influence Rage picked up the Joy, there might be a chance that Garu can pick up the Hayabusa. Granger is closed down. They rather just face up the Moskov instead of facing up the Granger. So, Influence Rage, first pick, what would they do? Probably opt out a Suyo for Jun if he wants it, or probably a comfort pick, a combo, and getting the Matilda in the first place would be a very good pick.
Yeah, but now you got Suyo, you got Gatokacha, you got Padang, you got a lot of things. You got Moscow, for example, for instance. You got Selena. So I don't know. You need to rely with your team to choose the strategy you're going with. A good pick would be Selena and Cho. A really good pick up. Or Joy. Okay, but now you're going to
Joy got that. I thought of it actually, and it. Yeah, I do agree with you, Gabriel. And since then, Rage, I think Jordan will opt for his comfort hero. Alpha would be a good pick right now. even though if it's not a rush before the second phase of the banning, because again it worked very well with the Matilda, but I think they have to pair it up with a greater marksman that is not so scaling to the late game, because if you bring out the Moskov, it will be buying a lot of time, but Suyo will be Joden's choice here. And last one, you need a stopper. Vexana would be a good choice if you want to stop the Joy.
Wow, really? Vexana will be a great choice, but they prefer to get all the damages they can because Kieri was the chosen pick for marksman to rage team.
Okay, playing with range
what a
also
fast
and playing
answer.
it safe. Farsha picked up that quickly. So whatever you want to come in, you want to enter, you always have the range to block off the carry. You always will have on the Suyo. On the other hand, it's a clear go for ban. Since you already picked up the middle lane, you can just close it off more. You can ban be a menace against this. The
Vexana.
Hylas for an
Vexana.
XP. But yeah. You can ban out the Vexana, you can ban out the Aurora. It's a very good pick either way. Or you can ban out the Yeef though, if you don't want to go hit the
Wow, yes. Yeah, so a really good call. I would ban Eve because it's a really good answer for counter pick Fasha. It will slow down Joy a little bit. Okay. On the other hand, Rage decided to block Moskov. It's a mental chess. They're playing against each other. I won't be surprised if Entity 7 continues banning the frontliners. The Hilda, for example.
Go with ban, because the Povius is not there. Tigreal though, they opted out. Very unique combination if you want to play the Matilda and also the Tigreal, but still okay. But Entity Rage, you can close off the Bruno if you like. If you don't want to let the carry strive, or what marksman would hindrance on the carry? The Irithel, you can also close that if you don't want to go up against it.
Yes, Tigreal was the ban. You got a good read because the combo of Matilda and Tigreal is really strong, really strong. And Chi-Chi was the decision of Rage.
Ooh.
Okay.
Will Rage bring up a Lucas for banning out CC, or would Rage bring out a Glue?
I think Lucas will be a great call.
Since there's no more Chi-Chi in the picture, but Entity 7, they got the first pick from the second ban after the second banning phase. What would be good here? I think you can pick up an XP lane if you want. A Khalid is still open. A Khalid got the catch up, probably be a very good deal here if you want to do that. Take away one of those chunky things, because again, CC is out of the picture, but Beatrix, the choice here, yeah. So they're saving one of the frontliners later on after looking at Influence Rage's draw.
Okay, I wasn't expecting Beatrix because I wasn't going this way. It's a decent matchup against Carry, but Suyu can get to Beatrix really easy. Matilda can get to Beatrix really easy. You got a dash, okay, you're going to use flash, but you don't grow really fast, and even if you grow, if Carry grows with you, Carry wins the matchup.
Okay, deny the Khalid and popping up the glue. That's why they ban out the cheesy. Now, last pick for Entity 7. If you were a cheese pick, you can bring out the Belleric though. Would be a great combination, stopping all of that during the team fight. Yeah. But It's kind of niche though. Not everybody would like that. Or you can go with a typical one. Probably a Ruby or Edith will also be good. Half the front. Or what
Yeah.
XP can go up against the glue? Uranus?
Batang.
Oh,
No,
it's a
Lucas. Okay.
Lucas. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
I-
Yeah, I mean,
If
like, it's
they
safe for
want, they
both
could.
sides. There are no CCs anyway.
Yes. And if they wanted, they could bring Badang to the roaming and get to Kacha for the XP lane. It will work really well as well.
Mhm.
But well, with no CC, with no Chichi, Lucas is one of great name. Same as Khalid and same as Blue. So
Okay, opting out 10 heroes that we can see right now. Once again, Influence Rage with their 5 strongman lineup, and also Entity 7. Both of the drafts that they are going to pick right now for game number 2, match number 4 of today. I think both will be strong, both will be heavily prioritized during team fights, so at least they can go head to head onto that. There's no different strategies, but all safe from the early to the late. Great compositions for both. So let's see. Will this be the last game of the day? MPL LATAM Season 3, match number 4, game number 2. So let's see our friends from Influence Rage versus Entity 7.
let's go because that can be the last game of the day, or no, but definitely the last match. We saw already Juton doing his orange buff, while Paquito is trying to change damage to Joãozinho, and Chino is now on the down on the bottom line. Oh my God, Paquito is chasing. Paquito is chasing Marquinho. Wow, what a game! It started really nice, and oh, flash spell wasted by Paquito to get a defense back.
Wow, that early on flicker is just quite expensive, I might say, because it's open in the first minute of the game. If you really want to knock yourself out during the turtle fight, it would be kind of hard. But I didn't expect that big of a rush down in the bottom lane, helping out the Lucas for whatever happens in. But so far, no collateral and no first blood yet. So even it's not just a cut a lane moment. For some reason right now for Influence Rage, they are really on the rage, but hey, Electrify beats almost first stop, a first blood by Chino and Marquinho getting a kill, but so far Influence Rage, it's still a better trade for them because they got Garu.
Yes, Garu the jungle of Entity 7 was killed. And now we have the turtle down on the bottom lane. Turtle swap now, and Joãozinho is getting vision of. Actually, Paquito is getting vision of the other players and just started the turtle.
Okay, Turtle started, of course, by Entity 7. So far, area has been covered. No one is playing from the backline to Garu is present. Electrifying Beast didn't hit so much, but Joel kind of stepping in too much. But thank God there's Che helping up from the back. Joden was pushed out, getting the turtle quite well. A steal, I might say, for Influence Rage with the trade on Hino. That is a good objective gameplay by Influence Rage again and again.
Yes, and now we get. Oh my God, Garu cheats to steal the purple buff from Influence Rage. So Jitten got the turtle, but buddy, you don't got your purple buff anymore.
Still good trade, but so far almost hacked again by Che. I think if Joden wasn't there, Che would have gotten that kill, but turns out cannot get greedy. Remember, you're still not in the burst potential yet. That's why Joden got the kill. So again, Influence Rage is still on the lead for objective wise.
And the top side of our screen, we can see carry against the Beatrix. Beatrix just used the ultimate to clear the wave, and they are both farming. But now Khalid is going up there to try to help carry farm a little bit easier. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, we saw Garu trying to get vision of the buff from Jotun. Glue is also trying to have a little change of damage with Marquinho. Now it's just waiting for the turtle to get spawned.
With the spawn now, when also both of our teams are just getting ready through all of that. Right now, they're just finding someone. If you can pick off, you pick off first. Probably there would be a bigger fight later on in the turtle pit. But for right now, so far, no one is suppressing Shiv. But with Garu, popping that electrifying beat so well, and so it means it'll be another good fight here for Entity 7. Almost targeting front. Good thing AOG jumping back. Jordan was still able to move back. Even Marquinho targeted out him. Not fast enough. The Feather Airstrike hopping in, helping too. Not enough damage, but Marquinho too much in the front. Not enough helping out.
Beautiful
Marquinho has to
flash.
move back again and again. Garu was caught in the middle. Nibiru's passion. Not enough to deal a lot of damage, but at least a good rotation down in the middle lane. Influence Rage still gets to take Garu down. A good trade.
And also got a theory down. First break to the Influence Rage. And now we are seeing the Argentinian team going really strong against the Entity 7, who nailed the first game.
This is a different type for Entity 7 if they want to try. And opt-out is usually more on Garu, but now since they know Marquinho caught in the middle of it 1v4, that's not wise. It kind of hurts too to see. But Entity 7, they gotta roar harder if they really want to take back the momentum. Because the first game you see that Garu is just quite carrying a lot with the Fanny, but I'm pretty sure that he can still able to do the same thing on the Joy. Just give it a moment quite well. So far, Influence Reach, they are still handling on quite well. Even the in-game equipment is just all of Influence Reach.
Yes, Forsha just finished the first equipment. Okay, we saw Joãozinho dealing a lot of damage. Marquinho is going up against Jotun. Jotun just give the emote, the thumbs up emote. And okay, nothing happened. Turtle spawning in
It means
9
not yet.
seconds on the bottom. Yeah, on the top lane. And Fury got his first turret, second for the team, his first turret down. And Influence Rage, just like that, is getting control of the game.
And so far, Entity 7, they didn't even try to rush to because they know that Influence Rage is still handling on. I think it's just funneling down to Shift because if you miss Garu's Joy, a team fight like bigger range created by Entity 7, it's not enough to take Influence Rage down.
Yes, we are heading to the 8th minute of this game. 4-2 to Influence Rage. They are marching on the middle lane. Marquinho just got a ultimate, and look at that! Just like that, the team fight started.
Okay, Raging Sandstorm entered in, a lot of utilities used, but no collateral so far. Still good and standing strong. Turrets are not down yet, but Influence Rage, they want to come in with the force. Okay, Feather Airstrike opened up again and again, but turns out Chan was able to use the Guiding Wind to save Jordan out of that team fight.
Yes, so far we don't see any collateral. We're just waiting for teams to start another team fight, because so far they are actually really respectful. Khalid tries to aggressive a little bit more with the ultimate down on diving the tower of mid lane Entity 7. But all the AD carries like Fury with his carry and Sif with Beatrix, they are farming, they are a little not showing a lot on the match, same as it happened on the last match when from nowhere Sif's Harith just starting to give a lot of damage.
And helping in throughout that, Entity 7 has their eyes on the Lord, but the one who is starting right now is just Fury. Zoned out quite well by Paquito, but gotta wait for a good moment. It's not even contested because Entity 7 wasn't even given space to even try to enter in. And because of that influence rage, they got the upper hand for now.
And they are trying to keep this mid lane turret alive, and it's become more harder and harder while the influence rage is growing and the time is passing by. Lord is coming marching on the top side of this map, and Entity 7 needs a really good team play right now to keep going on the game. But Joãozinho was focused.
Okay, Raging Sandstorm hitting into 2. Che, take it down. Even unleashing the beast is just not enough to take anyone yet. Shiv managed to take out 2, but the snap right on time is just not letting Shiv having his moment. But because of that influence rage, only 3 people, 3 versus 3, but influence rage got the Lord. So I think it would be a great advantage for them so far. Entity 7 clearing it out quite well, and in the middle lane they even get the chance to push it out. So I think it would be a good start to fight. Okay, finding a good position, but
Wow.
Tino is just eyeing on him so much. Even with the Soul Sever, Marquinhos is just taken down like that.
Yes, and just like that, another turret destroyed by the influence rage minion this time. A really beautiful team fight on the mid lane while the Lord was marching on the top side. 2 kills by each side, and Entity 7 now seems a little bit lost on this game.
And even with the game going on, I don't think that they have the advantage yet. The moment yet. Because, like, looking at the Beatrix and also the carry, if you want to compare both sides of the marksman, the carry has more power right now. And so far, because of that, a lot of the frontliners like Entity 7, like even Che, didn't get to rack up 2 points or like even more items. It's a rush going on. You gotta rush that Divine Glaive if you really want to strive on the Farsha, because it's not a great position now for Entity 7 if you want to go built in the default mode for equipment. And Influence Rage, they just wait for a good moment. They just wait, probably bait Entity 7 into a key team fight. And if it's a wipeout, it's a clear go for them to just push.
Yes, and the Lord is spawning right now, and no contestant can be made by Entity 7, so it's another free Lord to influence rage.
But if there's a chance for them to get the turret first, they would actually to just try to clear this out. It's a clear go for Influence Rage getting that, because if everybody's busy down at the bottom, at least you can make something out from the top.
Yes, Lord again is marching down on the top lane. Entity 7 had now a really hard mission to don't let all of the D3 lineage fall down. So let's see what they're going to do, because has Forsha ultimate, has Beatrix ultimate to help the clean wave, also Gitakacha to do the zoning ultimate. Let's see what they're going to do.
And looking at the positions, Entity 7 is really pushed back to their own line of defense. Thank God there are a lot of heroes that could actually help for the high ground defense. But Sao! Raging Sandstorm coming in. Not enough to stop Marquinhos even being in the front line. 4 people down. Entity 7 pushed back so hard that even Influence Rage is able to turn down even 3 tier 3 turrets. A lot of damage even just from one arrow. So Jordan quite aggressively going up to the front. AOG jumping in and taking out with that much power from even Nibiru's passion triggered out. Still fighting for its life. Entity 7, Garo couldn't even run back to take his health back. Pressuring is on, but you gotta have that disciplined gameplay. Influence Rage, you gotta go back, man. That time for pressure is just done for now.
And so far, Entity 7 can still survive this match, but what an overextended by Influence Rage. They could just get back and wait for more minions, but no, they decided to focus on the crystal. They were willing to end the game as soon as possible, and it almost cost really expensive for them.
The part where Entity 7 was just given there's the time where fear is like no other dash dealer there. Couldn't a Suyo in a late game, it'll just be a so-so damage dealer. Why same like Garu?
Yes,
He did
I was expecting to see a little more from Garu and Joyce
later on
early.
in the base for Entity 7.
I was hoping to see a little bit more from Garu's joy on the beginning of this match, but Entity 7 call is clear. Let's contest this Lord. And okay, we saw Fury just slamming the Lord. Now is 16 minutes on the game, so carry is really strange. I'm not sure if Entity 7 can get this Lord down without getting your crystal wiped out. So let's see what Influence Rage is going to do to finish the game in the next 20 seconds.
I think as long as Garu was just given space, same as Shift and also Che, bursting down, it would be quite hard, but entering it quite well. A bit of a front, base is still wide open. Lord is just way too much. Fury taking one down, and even Shift defending it for its life. Garu, goodbye. It's a triple closing the game right now. Wow, Influence Rage managed to equalize in match number 4, unlocking the 3rd game for the last game of the day. And looking even for the highlights of the game, it was so clear that Entity 7 got the chance to be aggressive in the early game, but not as aggressive as Influence Rage.
Yes, the aggressive Influence Rage, even in the first seconds of the game, we saw a really good changing of damage on the mid lane. Also going to the XP lane, the gold laners were a little more alone in the beginning of the match. The early game, they didn't focus on either of the gold laners, but now we saw that Influence Rage was already taking care of the jungle, taking care of the turrets, taking care of the pressure during the match. And that's all. It was a matter of time until the Influence Rage could end this match.
And because we're talking about the overall things in the game, it was executed quite well on the second game. So it was a moment of truth where they even in like rocky moments, they're still able to take back what they want. So at least giving them a breather and unlocking the third game.
And I'm willing to see what you're going to do in this next game because you need to respect Fanny. You need to respect
Mm-hmm.
the Suyu of the Rage player, and you
Mm-hmm.
also in this meantime have Matilda that was a really rock in this game. Uh, Blue, for as weird as it sounds, was a perfect pick because it had the front line, it had the sustain, it had the aggressive that Influence Rage needed to acquire this victory, uh, and also the the ban on Chi Chi was really good for both teams, but even better for Influence Rage that could achieve the Chino Blues and Paquitos Khalid.
Mm-hmm. And we're talking about the overall things about the emblem. I don't spot anything weird or unique that is needed during fights like this. But for overall, it was a very satisfying game to see, and how Influence Rage gets the momentum to actually just fight back. It was a very great composition. They were just able to drag it out to the late game where Fury can actually strive way better than Shift in the laning phase, and because of that, it's just like straight up tanking too much true damage. So even on this, and even on the Gatot Kacha, just not in against Fury holding up. Going into the third game, there will be during the banning phase. I do agree with Gabriel in this. So let's see how it will go later on in game number 3.
Yes, you can see the stats. The different it was really big gap between gold of both teams. Almost 11k gold difference. Influence Rage was really playing advanced since minute 1, since second 20. So the composition of Influence Rage give them this early aggressive, even though that our Entity 7 had Joy and Get to Gacha for the early game, it didn't work out because the rotation, the team play by Rage, it was really better on this match.
And we're talking about the overall things. I think it's just because of the early game momentum that they actually got during that team fight that Gabriel already mentioned way before. Also, so wow, can't wait to see what is in store for us in game number 3. Will those type of matchups come up again or not? Because the finisher game in game number 2 is our MVP of the game. On the Suyo, it was just really a bit of a menace here and there. He knows that the potential where he can just come in, he is aimed for the Soul Sever arrow, was just well. And whenever the friends caught one, getting in Marquinhos on the glue and everything, he can just come and finish a few times again and again. We'll just come in, beat a finisher, we'll just rack it up a lot of moments here. And because of that, they have a secure way of like, it's okay, let's just come in. We know that Jordan will just back us up anyway.
And I really like Jordan's picture of the MVP. He was really well played by the Suyu. And okay, so for the next match, you cannot let Fanny open. If you let
Mhm.
Suyu open, you probably won't ban Granger because Granger was banned
Mm-mm.
by the Entity 7, not by Influence Rage.
Mm-mm.
Matilda was a really good pick in the first match, and it was even
Mhm.
better on on the second match. So what you can do? What you can do to provide? You have only three bands already set for.
Mm-mm.
So they need to study really well and already now start to telling with the teammates what we're going to do. We need a strategy right after the draft because during the draft, if you change something, some hero will be open and well, you need this victory. 101, it's now a best of one game. So let's hope that both teams can do this mental chess really well.
Mhm. And we're talking about the overall things. Of course, it will be prioritized to some of the bands. I think it would be a good chance to let go of the Phoveus for now, because if you have the CC, at least you can go head to head to that instead of bringing the Lucas. And for overall of the draft, I think, yeah, prioritize what Gabriel said before. A few hero that is really powerful that you really need to close off. But I think it's also a chance and a problem differentiating on which side that they're on. I think the team will prioritize, for example, like if it's Entity 7, you got the first pick, Fanny was in ban out, you will prioritize the Fanny. But on the other hand, if it's Influence Rage on the first pick, if the Suyo is in ban, you would get that first too. So, depending on when they are, I guess.
But we forgot one huge name,
What,
the
what?
MVP of the first match, Harif. If Harif is still open, it's also going to be a
True.
huge problem.
Mm-hmm. True, true. In the hands of Sith, Harith worked so well. So let's see what is in store. And Selena closed off, Phoveus closed off, Tusin still closed off. Maybe next, if you want to go wild, you can close off the Luyi. Or you want to opt out closing either the Harith or the Granger. But if Fanny is also a good pick, respecting Entity 7, who Garu is in the first pick position now.
Well, so far we have Louis, so far we have Soyu, so far we have Granger, so far we have Harif, so far we have Matilda, so far we have okay, Chi Chi is not at first pick, but sometimes Hilda or Hylos
Mhm.
can be. I only said 8 names, and it's still 2 bands to go. So
Mm-mm.
I'm really anxious to see what they're going to do because depending on the band, you can change the whole strategy of the team.
I think it's a safe way to opt. Okay, respect the CEO,
Respect.
close off the Matilda. Yeah, the respect is there, but we gotta close off the Matilda. At least it's that. So when we see moment makers later on, it'll probably be like the Kacha or probably on the highlights just to slow down and everything. So let's
Well,
see what's the last one.
Joy still's
Or they
open,
got Joy.
Harif still's open.
True, true. Harith, Joy, Granger is still open right now.
Uh, Influence Rage probably won't ban Matilda because Matilda went open and at the both drafts, the first and the second, was to Rage and Harif. Okay, now it's over. Wow, so Influence Rage has 3 bands. They had 3 bands. They spent 2 bands on respect bands that it was Harif and Fanny.
Hmm. I think if they want to prioritize for jungle, you can opt out the Joy or Entity 7, knowing that Influence Rage Jordan will play the Alpha, just deny pick the Matilda. So, two choices for them. It'll be hard, but at least it's still a choice.
I would go with Matilda.
Mm. Oh, take it away from Influence Rage. Okay. But Joy is their choice. Hilda Alpha. A very great combination
Hilda Alpha. or Matilda Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Or Matilda Gatakacha. You can also pick Alpha as the third pick.
Yes, true. True. Because there's no rush knowing that Joy was already picked up. Unless there's a suddenly
Yes.
EXP Alpha. That's already rare to see. But unlikely in this type of meta now.
Actually, I would say it's easier to see an EXP Joy than an EXP Alpha.
But a Granger got that
Whoa.
catch-up combination. Okay. Okay. They let go of the idea. That's good. Now, Entity
I will watch
7.
even closer
What's
this fact.
next?
I
What's
swear,
next?
I'm thinking a lot because I would go with Hilda. Hilda is a really good pick now. Um but I would also say Moskov. No, against Ranger, no. Mm, oh my god, really hard.
Valentina would be a good pick right now for Entity 7.
It would though.
A Valent and CC. So either way, you wanna gata gacha will be on the EXP or even later on, whoever you're facing, you're out. Oh, Hayabusa is out. Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my dear god. Okay, now we have a game. Because Hayabusa is one of the Jotun's main characters, main heroes. He was famous by doing the Lotta Split Bash with Hayabusa. In the last season, the highlight of the tournament was Hayabusa playing against Ling of Jotun's Hayabusa. Really, really good pick. I like it.
Our next one, close out to Bruno, which is wise. Both of their team, no, Entity 7 doesn't have marksman now, who will probably close off the things that will be a hindrance. On the other hand, Entity 7, they can close off mages because they're already secure on the Valentina, but they need to be wise with it. So you cannot close off both Aurora or even the Vexana. So if ever Rage decides to pick like one of them, you can copy it out. A good choice to ban out the Luyi. And if you really wanna go, ban off the Moskov or even the Irithel, which is good. And in E7, they can ban out another mid laner if they want to be niche.
Iritel can be a good name for Entity 7, and I cannot see another good marksman for Entity 7 right now because they need attack damage. They already have Joy and Valentina with the magical damage, the ability power.
Red Gloom.
So,
Ah. Okay.
ooh.
Quite
Oh,
unique.
you got Sissy.
I think it's for the fact that they are getting ready to whatever happens, force, influence, rage, pick up good heroes with expensive ultimates. So if ever the Valentina gets the chance to just copy either one of them, it will, like, quote unquote, maybe backfire on them. But as long
Yes.
as it hits well, as long as it hits. But if it's not, it
And
will be a problem on Entity 7.
And look, I think now Entity 7 has only three options. Or you go with Irithel, or you go with 1-1, or you force a carry. I cannot see Beatrix being a good match for this match. Uh,
Mm.
it will be really easy for Hayabusa to get to Beatrix. Okay, you have a good clean wave. And it was actually well done by Civ in the last match. But I will still won't pick.
I don't think it's wise to pick up the carry. Looking at how you go against Influence Rage. It's not because of it's not good. I think it's because of the limitations that a lot of the heroes can actually just jump and cut in. Cho will be picked, and Cloud, at least a safety measure here. They left no choice, Gabriel. I mean, like,
Too late game.
at
Too late
least there
game.
is the yeah, but at least there's a BMI to like avoid the AOG, to avoid the Raging Sandstorm later in. But Rage, Aurora would seal the deal if they really want this now. Aurora or Vex would be good.
Oh yeah, Vex would be really good. Yeah, Aurora also a great pick. But you need to think like, okay, I have a Valentina up against. I really want to give Aurora's ultimate to Valentina. I think Vexana will be uh, less damage for my team to control.
I think if Aurora, it would be a backfire if you can copy the IFU with it. But even if so, Vexana, it's a very good pick. The only way to counter against the Valentina is either you don't give her any chance to copy any ultimates or like expensive ultimates, or you overload that player's choice on which ultimate to copy later on. So let's see. Looking at the lineup right here, Gabriel, which one do you like more?
Okay, I will go with Hayabusas. I will go with Influence Rage. Get to catch a Granger is already strong lead. It's really, really amazing roamer for you can give you vision. You can be aggressive with, especially in the first seconds of the game. And the you just finished it. You got the Hayabusa, the Juden's Hayabusa. So
And overall, we can see, even in the early game, a forced out flicker from Paquito trying to invade on Garu failed miserably. And thank God there's Joel and also Shift trying to handle on. So guys, welcome to the aggressive gameplay that we can see in match number 4, game number 3, Entity 7 versus Influence Rage. So far, I wouldn't say it's a good early. I would say it's an aggressive early.
yeah, it's an aggressive early. Paquito can be aggressive with Khalid. But oh my god, be careful, not that aggressive because you're almost giving a Chai easy kill.
And since so far there is no upper hand yet, but it would be a problem though if Influence Rage gets to gain a better momentum or even a faster leveling later on, because it would be a hindrance for Entity 7 if you want to entry into the turtle pit on the second minute.
Yes, and as I told you, oh my god, forces Hayabusa's ultimate. Now he's getting off. A really good protective play for Joelzinho shows. And now it's time to Hayabusa get invaded.
And if this retribution is up, so if you want to try to find space after a guy who gets the objective clearly, and we are not a bit both of my buffs. The rotate factor like is very a pure pop quite early. Hard forced up, but
But it was a really beautiful Purify for Chang that used his second skill to stun Cho to tried to escape and it accomplished because it escaped it. And now you have Paquito. Oh my god, a lot of damage. Ultimate from Hayabusa and first blood from Jotun. Fury also got a kill. So it's 2 kills for Influence Rage. Oh my god, look at the Chai's ultimate.
Ultimate quite well. Blazing Duet pops up. Just not enough for him. Why God Marquinhos didn't fully commit. There's still the heal from the police. A bigger issue here on top. Fury, so far no one is stopping him and finding a lot of stacks freely. Joel is just finding an opening somehow, some way to just suppress the Rager so that the Claude on Stiff can strive furthermore.
Yeah, a good gank for Civ, a good Q, an important Q for Claude to grow faster. And let's see how Entity 7 is continuing to respond, because you now got a turtle in 5 seconds, and it's an important objective for both Influence Rage or Entity 7 to conquest.
Our turtle camp by Bone Dogs now so far is just a sneaky influence trying to enter in, but probably want to pick up Trey first. Not this moment yet, but a start trying to kick out, zoned out quite well from Paquito. Chase has some here in. Jordan is still on point. Distribution gameplay right there. AOG jumping in, and even a double kill for him. Jordan on the Hayabusa.
What a beautiful play for Influence Rage. A double kill for Hayabusa's Jodam. And oh my god, look at that. Chai is trying to take damage. Paquito was focused and now he's going to get killed. There's no way you're going to live for that. But Jotun got another kill. Don't have the shadow to give up. So shut down by Marquinhos.
Oh no, but it was a good buying time though, Bachan. Almost not that far safe from Garu. That's not help too much. Fury is and so Garu. Bit of a cheeky play here, a bit of a revenge kill from Paquito. Fury racking up the Sky Piercer now quite good, but Paquito kicking back down just like two. On the other hand, Fury that for his Sky Piercer on top, but zoned out quite well and getting that turret down finally.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time. Jotun could just get away with the shadows. Influence Rage is playing a really strong and aggressive game, and I really like this. We know that is their style. They go at the limit, they push the heroes to their limits, but we want to see how far they can go, because look at that. Joãozinho almost got focused, almost got stunned by Chino.
Wow, thank God the last Death Sonata didn't hit Shiv, or else he will be sent home quite early. Paquito, quite well zoning out a lot of the people, but ND7 conceal gameplay, putting on Chino being the main target here. Jordan still escapes with the shadow kill. For so far, the Quad Shadow is still there present. The Eternal Guard popped in quite early. Curtain Call pulled out by Marquinhos, but it's just not enough. AOG jumping into the back, but even the Blazing Duet is not able to cancel that. Fury getting the turtle right on point, and even Joãozinho taken down. Killing spree for it. And a double for Marquinhos. A shutdown finally on the board. Drew being in the front, too much in. And even for Entity 7, it's a wipeout. Influence in this moment.
Fury, you are ridiculous. You are a maniac. You are amazing. And Influence Rage is now getting the lead. Purple buff to the Fury, who also got 4 kills. Our maniac at the goal lane.
And so far, because I've been quite well, Influence Rage, they get to create more space. So they just hitting a lot of the kills in the game to rack up and back to the moment. Can Influence Rage maintain the moments they've created? Because if it's no
We can see that the goal different. Now we have 8-minute game, almost 9. The difference between gold of both teams to get. Oh my God! Okay,
Jordan?
Gatakacha. Not Gatakacha. Che needs to copy the ult of Gatakacha to just went out. But the goal difference, the gap is already on 3k. 3k no, 5k. So Rage is way more ahead than Entity 7.
Okay. So even a got again on Fury. Right now, I think the Sky Piercer stack should be around 50 of that. And right now on Influence Rage, they just seal the deal with the Lord. It's not wise for Entity 7 to contest. They took the high road, and let's just focus on how to defend this later on. And so far, Influence Rage with Fury on the Granger, it would be a very big blow. Entity 7 couldn't even clear out the Lord before Influence Rage tried to end.
Okay, and actually now Claude just got his what is this? Oh, I don't remember the name. Sorry, I was thinking in Portuguese name, but I guess it's Golden Staff. The Golden Staff just finished by Claude, and oh my God, ultimate for Khalid. Let's go.
Okay, Garu stepping in. Shadow kill for the back. Even the temporal rain on the electrified beat is still able to fight it out with a sliver of health. Influence Rage really jumping in. Anyone yet? Turret is still up. Turret aggro too much, and even the Way of the Dragon finally lands a hit, but turns out the hit is back. Legendary for Fury with the Lord even and still surviving. Because of the discipline play that needs to uphold. Influence Rage is just better. We're missing liner, even though Shiv is down. You better not mess in somebody else's space.
Okay, we can see that Fury is unstoppable, godlike, 8 kills for the marksman of Influence Rage, an amazing match from all the Influence Rage team, and they are heading to the GG, they are heading for the victory, and I don't think Entity 7 could reach until the 15th minute.
And so far, I think it would be very after that, because if you want to talk about the late game matchup, even without the Fury, would have a very big problem going up against Fury, who's on the Granger, and you cannot just like funnel everything down to Garu, because like we're talking about Entity 7's both frontliners. It's a semi-fighter for a reason. CC and the Cho would be pretty hard going up against the Khalid and the Katat combination. So even by dragging it into the late game, NJ7 still doesn't have the answer unless they get the chance to pick someone off, which is kind of hard.
Yeah, it's actually almost impossible. It's really, really difficult. And we saw the Lord spawning. Rage is going to do this. Oh my God, look at Claude. Claude is really, really splitting. And two turrets down. He got the turrets from the bottom lane, and Paquito almost reached out, but Lord is marching on the bottom side of the map for Influence Rage. It will be really hard to control the increasing of the minions' influence on the Rage team.
I think as long as they even barge in with like just 2 lanes should be enough to push entities to their bases, because marching in with the with the enhanced lord should be a very big problem for entity 7 even trying to defend it, because the only one can have like good clearing wave, it's either on Shiv or it's either on Garu. But if both of them are too busy handling all of that, it would be a problem if Influence Rage just storms in like right now. No more tier 3 turret, middle lane even down, no more to even fight off the aggro turret. Marquinhos jumping in the back. Okay, AOG finally hitting off the tree, but Garu, much damage, base wide open, a legendary for the Granger. Even last push here, Influence Rage. Here the third game into a 2-1 matchup, last game of the day.
So that's the GG for the Influence Rage team. And I'm really glad to saw what Hayabusa can do if Jodan is using it. Garu tried again with the Joy on the jungle. It didn't work out really well, as the same as the last match. And I don't say it's because his fault or something like that. Khalid really get get harder for Garu to farm, Garu to get vision, Garu to try to gank, because Khalid was everywhere. We are minute 5 of the game. Khalid has already 5 assists, so and now it's the 6 assists, actually kill. So it was really difficult for the jungle of the Entity 7 to play. And as we can see right now, the Influence Rage team is now one of the best classified for the Swiss stage, as 2 wins in a row. And this win actually was pretty beautiful, because they start losing. The Entity 7 started the series with 1-0, as after a Harith and Fanny really amazing play, but Rage don't give up. They just started playing better and better, using their strategies, taking off Harith and Fanny, and that's how they achieve the second win in a row.
And with these conditions they line up, even though it's a 2-1, technically already broke the 100% winning streak for now, but they still win the match. So overall, it's quite good to see that happen right now. And we're closing off with an amazing game we just saw for the fourth match of the day. And looking for like overall and everything, it was just very good to see Jodan on a war cry with the Hayabusa. It just wraps up so well. As Gabriel already mentioned before, it's one of the signature heroes of this player also. So the comfort hero that you can pick, it's the most reliable one also. But only for the fact that during this draft, Entity 7 got outdrafted by Influence Rage's composition, where you get the high damage dealers, you get the early, it's even almost secure for the late one. But going up against Chino and Paquito, both in the Gatot Kacha and Khalid combination, against the CC and also the Cho, it would be very hard. It's not about just about the pickoffs, it's not about just about dealing the damage. You're bringing up the cloud. So as long as Shift plays quite well, it doesn't hurt as much as if you're bringing the Granger, even with the Sky Piercer. Just look at that KDA. It's a 903 position for Influence Reach. It's really hard to beat that. And with a 9.4 gold lead for Influence Rage, and even double the size of the kill. Influence Rage really just sealed the deal on this one.
That's actually Entity 7 tried to survive during the match. Cloud, it was 3-3-3. It wasn't at his maximum spike yet, but I'm really happy to see that Influence Rage changed everything they were doing since the first match of today, the first game of today to the last game. Because in the first game they started a lot slower. They weren't aggressive. They were just responding to Entity 7 strategy, and after that they tried to improve their games to get more aggressive, and that's what they did, and that's what uh, they are ending this day with a W win.
And through all of that, it was a very beautiful game to see. It was just executed so well. Day number two never fails to impress me day by day in MPL LATAM Season 3. And for the overall stats, we are done for today. All four matches played out so well. I think me and Gabriel missed a little bit here and there for our predictions behind the scenes, but it's still okay. At least we can see our MVP of the day. It is Fury with a 903 KDA. Again, no wonder he really deserves the MVP to be the finisher in the game.
Yes, he was an amazing player today. It was really beautiful to see, and you can see that a lot of damage does shut down. In this play, he just dashed to achieve the kill, and it was a really beautiful play, a really great player with this Ranger. And for you that just started watching us now and don't know how was the day, I will tell you, we had Corinthians 2 and 0 Malvinas Gaming at our first game. Infinity winning Alpha 7 by 2-1. 9Z against DreamMax was 2-0 for 9Z Glam também. And Entity 7 against Inf Rage was 2-1 for Rage.
And overall, that's a recap also from Gabriel for scorings. And we would like to wait for the assets later on to see who will go up with who next week. Because week number 1 for MPL Autumn Season 3, we're done. Because it's only for 2 days, guys. So if you're really excited to see, wait for a bit. Because we will be live again in the next week. So we're just waiting for the overall standings. And of course, for you guys who haven't really watched out, or I've seen in the chat somebody already got the lucky diamond winner. Congratulations, of course. And let's not forget, for those who didn't get the chance to redeem the code yet for the free skin, you can swipe back a bit if it's not over yet, because from that one code you can redeem up to like 2,000 skins. So it's really open for everybody, so grab yours fast. But for even right now, through day number 2, it was a very satisfying day to experience, to even see how these regions to just rise up to the occasion, and even testing out a draft from another region and executing it so well and even winning that game. What do you think about today, Gabriel?
Well, today was a really great day of matches. Wasn't expecting that results, as our predict in the offline group was a little bit different than what happened today, but I'm really happy to see that the LATAM scenario is improving in a better way each time we have another season. So the season 3 is way more competitive than season 1 and 2. So I was really glad today to saw that, for example, the in the beginning of the championship, everyone used to say, "Oh, Alpha 7 is a really good team. They use it to be RQ Akira. They use it to be two players from Bigatron Sons. They are the favorites because they won the last two championships. Well, they lost the two first matches. So what happened? I don't know because the LATAM scenario is always improving, is always getting better. So I'm really happy that I can be seeing this and bringing that to you folks at home.
I think it's something, I don't know why. Okay, I would call it's a something, because probably it's the winner's curse or something. Because if you bring it up like in MPL ID, I don't know what happened with Team Liquid in the first week. They just flopped, but they got the chance to rise
Yes.
up later on, and that happened same with MPL PH with Onyx PH. Like they flopped in the first week, and in MPL Latam, the most favorite team, Alpha 7, they flop. And I really hope if that trend is setting on, Alpha 7 should be rising up quite high later in the second week. So let's see during the progress later on. So we can see. So far, we'll see another best of 3 series between 9Z, Globant, and also Influence Rage later on in the next week. And we can also see Corinthians versus Infinity, Entity 7 versus DreamMax, and the last one is Malvinus Gaming versus Alpha 7.
And just remembering the Malvinas Gaming against Alpha 7, the losing team will probably say goodbye to this championship.
They gotta
Oh no,
enter
it
the
has already.
relegation
No,
route.
no. Yeah, the relegation. I forgot. But wow, we can have the favorite team on the season on the MPL LATAM going to the relegation. So wow, that's quite harsh, huh?
Yeah, again, since this is a Swiss stage bracket, it's still safe to say you're not going home in the first day unless you step into the relegation bracket. And so far, we don't know how it will happen yet. So we'll have to wait for week number 2 to see and to determine who will go down to relegation state. That is when you will know, will you go home or will you still stay and strive in the knockout stage later on?
Yes, I'm willing. I'm really anxious to next week because we will have 9ZG against the Rage, and it's the most hyped teams right now because the two teams that won both matches, and they are playing. It's a really beautiful play style they are choosing to do. They're really aggressive. They guaranteeing the turtles, the lords. They could prioritize the farm to the gold laner. So it's really beautiful to see both teams playing.
And so far, that is overall for week number 1 and day number 2 of MPL Atom Season 3. With through all of that from 5 p.m. Brazil time until now. What time is it there, Gabriel?
Here in Brazil now it's 11:30 p.m.
11:30, closing off very late in the night, but with so many exciting games. If it's for me or anyone in Southeast Asia, I've been staying up from like 3 a.m. and now it is a 9 a.m. An amazing 6 hours of exciting MLBB to see from the LATAM region. So I can't wait to see what is in store for us for week number 2.
Yes, and that's the MPL. It's season 3. I want to thank our sponsors, Bonox, that's down here. If you want to recharge your diamonds on MLBB with 5% discount, don't forget to use the code BNXMPL3 on Bonox.com. Our sponsor, I want to thank you a lot for helping us on this championship. And talking about championship, you know where I can find a really good place to host my championship, Faye?
Of course, the one and only Community Gaming. The logo is just down below. And you guys can see, other than hosting for championships, you guys can also join in because it is a community platform. So you guys offering esports competitions, professional style, or even like automated payments for solutions. And of course, it is just for the company. A lot of games, especially Mobile Legends, is just there. So don't forget, you can visit the website at communitygaming.io right now.
Yes, and folks, that's all for today. I want to thank you all for the presence. My name is Gabriel. My Instagram is down here. If you could follow me, I will be very happy to show you my routine, my day, and who I am. And Faye, that's my bye-bye. It's up to you now because I need to sleep.
Yeah, same too. I need to recharge. Both of us had a very long day, of course, with me, Faye, and also Gabriel closing off the day for week number 1, day number 2. Can't wait to see what is next for week number 2. So guys, can't wait to see you coming back to the stream. Goodbye for now.